is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. They may be playing classical, but the games are racing by at breakneck speed at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. With the rest day on the horizon, players emptied their tanks and left it all on the boards. Unfortunately for the standings, most were left spinning their wheels with nearly every game sputtering to a draw. All except Levon Aronian, who shifted into high gear, getting his first win to jump into a tie for second, with Wesley still leading. They've passed the midway point, but a lot can happen before they reach the checkered flag. Round 6 of heart-stopping chess coming up next.
Welcome to round 6 of the Sinquefield Cup. We are here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, where you can find exhibits of the chess history. And history is being made upstairs in our tournament. Let's go back to the studio and get started.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America, as the St. Louis Chess Club proudly presents the Sinquefield Cup. Day 6 starts right now. Hello and welcome. It's day 6 of the Sinquefield Cup and the players are back in action after yesterday's rest day. And with the tension and the stakes rising, now is the chance for the players to unleash their chess secrets and seize their chances for victory. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be alongside these very strong and very fine grandmasters, Yasser, Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Jovi, as always, a pleasure to be with you, and you as well, Peter. You're looking very
happy
dapper.
to be here.
Yes,
looking for this snooker.
Look,
yes,
you've achieved it. Lovely. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our coverage. I hope you enjoyed the rest day. We
Of Duda's withdrawal in round 2, there is an imbalance in games play, and this is why you see Wesley at the top of the table with his +1 score of 3 points out of 5, and then we see Levon Aronian there with 2.5 points out of 4. His victory over Alireza Firouzja in round 5. And there you can see a lot of players withdrawn all their games, and Alireza Firouzja and Richard Rapport, those are the players who have lost games.
And the format for the Sinquefield Cup, Jovi.
Yes, it is a 10-player round robin. 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then 30 minutes for the rest of the game. 30-second increment from move 1. No draw offers allowed, which means fighting chess, of course. And 1 point for the win, half point for the draw.
Our remaining schedule.
Yes, and the players are playing one but very intense, hard-fought game per day, and they will be playing until Thursday, November the 30th, and of course playoffs will happen if necessary.
On that day. And as we see the players coming into the hall, they're getting their screenings, security screenings, no electronics allowed in the playing hall. And Peter, coming into the show, we have been dabbling in some statistics, and you found some nuggets for us.
Or more precisely, our statistician-in-chief, Ben Underwood. Thanks very much to Ben for all the hard work he's doing. And very appropriately, the man of the hour there, Wesley, saw on your screen just now, and you will see him on the screen in a moment again, because here are our chosen stats for today, and there will be a common thread going through them, as you will see. These are the shortest and the longest game in the history of Sinquefield Cup. The shortest game and the longest were played in the same tournament in 2019, where Wesley drew against Shahryar Mamedjarov in only 14 moves and lost an absolutely marathon 132-move game to Jan Nepomniachtchi. And also, there is a very nice little tidbit there in the middle. The shortest decisive game in all the editions of the Sinquefield Cup belongs to me, because I feel like I contributed to that game more than Wesley did by playing absolutely abysmally, losing in 28 moves in 2021.
You made history, Peter. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, you have to build your legacy any which way.
Exactly.
And apart from that, we're obviously paying a very, very close attention to the race for the final 2 candidate spots, and this is the ratings watch.
Right.
The highest rated player of the players not qualified already on January 21st, 2024, will qualify for the candidates and will have a fight to play World Championship match. And as you see on your screen here, there's been a massive change with Alireza Firouzja losing to Levon Aronian yesterday. Wesley is now leading this race, half a point clear of Alireza and 3 points clear of Anish Giri. But with all 3 of them playing in our tournament, there is a lot to look forward to.
Exactly.
And here we have Anish Giri in his tentative waiting pause. And this is the best part of my day, of course. I get the chance to introduce Women Grandmaster Anastasia Karlovic. Take it away, Nastya.
Thank you, Peter. Hello, everyone. It's really nice to be here next to the playing hall in the second studio we have, and I'm waiting here for the players. And after the end of the games, they usually come here and tell us what happened in the games, and also show some variations which happened and not happened in their games. I also take care of social media accounts, and once again, I'm asking everybody to follow them and get some backstage information and videos. One of those, I would like to show one of the videos now on your screens. You can see that chess fans are waiting next to the Hall of Fame and they try to get autographs. Now Anish Giri, he was caught at the last moment and the kid managed to get the autograph. Now he's running after the others. Jan Nepomniachtchi is on your screens right now. He's posing for some pictures. And you know, you see many kids, but actually we don't have so many fans here in St. Louis because the weather is not that great like it was in Croatia and Poland, and also we don't have spectators in the venue. Now you see Alireza Firouzja running to the playing hall. Don't forget that players, they don't have gadgets with them, so they don't know exactly what time is it, and if you are late for the games, you have to pay perhaps sometimes $2,000 fine. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave still found time, and now he's running to the playing venue to be on time for the games. Don't forget that also players have a security check, and we can see now Fabiano, Caruana, Anish Giri, who made it to the playing venue without problems today. And now it's time to get back to the studio. The action is about to start. We're on the 6th round. Jovi, Yasser, it's time for you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Anastasia.
Anastasia.
I love those autograph hounds.
I love the way that Alireza dodged and dived and
He's
avoided.
right through.
I know.
mean, he saw an opening and he ran for it. Jovi, do the honors. Tell our audience what they can expect for pairings
Yes.
for this round 6, and a very big one at top.
It absolutely is. These are the best players in the world, just to remind everyone at home. But Wesley So, tournament leader, will be facing off against Levon Aronian, who also is on +1. And well, that one is going to be big. It's going to be big for the tournament and also for the ratings.
And the candidates, that's
Exactly.
what, wow, yeah.
And then Alireza Firouzja plays Fabiano Caruana. Alireza Firouzja will also be looking to clawing back some of those rating points as well.
For
Rapport.
Fabi, 3 blacks in a row after a rest day as well. That's tough. That's tough.
That
Sorry.
is tough.
Yeah.
And there you also saw the other 2 pairings. And here we see Rapport and Vachier-Lagrave and Anish Giri against Leinier Dominguez. And because of Jan Krzysztof Duda's withdrawal in round 2, Jan Nepomniachtchi will not be playing today and has the bye.
Free day indeed, a second free day. Peter, for Firouzja, it doesn't get any more important than this. I mean, he's trailing by a point in the ratings. He's at -1 after that, and he's playing against the Grand Chess Tour tournament leader. He's got to produce. Something has to happen for him in this event if he's going to right the ship.
Yeah, for him, there is no other way into the candidates. He is not, as I understand it, particularly in the running for the FIDE circuit points.
Right.
So this is his last classical tournament of the year, and he needs to make sure that he gets the points required to be ahead of Wesley and Anish
Right.
In the ratings. Today is obviously a very, very important game. Every game with the white pieces assumes additional importance in that context, but he's playing against Fabiano, who's had a absolutely fantastic year, is extremely well booked up. So
Right.
not going to be an easy game to win, of course, but Alireza never not tries with the white pieces, but it has now become a necessity.
Exactly. As again, these two, Alireza, Grand Chess Tour champion, 2022, pardon me, and barring a collapse by Fabi, he will be the champion for 2023,
yes.
as they're facing off. It's not easy to hand your title over to
It's
your rival.
not easy,
No.
but I think at the forefront of Alireza's mind is the rating.
Exactly.
He has to
And winning
leapfrog
today.
back over Wesley. So, and one nice touch that I noticed from Alireza, he's wearing a white jumper.
Right.
He's playing with the white pieces.
And Fabi wearing a black suit jacket, playing with the black pieces. So
Something
makes
very
sense.
important for the superstitious among us. And there we have the first two moves, e4, e5, and now the knight coming to f3.
No Sicilians for Fabi in this game. It's all about playing your number one defense, bishop c4. Gioco piano. I was almost sure we were going to see a d3 Berlin there for just a moment. And the two knights defense with knight f6. Peter, bishop c5 is kind of, I wanted to say, bishop c5 has become the go-to. Knight f6 always invites, knight g5, nobody exploits. Knight g5.
I'm not sure it's true, and that game that we've referred to during these broadcasts, without really discussing it at length, that game that Hikaru Nakamura has won against Fabi, that was a knight g5. Where,
Right.
that was in the US Championship.
No, that was in Norway chess.
That was Norway chess,
Norway
correct.
chess,
Yeah, Norway
sorry.
chess. Where
was
Fabi
about to
only
say.
needed the draw, I think,
Right,
to win the
tournament.
and did not manage. So the two knights are still being played, are still being discussed, and it feels like perhaps by far the most important and the most topical move in this position these days is this somewhat weird-looking move, bishop d3.
Right.
Because you want to be able to play knight e4 in response, and things get either very messy or quite dry, because that game that Fabi lost to Hikaru, it was somewhat confusing, I think, because Fabi played very precisely, got a position in which he needed to make one final precise move, and it would have been all equal pretty much. And then he committed a very, very uncharacteristic miscalculation and was instantly more or less lost and was not able to save the game from there. So we'll see who comes with an improvement first. We are already here on the live board.
Right.
I think bishop d3 is going to be played.
And
yes, it has been.
Properly guessed there by yourself, because all of those previous moves, the stories behind each and every one of them, I remember studying the fried liver attack. Did you ever study the fried liver attack as a kid?
My father
that was
made me.
knight takes d5.
Yeah, my father made me study that.
Really?
Yeah,
I
and
loved it.
He was convinced that black had enough, had enough to defend with the king out there, and so we played that out quite a few times. And I must admit, I do have 100% track record with the black pieces, but it was
Really?
not without its scare.
This is a misspent teenagehood by yours truly, was knight takes d5, and I studied these lines, which went knight takes f7, king takes f7, queen to f3 check, king e6. And I just reveled in this very forcing and very consequential lines, which I never got a chance to play in my entire life.
Unsurprisingly,
because nobody played knight takes d5.
If you played me as an 8-year-old,
we would have been happy. Knight a5, and I remember, I think it was Ulverstad. There was this move b7, b5. And do you know what White's best answer to the move b5 is, Jovi? Again, a misspent youth here.
no.
It's absolutely remarkable move. So the idea, of course, if you take the pawn on b5, bishop takes b5, queen takes d5, and the serious compensation, because the bishop is hanging, but also g2 is hanging. That's very serious compensation. But the crazy move here is not bishop b3, which would invite knight d4, but bishop f1.
Yeah, that's a...
Isn't that crazy? As an amazing lines. By the way, g2, g3 in Leinier's game, and he stopped.
Anish Giri against Leinier, Dominguez.
And
g3, and well, obviously, Leinier is not entirely confused.
You're just wondering what is it that his
bedazzled
opponent...
by this move. He's just simply trying to understand what his opponent wants here and trying to just pick his approach accordingly.
Exactly. Takes knight a5. This has become the go-to sequence. Now, one of the ideas of Wilhelm Steinitz, which Bobby Fischer also essayed in his 60 memorable games against Arthur Bisguier, is bishop e2, knight h3. That was a very famous game that Bobby won. Again, today...
And in later years, I think Nigel Short also played...
tried it
a few knight h3 games.
But bishop d3 has become the most modern...
But what do we think about
Knight d5?
Alireza's next move? So knight d5 played.
As far as I know, h2, h4 is all theory.
Yeah, this is a very topical line, and I think Hikaru went for a much more...
Yes, he did.
I will fail at the move orders here, but they reached in some order they reached this structure.
Right.
I'm pretty sure, and this is supposedly equal if you play precisely, which is something that Fabi did not manage to do in that game. But this is a very kind of a restrained approach from white. You have an extra pawn, but your extra pawn is on d2 and d3. Black even sometimes gives up on e5 to bring the knight from a5 back into the game. You often play c5, knight c6 here.
Right.
And this is all... White never runs any risks, but White also, against a well-prepared opponent, wins very few games, once again, where a very important game was won in this line, so it's not never, but it's rare.
Right.
Whereas h4 is exactly the kind of approach that we would have expected from Alireza today. Alireza kind of has to go all in pretty much every single game, because if he continues making draws and Wesley continues making draws, he probably ends up that 1 point behind and doesn't qualify.
Exactly.
So he needs to play very sharply for a win, and h4 does that job quite well.
So the idea is you want to induce h6.
We provoke h6 and then we play queen h5 here, I'm pretty sure. And play only really starts here. This is just the beginning.
Right.
Black normally responds with queen f6. It seems like this is a blunder because yes, we've protected f7, but it seems like white can take anyway using this pin as a very nice little tactic. But unfortunately, after knight f7, the move knight d5 f4 works out for black. We're attacking the queen on e5. If it takes on e5 with check, we're of course not going to take on e5, we're going to take on f7, and we end up with a completely winning position because we're now up a piece. And there is a very spectacular double discovered check here, but it doesn't quite work either.
It looks like my fried liver attack. He's queen e8 check, king takes d6, and the king is running, but
we don't really have attackers here.
No,
we can create
not.
one threat here of a very, very important family fork on e4, but if it gets sidestepped, we're out of threats. So after queen f6, white has a number of choices here. My screen currently says knight h7. I don't know if that's playable, because obviously you need to be very, very sure. It either gets out or gets sold for a lot of material. And I'd be shocked, honestly, if this is working, but who knows? These days, many things which look like they shouldn't be working end up working. A natural move here is knight e4, but after, let's say, queen e6, the threat of knight f4 is very strong. If the queen goes back, even f7, f5 becomes a major topic, and you can repeat. But once again, Fabi doesn't really need to win this game. Fabi is not in this particular race. He's already in the candidates. Fabi, I think, will be okay with although there will be a third rest day. I don't know if he's okay with a third rest day. But for Alireza, this repetition is completely unacceptable.
And let's check out...
How do they match up, Jovi?
Absolutely. Let's check it out. And what are you expecting, Yasser? And
not this.
Not this. Okay, so...
Not this. I thought it'd be a little bit closer, like 2 to 3 maybe in one favor or another.
But
1 to 4.
1 to 4 in Fabiano's favor, and that's quite significant. And of course, the two played just recently in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
Exactly.
And there, I think Alireza won the Rapid.
Yes, and then he
And
lost.
then he lost the two blitz games.
The blitz games.
I mean, will this also be playing on Alireza's mind, or are the players very good at shaking off prior ghosts?
No, I think losses stay with you. Just ask Peter in a game with Wesley. So, no, I mean, no, seriously, I think that the players do gauge their form, and even though maybe we don't really think too much about the blitz and rapid as where classical games are concerned, we use it as a tool, as a gauge of our own form. H2, H4. By the way, Peter, just because you were showing us this variation, and I didn't see the concluding. You basically said, and wins, and I thought, well, hang
After
on
knight
a second.
f7, knight f4, you mean?
Yeah, because you were explaining very, very nicely that black is a piece up and completely winning, and you forgot about the knight on a5.
I did forget about the knight on a5. But then we
And
end
is
up
it
with...
completely winning?
I think it is, yeah. I think when they say 5, you probably...
You take on g2,
G2?
and I get killed, right?
It even starts with a move like bishop f8, d6, and says,
Really?
this king on e1 is unbelievably vulnerable. And yeah, although the fact that we apparently have to play bishop d6 here to just win, everything else is, I mean, there are many moves here which are good for black, but they aren't as winning as bishop d6 is. That is a bit surprising to me. I thought it would be easier because this king really has no defenders.
True.
And I thought either knight takes g2 or perhaps bishop g4 with the idea of giving a check with this rook.
Right.
But maybe it's important also to stop queen c7 check. So it goes bishop d6. In case white does bishop c4 check, we can simply play bishop e6. It seems like we're offering trades, but what we are actually offering is the queen entering the game via the e-file.
Yeah.
This collapses.
Correct.
And honestly, it's a bit surprising that bishop d6 is the only precise move that wins, but the variation doesn't surprise me in the slightest because this doesn't really make much sense.
No, it doesn't.
Absolutely.
This really doesn't make much sense, just like this general vicinity. I'm making this very broad gesture here.
Right.
Because this is
development.
This is completely undeveloped. The fact that we played h4 makes castling kingside incredibly dangerous because we've already compromised our kingside so much. And we're only 2 pawns up.
Yeah.
It's not like we're a full piece up or something. So, no, this doesn't look right.
No, and whilst these players have just played 9 moves, and we
Only.
see Fabiano pondering for his reply, let's go over to a game between the two leaders, Wesley So and Levon Aronian, who have played how many? 18 moves
They've been racing.
at tempo.
Exactly, and it was a Berlin with castles and rook e1, and then it's actually a system that will be very, very well known to both players, and I've seen Wesley playing at the black side of this most prominently. I think just all the top players today are playing the Berlin, and the players are just briefly pointing out one horrifying trick. You don't really see a knight on c8 protecting the queen on e7. Normally there's a knight on f5 doing the job, but in this particular case, queen takes f4 is
not only does it protect the queen on e7, it also blocks the rook on e8 from protecting the bishop with the knight on e8. Yeah.
Checkmate to follow. So the bishop on f4 is not hanging, rook takes c8, and because the players are playing so quickly, this is all theory, then, Peter.
Absolutely, yeah. And the one interesting bit here is we will sort of ignore all the previous because this is a very, very, very standard rook e1 anti-Berlin, and all of this has been known for ages. And this idea of knight c3, knight d5 here is also not new. This has been very much on players' minds for quite a while. But c6 here is an interesting new wrinkle because people used to more or less automatically go for this position. d6, bishop g5, very clever move, using the fact that once again this knight is unprotected. If you wait for a move and allow black to play bishop e6, you're just a pawn down for nothing. But bishop g5, f6, and now bishop c4 or bishop h4 first. And often you give up on b2 as well, but the positions become unbelievably sharp. Mm-hmm. And this was very much the topic of high-level discussion for years. And it seems like this is probably a forced draw, but you have to play precisely for another 15 moves from here. And you never have any winning chances with black. And it seems like the black players in this position shifted to playing c6 just to avoid having to think about all of this. Knight e7, king f8, knight takes c8. Of course, the threat here is queen b4 check and queen takes b7, which is why queen f6 is included. Mm-hmm. Rook d1, rook takes c8, queen e4. And the bishop can drop back, but Levon shows another way of going from here, and they're still playing incredibly quickly. G5, rook takes d7. The pin is going to win black the piece back.
Right.
And now one more move. And Jovanka, your turn.
I was going to say that
Rook
this has actually
C7.
been played before.
All the way to this current position with rook c7.
Absolutely, yes.
And by the way, that's a visual move, isn't it? Rook c7.
I know, I was
because the
gonna
bishop
say.
on f4, right?
And the rook can take it,
Yeah.
but
And one thing I wanted to ask you, because once again I cheated slightly by looking at Jovanka's screen.
Right.
And an interesting part about, at least up to here, up to the move queen e4, I could see that Wesley has experience with this, and from the other side.
Exactly.
He played this against Leinier. I'm not sure exactly where, but he played this against Leinier. So I wonder, where did they depart the game between Leinier and Dominguez from on the white side of this against Wesley?
well, it wasn't bishop takes f2. That wasn't played in the game.
What was
So
played
I think
instead?
bishop c5 was played.
Yeah, bishop
by
c5 or bishop b6 are
Leinier.
both playable.
Sorry, Wesley.
Yeah, are both playable according to the engine, but obviously Levon has a new idea, also I suspect supported by correspondence, because that game on Jovanka's screen, does it? Maybe not. Yeah.
No, it's not correspondence. I was fooled by that once as well.
Yeah.
And I went on this whole spiel of what correspondence chess
Well,
was.
great, yeah.
Everyone was going, it's not a correspondence game.
Amateur game.
Yeah.
Rook c7 looks like
Very,
a very,
very
good,
cute.
Very
cute.
easy. Well, easy ways, easy.
And
for
in
me to
fact,
say.
my first impression was this is just completely equal, when you will still have to work, I think, with black for one very, very specific reason.
Okay.
There is this move, queen e5 here.
Okay.
Which forces you, because ideal scenario here for black would be, I mean, first of all, after g3, that b2 is also hanging. But even if we ignore it, if we include, I don't know, a6 and c3, some kind of a position after g takes f4 followed by knight e6, in
Brilliant.
particular if the queens stay on the board, is going to be completely safe for black.
No problem.
But after queen e5, in order not to be a full piece down, you have to take with the queen. And in this position, you can definitely pretend with white, because you will win the f4 pawn back, because let's say after knight e6, we can include, let's say, c2, c2, c3, or even the engine goes bishop d3, attacks the pawn on h7, and after something like h6, we quite happily play bishop f5, because these types of pawn endings,
No, this is dangerous.
Yeah,
it's
they
probably
don't touch
lost.
this.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
dangerous. Very often it's just completely lost because of
Right.
how active the white king is. But the speed with which Levon is doing this very much indicates that he's looked at this, he knows where the pieces belong, something like, I would guess, king e7, king f4, king f6, play h6,
Right.
and hold this shape.
I'm being told that this is actually a game that this entire ending is from Zagreb. Wesley So played this in Zagreb, Rapid and Blitz, with up to the move queen e4. Yeah.
Up to here, yeah.
Yeah.
So bishop takes f2 clearly is something that Levon, you don't do this over the board, and in particular in connection with rook c7, and played increasing.
132, 132
Yeah.
for both players. And I'm reminded of the interview that Levon had with Anastasia, where Levon lamenting that modern chess and the chess engines have just shoved the opening right into the ending. This is what we're seeing, and that was where Levon was saying, Fischer Random. You know, I can't wait for Fischer Random
Yeah.
to become the go-to. And how do these
Let's
two
check
rivals
out the
match up?
stats. And,
Yeah.
what are we expecting here?
A lot of
Well,
games.
Certainly a lot of games. You can see 20 draws between the
Right.
pair. But there, you know, in the classical chess, it is Levon Aronian who does have a slight advantage. 3 wins to 4 in Aronian's favor.
By the way, just because you do have it up on your screen, once more, rook c7, knight c7, queen e5, queen takes e5,
No, queen takes f4. Queen takes
queen
f5,
takes
yeah.
f4,
Queen
sorry.
f4 takes, we go king f3.
and are we playing king f6, king e7, f6, or?
I'm not sure if it's
I mean,
required,
it's the engine.
but I would, yeah, it starts by playing knight e6, but I suspect it will come around. I suspect it will actually put the king on f6, because I really don't like the idea of this king landing somewhere around d5, f5.
And if you don't mind, Peter, king e7, king f4, king f6, bishop
Yeah,
c5.
bishop-
I'm trying to get to that king and pawn endgame that we
Yeah,
both want.
we're never
Never
giving it-
playing
Yeah,
knight
no, I'm
e6.
playing knight e8, knight d6 here.
Travel on the dark squares, Yasser.
And it's
And
isn't it the bishop?
well,
somewhat
it is
there?
very much. reminiscent of that game that Yasser brought up a few shows earlier, that fantastic endgame that Fischer won against Taimanov.
Right.
This is not an automatic draw,
No,
despite
no,
it
no.
being 5 against 5 and only one minor piece left on the board.
Sure.
But Levon must have looked at this, and Levon
Obviously.
must feel that he knows exactly how to defend, like where to put his pawns and so on. We'll see how this works out. Let's briefly
Sure.
revisit our two knights, in which after knight e4, queen e6, the position that we discussed, of course, no repetitions, and the move b2, b3,
Wow.
which wouldn't occur to me, but appears to be the best engine move, which is unsurprising. And also the reply by Fabi, like I would have thought knight f4 looks
It's
very attractive,
automatic,
but,
yeah.
but Fabi very quickly plays g6, which is also the suggested reply. The queen goes back to e2. Once again,
Also confounding.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, I guess the point is, you know, we would like to put it on f3, but we're running into forks left,
This
right,
is
and
clear,
center.
yeah.
And queen d1 looks unwieldy, so you choose queen e2. I guess that would be the
Well,
the
it's
description.
funny, the lines that I'm familiar with involve queen d1, knight f4, bishop f1. I mean, it looks really crazy, but not usually with b3. Usually I have d3 on the board.
Yeah.
Or something. This looks terrible. This looks like great compensation.
Apparently, this is completely fine for white, and I've already misplayed it from black.
No
I think.
compensation, yes.
Yeah.
It looks like great compensation.
No, but actually, shockingly, I think we are much better off leaving it on d3 where it's in the way.
Okay.
So
Fair,
it seems
fair.
like we're winning a tempo with knight and f4. Often, I think we're actually losing a tempo because we're improving white's position by moving their most stupid piece
Looking
to a better square, which happens to be the starting square. You know, f5 followed by bishop g7, followed by castle short, and then we start
Let's go.
moving things down the board.
Got it.
This seems promising. Queen e2 played, f5, knight 4 c3, and this is the position on the board. And once again, I'm expecting bishop g7 because the king needs to be evacuated from the center, and also it supports e5, e4 wonderfully. Very strange position. I think if we, move this knight to any kind of a normal square, you pick black.
Elated.
You pick black in a heartbeat. But because it's still on a5, and because it's not participating in the game and could maybe even become a target of some tactics later in the piece, this is not so obvious to me how to assess this.
Shout out to Firouzja for
Yes.
telling us this is actually a game where Firouzja was on the black side against Nepo, of all people. And something about this position Firouzja found attractive. It was a game that was played online.
Mm-hmm.
Break this position down for me because I'm having a confounding time. I would not find this position attractive in any way.
With either
white.
color. With white.
With white.
No, with white, I think b3 is a very good indication of what we're trying to achieve. What we
What are we
want is
trying
to
to
play
achieve?
bishop b2, knight a3, and we're going this way.
Development. Well, we
Yes.
threw that out the door the moment we started playing Queen H5 and Queen E2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, this is a very strange position to discuss. Like the current.
Okay, that's very obvious.
Let's make some natural moves
Right.
onto the board. So we get here. The bishop now has the c4 square, and I mean, white is reasonably solid. White is one move away from actually solving perhaps the biggest problem he has
In the position,
which
yeah.
is securing the king, moving the king away from the center because center doesn't really feel particularly safe. So we get here, and from here, I think play can continue in any number of directions. I kind of like the
Let's
idea.
start with the
Yeah.
obvious knight takes C4. Yes.
I think the queen probably recaptures because if you recapture with the knight, you're also opening yourself up to bishop a6, which will be a very annoying pin.
unpleasant, yeah.
So I think we take with the queen, and the same idea actually presents itself as definitely as a playable move here. A5 with the idea of bishop a6. Also, considering the fact that white almost certainly castles queenside here, having
Useful.
a5, a4 in your
Useful.
back pocket might be useful.
Yeah.
White still castles because there's really not very much else you can do. And this is a mess. Like I don't know how else to describe it. This is just a mess. The immediate bishop a6 gives you a very good square on c5. I think this is the explanation for a somewhat mysterious move I at first couldn't really decipher at all because the engine suggests playing rook f7. I have a feeling this is to do. Let me make
With bishop f8.
a stupid waiting move. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're giving ourselves the move bishop f8 here.
Exactly.
Which could be extremely useful. And it's at least an immediate draw because taking on a5 will lose you this queen. It has no longer has any squares. It has to drop back to d4. And because of the threats along this diagonal, you probably don't have better than
Bishop
a repetition, but at least you definitely have this repetition now.
Right.
But clearly I'm helped by my magic screen. Fabi is playing quickly enough that... Another thing, mid-sentence, I'm interrupting myself there. Fabi lost a very, very painful game in this line.
Yeah.
What this does to a player who is as hardworking as Fabi, normally you double and triple check everything you know about this line, because this will feel like a chink in your armor, right? It feels like people might think, he doesn't quite know what he's doing there. I will be checking him again.
Right.
So I would expect Fabi to be more aware of what's going on here than he was prior to the game against Hikaru. And even in the game against Hikaru, I think there was just some kind of a brain glitch because he was playing very precisely up to a point. So I wouldn't really be all that shocked if Fabi not only plays everything up to, but also knows about Rook F7. Wouldn't rule it out.
Wow.
And
they are playing quickly.
They are playing super quickly.
Yeah.
And the position, I like Peter's explanation of what White's plan is, knight a3, castles, queenside. But for the time being, the White's position looks very clunky. I mean, again, I would be drawn to attacking the queen on e2 with knight f4.
Right.
Also maybe even going the other direction with knight to b4 just because I can.
With knight b4, you would be setting yourself up for that e4, and there's a knight c2. But I'm with you 100% when you're talking about the move knight f4, because you are provoking the queen back to f1. The real problem, though, is you think you're doing yourself this great big favor of eliminating this bishop and winning the two bishops. The problem is the bishop on d3 is the only really, really bad piece that White has. So spending time winning it, I'm not sure who's getting the better of that deal. That's the problem.
Yeah, I don't think we're taking on d3 pretty much ever. Our knight on f4 feels like a much more attacking piece. But I spent some time checking these things out.
Right.
After knight f4, it does go back to f1, and I was curious as to what happens after e5, e4 here. And this is very interesting. It's like White is playing this weird game of corners, where like you're trying to group everything into as compact a bunch of pieces as possible.
Right.
But shockingly, White will still get to play knight a3. White will still get to play long castles. And the engine suggests we've actually moved our pieces away from the squares they need to be. Jovanka's suggestion of knight b4 is actually much more interesting, because you're creating a massive threat of e5, e4 here.
Exactly.
And if you go knight a3 here, you have not equalized anymore, because after queen takes e4, even queen takes e4 is very strong, but apparently even stronger is a quiet move queen e7, and now bishop a6 threatens to actually capture this queen.
Ouch.
So White has to spend 2 tempi just to save it, and now we castle and we have a massive attack everywhere.
Right.
This is just bad for White. But after knight b4, you can make this quiet move f2, f3, which all of this is a bit shocking to me.
Yes.
Stopping e5, e4 is so important. Then we're investing a full tempo in just physically fighting against the pawn arriving on the e4 square.
You shall not pass.
And then once again, we want to play knight a3. We want to play knight a3, we want to castle long. And if black goes castles and rook d8, apart from castling long, which is still playable, Machine says, now that the knight is away, we can actually, something I really did not expect to happen in any variation. Yeah,
right.
White can go this direction. We haven't really completely ruled it out yet. And then knight c4 becomes a threat, and we no longer need to worry about our king being vulnerable on the queen side. So both knight f4 and knight b4 are playable, but it seems like they're not the best moves. And also something that I wanted to point out, why aren't we playing e5, e4 immediately? For a very specific reason. Knight takes d5, g7 is hanging, and there's also this massive threak. You know, fork has 4 tines, this has 3 tines, so it's a threak.
We called it a family fork.
But I like threak.
Threak?
Yeah, and then took, and wonk, obviously.
By the way, that move, castle short, is disrespectful on every level. I just thought I'd get that one in there while I could. And we do have castles by Fabi, knight a3 on the board. Again, inviting all of whatever it is you like. Knight b4, knight f4, inviting those moves for black.
Okay.
Castles, knight a3 on the board. And what I really wanted to point out was the clock times. Alireza, 1 hour, 32 minutes. He's gained 2 hours 2 hours. He's gained 2 hours. He's gained 2 minutes and 45 seconds from the starting time control. Yeah, I mean, he's put his free day to use.
He certainly has. And one thing I really like about Alireza's style is that he's had the most complex, dynamic games out of everyone so far.
Truly, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of them, you know, they've been absolutely wild. Yeah, he was riding his luck against Richard Rapport.
Yes.
He escaped that one.
Sure.
And against Dominguez, that was incredibly wild as well, from a quite innocuous position. And here we see him in action. And
For me, that rapid chess game against Wesley So, where he sacrificed his queen with queen takes f5 for 2 minor pieces, some pawns, and Wesley's king was racing up the board. That was the game, the rapid and blitz game at the tournament there. As
Certainly.
this young man, I mean, if he were to miss, that's what I wanted to harp on for just a second, is we showed that graphic of their ratings being tied. Literally 1 point between him and Wesley, and just a few points, rating points, between those 2 players, Wesley, Firouzja, and Anish. And let's face it, I mean, to my mind, I've defined my career by the number of times I got to the candidates. I made it twice. And it's a career-defining moment when you make it to the candidates. And 1 rating, I mean, that's rough.
Well, so far, 1 rating point so far. Anything
It
can
separates
change.
them, yeah.
4 games remaining.
Exactly.
But, absolutely. The
And
power's in their
especially when you
hands.
see 27-56. I mean, come on. I mean, 27, that's a lot of rating points.
Yeah.
And then 1 rating point could be the determinant factor,
It's
Peter?
incredibly close at the top, but
Yeah.
moving our focus
Back.
away from Alireza a little bit, this is very, very interesting to me. This is a game between Anish, Giri, and Leinier Dominguez, and this is a game, I don't believe I've seen Anish do this maybe ever.
Right.
And this game really indicates to me that Anish took a really hard look at what's going on in the tournament, and he realized with Alireza losing, he actually has a decent shot. If he wins 2 games in the last 4, he probably just gets in because of how close the field is. If he wins 1 and everybody else draws, he leapfrogs Wesley and gets the rating spot, doesn't have to worry about the circuit anymore.
Right.
And this is, Anish is unbelievably well booked up. And what he's doing here is he's playing this kind of I don't even know what to call it. It's not exactly a close Sicilian. It's a, you know, I will give you mate on the kingside opening.
Right.
A very long
It's
name.
very similar to a Grand Prix, right?
Yeah.
Similar to a Grand Prix, but the bishop is on G2, not on C4.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's
Right.
it's a spiritual, you know,
a
descendant
reverse
maybe, or relative of all of these things.
Right.
So he goes D3 here, and then he just goes in F4, D6, knight H3, which is actually something that they do quite a lot these days, because this knight drops back to F2. You can maybe bring the other one to F3, solving the problem of what to do with the knight on D1.
Yeah, right.
So knight H3, Leinier goes H5, knight F2.
Oh, by the way, H5 is the novelty.
But I would assume this is already an incredibly rare position, up to knight H3.
Sure.
I wouldn't expect this to be particularly well-traveled.
It's not well traveled, but there are some names here playing this. I saw Richard. I think I might have seen Richard Rapport, maybe not with the knight on H3, but his name was there. And then I see other names like Fedorov. Actually, he's played a few times. Movsisian.
Yeah,
So there are 3
but
grandmasters.
those names I would associate with this, because I've played for the same club with Sergei Movsisian for years and years, and he just likes quirky, unusual positions.
Right.
Whereas Anish just beats you in mainline openings because he knows them better than you do.
Right.
So for him to go here is really quite striking. H5 is a very clever move here, because we're threatening bishop G4, and White doesn't really want to be having to play queen D2, so
Right.
knight F2 very logical. I expected Leinier to start with knight F6, because even knight G4 here will be a bit of an annoying threat, because you don't quite know what to do with it. Perhaps we provoke H3 and then we play E5. But starting with E5 is also very, very logical, just immediately fighting for central control. Now I guess this knight gets developed to C3, because we were given a target in the center. The black knight probably gets developed to E7 now.
Right.
Bishop could go to e6, queen d7. This is very, very interesting and very
Is h4 ever an idea? I mean,
Absolutely.
that was certainly tried against me at club level.
I think we're not that unhappy about g4 in this particular structure. Yes, we're giving, for the time being, black has a very decent square on e5, but we don't have to care about that too deeply. Although, I mean, it's certainly playable for black, because shifting black away from these the dark squares, in particular now that knight is on f3 and not on f2 and not on f3, is not going to be easy. But we have a very stable structure. We can support it with h2, h3, so that nothing hangs. We have potential of playing knight d5, c3, d4 in some very happy future if we achieve that. I'm not sure if we ever do, but we can.
On a good day.
Yeah, we can look forward to that. So h4 is a move. You can also just keep the tension for the time. You know, you can play bishop b6. You can perhaps keep the options for the knight on g8 in reserve, because this could still be a useful option. Although I do feel like it probably belongs on e7 now.
Yeah.
But returning to my original point, this is Anish saying, I absolutely need to win a game.
Right.
I do not want to compete with Leinier in
mainline.
In who knows, some kind of a mainline Spanish, for instance.
Right.
I want to play a very, very fresh position in which, once again, knowing the kind of a chess player Leinier is, he will start thinking on move 3, actually on move 1, as we found out.
Yeah.
And already Anish has a 20-minute advantage on the clock, which is only bound to get bigger.
Even increase, yeah.
Yeah, knowing how Leinier approaches chess.
By the way,
So-
knight c3 was
knight c3
was his choice.
And just going back to the chess, I have one basic question. Where is white going to put the king?
I think even kingside is not out of the question. I don't think h4, g4, unless you can immediately follow it up with h3. That would be annoying. But as long as we're controlling the h3 square, and also we don't need to decide for now. I think there is still some time for us before we need to decide. We can go bishop b3, we can go queen d2, keeping both options somewhat open. But I still feel like it's probably kingside. We shall see.
From the barbaric Northwest, we had Grandmaster Duncan Settles, who loved playing these setups with f4, knight h3, knight f2. So I have seen these systems a lot. And oftentimes white does play this very early knight d5, the idea being trade on d5, and I get the e4 square.
Yeah.
And
So
some good things. Yeah.
Let's demonstrate. So
Yeah,
if something like
exactly.
this happens, the white now has a very pleasant square to look forward
Exactly, exactly. And usually, to your question, castles short is normally where the white king, at least I've seen, head. I just want to say at the very, very start, I'm reminded, I was speaking with Grandmaster Michael Steen. Michael was the second for Victor Korchnoi in the Baguio City match, 1978, the World Championship match between Korchnoi and Karpov. And for, I don't know, 20 games, Korchnoi had been beating his head on all of the established opening theory, and they were shattered. Nothing was working against Anatoly Karpov. So Michael just said to him at breakfast, Victor, play G3. I mean, just play chess. Just play G3 and play chess. And Victor crushed him. With just, get out of the, stop, having all of these mainline.
Yeah, it's very often a very good advice. Yeah.
Play chess.
Get out of your own way.
Yeah. Too much mind.
Yeah, exactly.
As we might say. G2, G3 on the board, and away they have gone. And again, Anish, Giri, very, very much in the candidates race for the rating spot. Jovi, where would you like to take us?
Nice combative game. And let's go back to Wesley's game.
And the fight for first.
And
as
the
they
fight
are,
for first, and look at
they're
that.
in this ending of knight versus bishop, and Wesley looking around here. I'm assuming he's going to play bishop d3 to e4.
Yeah, you can start with bishop c4, but we'll get back to that one. Yeah, well, you can go bishop d3, e4. You can also start with this, sort of lure it to d3 and go bishop d3, and then a very cute little tactic here. If black plays h6, we have this move g2, g4, moving it away from an attacked square, and then picking up the pawn next, because this actually doesn't result in a queen, and we'll probably lose.
Right.
But yeah, bishop d3 is probably more natural. Not really having to worry about all of these things is probably pretty useful. Just
Exactly.
bishop d3, bishop e4, take on f4 next move. I'm a bit surprised by knight d5.
Yeah.
I thought there were cleaner ways.
right?
Okay.
We were looking at King E7 and King F6. We had prepared a graphic, Jovi, for our show. Thanks to Ben. He had said, who plays well, who's the best player after a rest day?
Yeah, because the rest
And who's
days are
the worst
very
player?
the rest days are very important because yes, they're time for recuperating.
And
They
here
can
it
also
is.
put a player out of their rhythm. And well, thanks to Ben Underwood, we can actually take a look and we can see that Wesley So doesn't play
Nepo
well.
doesn't do that great. So here we go.
And Fabiano has the highest positive jump in tournament performance after the rest day.
Sounds good.
And Aronian and MVL show increases of performance, so whatever they're doing, it's working. But for Wesley So, well, he perhaps needs to shake things up because he seems to perform significantly worse in later rounds. A question of stamina, methinks. Nepo and Giri perform worse in later rounds as well.
Sight unseen, we haven't done the statistics on your career, Jovi, but if you were to answer yourself, following a rest day, do you come full of vim and vigor and you score better?
I do come full of like vigor.
That's the way I felt about Mike,
but the results say otherwise.
No, you've checked your own stats?
No, I don't. Well, actually, I've just had personal experience. So I was just now competing in the European Team Championship, had a reasonable score. After the rest day, 2 losses in a row. It's like, oh, come on.
What the hey? How about yourself, Peter? Jump in on that one as well.
Yeah, for me, I'm generally a kind of an anxious starter. I need to play myself into the tournament, and then the rest day, but the day after the rest day feels like a second round one for me. Like I've never really, and I often need them, and it feels like in a particularly hard tournament, like you absolutely feel exhausted. You feel like you need to recharge, but then you sit down at the board and it's like you haven't played the previous 5. It's like you once again have to remember how the pieces move. So I don't know whether the stats will bear this out, but
rest days aren't particularly
the feeling is very kind of double-edged because
Right.
very often you feel like, please, I need one day to be away from the board, but then the return is fraught with additional danger. So yeah, I don't know.
And anxiety.
And also there's mind games at play, right? Because yeah, you have a day to rest, but your opponent has a day to rest or
And
prepare. Exactly.
I was always of that persuasion where I always thought my preparation was, well, not good. And my opponent, boy, I was fearful that they had reinvented the automobile by the time we got to the board. How about yourselves? Did you feel that your opponents were using the rest day better than yourselves?
Well, actually, the last time my rest day in the European Team Championship, I thought was very well spent. You know, I went to Stefan,
Brilliant.
which was the scene
Beautiful.
of the iconic Fischer against Spassky 1992 match. I actually stood on the balcony above the restaurant where they played, and I was like,
This
feel
is it,
the
osmosis.
vibes. I mean,
It's
this is
all
all the
coming back.
preparation I need. And then I went and
Clank, clank.
yeah.
You, Peter, did you ever feel that, were you worried that your opponent's preparation was going to out-prepare you somehow during the rest day? Or
I stopped worrying about that a long time ago. I know that in most tournaments I play and I will be the least prepared player in the field. So I don't need to invest any more mental energy into worrying about these things. I've accepted my fate.
Right. For me, it was pretty much that I was the most ill-prepared, and I remember very vividly going to a World Team Championship where we had a coach, Ben Feingold, and this was great. So Ben would come to my room about 10 in the morning, and we'd prepare all the games, and the crazy part is we never got the prep. We never got the prep I wanted. But Ben instilled upon me this feeling of confidence. I went to the game with an idea I didn't get to show, but because I had that confidence, it was awesome. I kind of like was surfing this wave of confidence, and I think that's very important for chess players, that they do have this feeling that, you know, it's going to go well.
You know, I saw an interesting tweet by a grandmaster, I can't quite recall who it was, who said that there's two sins in chess, overconfidence and underconfidence. And this is, of the two, it's always much, much better to be overconfident.
That was me. The moment I had equalized, I thought I was better. We have C2, C4 by Wesley. So what's going on, Peter?
This is very interesting because this is a very direct approach. Night before we will just play 3 and there are no good jumps forward, so you have to go back and then you lose the f4 pawn. And white is better. White is better.
We've improved everything.
So the natural move here is the strongest. You play bishop knight e3, sorry.
Attacking the
and
bishop.
then the interesting part for me was, and something that I intuitively felt might be the problem with the move c4, although I didn't expect it to be borne out the way it appears to be borne out. After bishop e2, the engine, among other things, suggests that you don't have to play g3 or g4 now because your pawn is hanging.
Clear.
And now, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be true with the pawn on c2. But with the pawn on c4,
What?
it now says we can go for this position. Because you will have to deal with the pawn on h2. You cannot pick it up with the bishop. Eventually, this needs to happen.
Right.
And you've given me a hook on c4 to immediately play against.
Wow.
And this apparently holds very, very comfortably for black now, because there's just going to be enough time for the king to go and start attacking this group of pawns. In fact, the king doesn't even go in that direction.
Whoa. Just a second. Time out. If I could challenge the engine here. King d4.
Yeah, king d4, it goes b6.
Yeah, bishop h1. You keep going.
Waiting.
I want you to, and bishop g2. You go ahead and make.
Well, I think we are going c5, king e5.
Yeah, king e3.
Okay, king e5.
Yeah, bishop h1. I wanted you to put all your pawns on h3 and f4, but doesn't your king just get...
And now we shuffle here, because you can't go in this direction, because I will start entering. And if you play king g3, I'm not going to go to g4. I'm going to stand here and say, please show me a plan of some...
Okay, so go ahead and play bishop g2, king e5, bishop f3, king e5, bishop e4.
Can you wait on f3?
Yes, exactly.
I would like to wait on f3 with the bishop, just because then at least you block out the king coming to g4 ever.
Okay, so no, in this position, yes, and I want you to play, so you have to play h5. It almost looks like a study, right? So we do it all again, and then you go h5. You go king.
Hang on a second, let me... Okay.
You know what I'm trying to do is get you into a zugzwang. Tom, our producer's favorite chess phrase. I get it. When I play bishop e4, my bishop's in the way of the king. You go king f6.
Yeah, we can drop back. I'm pretty sure we have enough squares yet. And what Yasser is talking about here is that this is not actually a zugzwang. What Yasser is trying to achieve is get his king to e4, but I can very safely go king f6 here and then return to the good squares.
Exactly.
So this is a mechanism. The fact that this is allowed, I think, makes black's life a lot easier. And I think probably the same thing will apply to bishop d3. If you play bishop d3, I'll play h6. And although with the king's back on f8, I'm less sure that this works. Let's see if it completely bottoms out here.
King e6.
Yeah, we kind of need to play king d6 already in this position. Yeah, it's
wow.
There's a big difference. I don't quite understand why it's so big. Because the pawn gets to c5 and the pawns get fixed on. You really want them on b6 and c5 for black. You don't want them on light squares. And this appears to be completely lost now. Yeah, the evaluation just says, here you're actually dead, because eventually white will start generating threats. So there's a massive...
That one nuance.
Yeah, massive difference.
But actually, it looked like it was like a sophisticated idea that maybe white can also use in other positions as well.
Wow. Okay, we just went from the opening to the ending and the night ending. I mean, it was a big dive. Bottom line?
I still feel this should be a draw, but as you can see, it's quite tricky, because if you can't rely on the same tactic, after g3 here, but now you have knight d1. This is the reason it was playing bishop e2, because now after, let's say, h5, you still have to invest in one more move at least
b3
to prepare g3. And if b3, I think we can go back to. Okay, now apparently I lost to bishop e4. And king takes f4. Just straight up lost, because I played h5. I think the problem here is I played h5 and this is now a weakness.
Wow.
And this is apparently not quick enough. Yeah, because white just goes a2, a4. All the pawn endings are pretty much lost because of the
Which we
the
discussed.
weaknesses.
And the knight's on a bad circuit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the knight is really not well positioned at all. Now this is very intricate, and I'm a little bit worried about Levon thinking, because I just want to go back to this idea that if you enter this endgame, and Levon was clearly aiming for it,
Yeah.
everything up to rook c7 included
Right.
was blitzed out. He was above 130 on the clock.
Right.
If you go into this endgame, and then you start thinking after c4, this is a very losable endgame.
Do you know something? This reminds me of the law. When I studied law, one of the things that they said about the weakness of lawyers is that they're very bothered by inconsistency. And it's inconsistent what Levon has done, right?
Yeah, he's played so quickly to this moment,
blitz,
yeah.
and now he's taking his time.
Right.
It's like, no. Keep
right.
on blitzing.
Yeah, right? Yeah. There's something similar. I prepared Victor Korchnoi in a very, very, very deep variation of the Queen's Gambit. Took over Makadana Bondarevsky system, TMB, as we call it. And it was like 20 moves of analysis. He blitzed to move 18 and stopped. It's like, no, Victor, keep going, keep going, keep going. And he got sidetracked. You mentioned, I was saying coming in on the show, because we are our two co-leaders at +1 are competing against each other, and what a huge game this could be for Wesley, a kind of a
Absolutely.
career game for the candidates
It's
for the
ratings.
Sinquefield Cup.
Yeah.
I mean, he would go +2 if he were to win this game. And just because of the bishop versus knight ending, you have to be careful with the knight.
And
Things can happen.
This is another thing that I always try to avoid in my own opening preparation, such as it is I felt I should do one of the two things. You either play aiming to get positions that you will like,
Right.
or you should be aiming to make an actual draw. What you shouldn't be getting is an endgame you feel you will draw, but don't know exactly how. Because I mean, Levon is better than me at defending, but still, I don't think it's a particularly comfortable thing to be working out over the board. Because you play this endgame with black, you know you will not be presented with a single chance to play for a win. There's no fun to be had here. So for me, if I'm aiming for this, I will actually spend quite a bit of time at home working out exactly how the pieces should be positioned, working out all the kind of intricacies, like what I can allow, what I can't allow, which,
Right.
For instance, like, will this piece sacrifice work? In which
Right.
cases it will, in which cases it won't.
Right.
And him starting to think, and going knight c7, by the way.
Is that what he did?
Yeah, he thought for quite some time and went knight c7. And now the engine says bishop d3, h6, bishop f5, massive advantage for white. Once again, it might be the kind of a +1 that is not actually winning, it's just very enjoyable. But it is going to be
enjoyable.
It is going to be very enjoyable for white.
Right.
Very important move, bishop f5. They're completely denying
to
all kinds of good
dominate
squares.
the knight.
Yeah.
You know something, we've seen this quite often at the Sinquefield Cup, that people have been racing through their preparation, then they pause, they get into trouble.
Not a good sign for Levon's fans. Let's just continue, because I
We've
think there was a couple of
neglected-
games that
we
actually
neglected one game
Please,
between
which one?
Richard Rapport and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So
And guess what? They have really been zipping themselves. Okay, we have a Sicilian, or an attempt at a Sicilian. We've been lapping with bishop e2.
Bishop e2, but we have to show the big trick.
Yeah.
This was taught in all the English chess circles here.
Well, seriously, I mean, I believe I've made every mistake possible in chess at least once. I usually try to do it twice, just to be sure it was a mistake the first time. And I think I've fallen for this particular one about 12 times in my career. I mean, it never
hidden,
gets
isn't it?
old. It never gets old, the old check. And I think it was you versus Gary Kasparov in one of the Tilburg tournaments where
That was the inspiration.
offered Gary a pawn. He didn't take it.
No, he didn't take it. He took it later.
You're right.
That was a very kind of a late decision to go for this, and it produced a kind of a famous in narrow circles quote after the game, Gary said, if we start looking at C3 Sicilians, we'll never get anything done. and that was sort of exactly the point, because I felt that, competing with Gary's knowledge in the Najdorf, and I actually played some Najdorfs against him in my life, but that day I didn't really feel like it. And very close to the game, I found this obscure game. I think Jean-Marc de Greve, with white, played this pawn sacrifice. And Gary played knight b7, which I still think is a very good move here, specifically aiming to provoke d2, d3 early. Now the pawn is, of course, hanging. It needs to be protected. And then you play b6 before g6, just to seemingly completely stop d3, d4. Castles, and you play g6. And if black gets to play bishop g7, castles, I honestly start preferring black in these types of positions. But my idea for that game was this pawn sacrifice with d3, d4, and yeah, it still brings a smile to my face. That game.
It was a nice victory. Peter,
that was a very pleasant day.
Yeah.
Beating somebody I idolized my entire life in our first tournament game. That was a good day.
What has happened instead, though?
Yeah, g6 bishop g7 is a very, very logical approach here, but it's forever been considered to be slightly inferior compared maybe to some other things, specifically because of bishop b5 check. And this is a kind of a strange line. You've spent a tempo on bishop b2, and now you're giving this check in 2 moves.
Right.
But the point is, you will get to play rook e1 and d4, or even the immediate d4 in 1 tempo, as in the game. For instance, after bishop d7, we're going to take. And even because of how annoying these types of positions are, although the engine doesn't say it's annoying, but it feels like, in human terms, this big center does something. So people have even started doing this, just to kind of immediately sidestep it, develop the knight to c6, and have more play against the white center. And if knight c6, which is what MVL played, you get to play d4 in 1 tempo, because now this pin is really going to cost you a piece. And MVL castles d5, knight a5, and he's playing quickly enough. He's only just started thinking, basically, that this is something that he at some point clearly thought about and figured out that this is the approach that he wants to take. Rook e1 looks very logical. The pawn is, after all, hanging. e7, e6 is, I think, logical here, but he prefers to start with bishop d7.
I think it's very instructive, actually, how Maxime handles this position, because if you give Richard one move, then white is going to go a2, a4, clamp down on any counterplay on the queen side, and then just enjoy the space advantage that the pawn on d5 gives him.
Bishop f1, and by the way, MVL, my pick for the tournament with a 50% score, all draws, still only trails by half a point.
Yeah.
I mean, if he could get a win or two.
Well, to be honest, it's so close that if anyone notches up some wins, then they're going to be right there. It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Ooh, deep thoughts. Continue the...
So after bishop d7, I think it's logical not to trade on d7, because trading, I think, makes black's life after both knight d7 and queen d7 easier. So bishop f1, and MVL immediately goes b7, b5, stopping, Jovanka correctly said, a4 is a threat. Even c4, giving this knight a very, very comfortable square on c3 is, I think, a good idea.
But I always thought that knight on a5 was misplaced, and the idea behind b5, as we see in a lot of Spanishes, is to give it squares, whether it be knight c4 or, just as you pointed out, c5, c4. Now, again, if I'm in white shoes, and I'm thinking to myself, if I were black and black plays e5, looks like he has a perfectly acceptable roue.
Yeah.
So I play e5.
I think e5 is very logical. You could also wait on it a little bit, because I'm not sure. Let's say if we go h3, I don't think you're currently threatening e5, because after d takes e6, you will find yourself having to choose which one to blunder. You know, you
the b5 pawn or the d6.
Yeah, you will either blunder that or the, yeah. So e5 is not that prepared yet. We can also include bishop f4,
which is the ideal square for the bishop.
I don't know, something like this, perhaps knight bg2 to follow, and eventually. But e4, e5 is a very, very thematic break in all of these structures, of course.
Which Richard has played.
And Richard decided, why prepare it if we can play it already?
Okay, and what's the result going to be after, I guess, a capture or trade in the center?
I also assume d5 is more or less forced, but you can actually, if you want a really sharp position, you can play knight g4 here. Because I think this is just an improvement for black. I would be very happy about the e-pawns coming off the board. This now feels like a more open diagonal for this bishop. b5, b4 becomes a topic. Right. You also have the e-file, like I want to play queen b6, perhaps play rook e8, fight for the e-file. Seems like a very, very playable position for black. So the question becomes, how do all of these lines work? And I don't really have a good answer, because after f takes e6, you probably want to throw in h3, because d6, bishop c6, you've given black seemingly quite a lot of play against your king side.
This feels like initiative black.
So you probably play h3, it drops back, you go d6, bishop c6, and for instance, there are these ideas now that there is this very unpleasant pawn right in the heart of black's position. You can land your knight on f7 and ask black, how do you like dealing with that particular piece?
Feels like a wedgie.
Yeah,
that,
so black,
pawn on e6.
very understandably, the engine suggests going knight b7, I think with a very specific threat of something like queen c7 or queen c8. Let's say we make a move, yeah, and the queen goes here, and then we want to play knight d8. And with the knight on g8, we can start chasing the knight away from g5. Right. But these are very, very sharp. As for g5, knight e5, this feels playable for black, because once again, apart from this very nice looking knight on e5, everything else is back.
Right, on the first rank.
Yeah. You would like to play, once again, you would like to play probably c4, knight b7, knight c5, or bishop d7, f5 is a useful move. But you have to worry about the pawn on b5. So let's say we go a7, a6, preparing bishop f5. Seems fine, to be honest. It doesn't seem like this should be a massive problem, because the pawn on d5 is actually quite vulnerable. If we make a waiting move, it already can only be defended after bishop f5 by tactical means, and I'm not even sure if tactical means are particularly good for white. So white needs to be more precise. Maybe even the move like c3, c4 here is required. But then we get to a kind of a position like this, which feels like a pretty decent Benko to me. The a-pawn is still on the board.
Right,
and,
first of all.
I mean, white is also completely fine. It's not like white has done much wrong, but this shouldn't be too bad.
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of pushing that pawn to e5.
Me
I
either.
would much
The more
rather
I'm looking
have
at it,
developed my pieces, gone h3, let the tension brew.
I liked your bishop f4 as well. I always thought in this particular position, with the move e4, e5, what am I doing? At its most basic, I'm opening up the position. Excellent. Pat myself on the back. I'm opening up the position. Opening up the position for the side who's best developed. In this position, Maxime obviously is much better developed. I mean, all of white's pieces seem to be on the first rank. So a move like e5, opening up the position, might simply boomerang. And I love that variation that Peter was mentioning, knight g4, fe. If I'm black, I'm embracing this position with both arms. I'm thinking to myself, black's bishops look good. The knight on a5 is temporarily offside. But what I've just done, wait a minute, just a, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Rook takes.
Rook f3. So I have to include h3, as Peter was mentioning, in order to drive back the knight. Now here, there was actually a moment I even considered knight e5. Peter looked at knight f6, takes, bishop here. And knight g5, I have to tell you, I feel like I've gone wrong. It just feels like, you know, white is attacking with the knight on g5 and nothing else. Okay, maybe h7, h6 is a little bit awkward for black to get in, but it just feels like I've helped my opponent, and so I would avoid this
I'm wondering
for Richie.
whether after moves like knight g5, maybe white shouldn't get tempted by the foray with the pawn e6 and instead just try to maintain the tension a little bit more by going bishop f4. That's what I would be doing.
Okay, bishop f4.
Because, I mean,
fair.
if you can trade off some minor pieces, then at least you're going to have a great rook on e5 and you've got a target on e7.
Exactly, so bishop
and
f4.
I got some thumbs up there and a smile from our grandmaster. So.
Absolutely. No, bishop f4 feels like a much better choice, just developing. If you don't mind, I'll just take a pause and... how do they match up, these two?
Let's check out the standings.
Games between
Sorry, not
them?
the standings,
so.
but head-to-head. And, well, once again, this is
MVL.
somewhat surprising. MVL with the lead with 1 point to Richard and 4 victories for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. 8 draws, though.
Yeah, that's a lot of draws. Could we go back to the Alireza Fabi game? Because I'm more than curious as to how Fabi handled this approach.
We got to the position we were discussing after
Bishop c4.
Bishop c4, the trade happened, And instead of our somewhat computerish a5 rook f7 sequence, which I quite liked, but once again, we're conditioned now to like what the machine tells us. Fabi did something quite human. He went rook b8, rook b4. The queen will now drop back to e2. I don't really see any reason to put it on f1, and queen c5, bishop d4 is not great. So it goes back to e2, I'm pretty sure, and now you have to figure out how you're going to generate counterplay. You pretty much always, I think, play a7, a5, which just makes a lot of sense because you do want to be at least hinting at a5, a4 in all of these positions. And somewhat interestingly to me, the engine suggests that basically the setup for black is very difficult to challenge. There are no, I would be looking at moves like f3 or, I mean, I can't play d3, but my idea here with white would be I need to
break,
to dig,
d4,
to dig, like this is a chain I would very much like to start dismantling brick by brick.
Right.
Whereas the engine says, no, it's much more important to get pieces off the board while also improving the black structure, because this is obviously even more harmonious with the pawns potentially streaming down the board. It goes d3 here, which is maybe a partial explanation for it. And the position remains very, very sharp, and I think you need to play very precisely here with black, because yes, this looks beautiful,
but it's a pawn.
But it's a pawn, and a lot of pieces have already come off the board. This is not really a middle game by any stretch. So if you imagine white getting to play, I don't know, king b1, rook h1, the queen probably belongs on dark squares here, so queen d2, c3. You will at some point run out of active things to do, and you will start struggling. But for the time being, apparently queen e5, with the intention of meeting king b1 with bishop e6, and then maybe a5, a4 starts coming in. This still gives black just enough. Right this moment, this appears to be enough. But after queen d2, you either have to allow d3, d4, which stops your counterplay but also really secures your structure, or you can go in for really, really sharp lines starting from here, which, to my eyes, I mean, it currently says it's a completely drawn, very dry.
Well,
obvious draw.
No, I wouldn't say that.
I mean, but black has compensation.
Black has won the pawn back.
He's won the pawn,
Equal material. Equal material. D4 strictly the only move. Everything else loses. Queen c7 check. You have to play king g8. But this is massively sharp because you have moves like queen c6 attacking the entire king side, and then follow it up with h4, h5. And this king is not safe either. So this is a very, very messy position that will be very difficult to assess in practical terms if you don't have access to engines, which they obviously don't. No, this is a fabulous game to watch, because I have a feeling they might both be on their own now. The position is very fresh. You don't really have very many templates in your head as to how to play setups like this. This is a kind of a Martian landscape. You don't get these structures very often. So this is a very exciting game for us to be in the front row seats for.
And it's very clear cut. One side is attacking, the other side defending. I mean, who does this psychologically favor?
Well, I mean, from Alireza's perspective, he's got a pawn in the pocket. If he's going to suffer an attack, if he's going to be on the back foot, on the defensive, he's got to have something to look forward to. And an extra pawn in the endgame, as we know, that could be enough to win it. I'm just thinking once again of the position after queen e2 and knight takes d5, because in a certain way, we're just trained, Peter, not to play moves like knight takes d5 and support our opponent's pawn structure.
Your two instincts are very much fighting against each other here, because you are under some pressure. Your king is not entirely safe. So removing some pieces off the board is very much something that they tell you is
good idea.
Is good. You strive for it.
Right.
But improving the structure so dramatically for your opponent is going to be a bit of a challenge, I think.
Right.
And on Jovanka's question, I wanted to say, and I've been kind of returning to this over and over again when I talk about chess, because something that Magnus kind of mentioned offhand in one of the interviews after the match against Fabi in New York kind of stuck with me, because I'm sure I maybe understood it on some incomplete level, but he just put it so cleanly. In that match, as you remember, they were playing the Sicilian with Fabi on the white side, where Fabi would play 95 against the Sveshnikov. Since there's a pause in action, this will be better, I think, with a demonstration. they were playing this structure constantly. It became a very focal point of their match.
A tabia, yeah.
Yeah, where by move 12-ish, in particular in the 97 lines, not 98 leads to calmer positions, but in particular in the 97 lines, they were playing this really weird positions where black would castle short, and actually it belonged in IB8 as well. But the point here is, when white wins here, white wins by winning something on the queen side, like perhaps winning a pawn somewhere, and,
how nice.
And or let's say in these positions, yeah, like if you discuss the other structure, they were also discussing quite
B4,
quite
something,
yeah. And now like some position like this. Obviously, I'm mixing up the board. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
So what white is trying to achieve here is positional advantages on the queen side.
Right.
Whereas what black is trying to achieve when this happens and this happens
Is mate.
is mate. And he said he found that this imbalance is actually a lot more important than people give it credit for, because it's just a lot more comfortable to be playing for the end of the game. Like your threats are sort of higher in the pecking order than white's threats.
Right.
And I thought about it for a while. I thought, yeah, that makes perfect sense to me, because you just feel like you're doing more. You feel like you're creating a lot more pressure on your opponent. Eventually, both things win. Like white's,
you will dominate me positionally.
Yeah, white's endgame also wins if it succeeds.
Right.
But it doesn't feel as visceral. It doesn't feel as immediate as this idea that if I do something wrong on the king side now, I will just get mated in 10 moves.
Right.
And I think very similar things can be said about this position.
Right.
Where, honestly, I think it's more comfortable to play with black. Right. For the exact same reasons, because we're trying to do something against the white king. Our ideas are pretty direct, and it is white who needs to work out how to maneuver against it.
Avoiding checkmate, very, very important, Jovi,
No
as we
one
get
is
ready
immune
for
to checkmate.
our break. First, tell us our current standings before we go on.
Yes, and you
Here we
can see at the top of the table is Wesley with 3 points out of 5, but in second place is Levon Aronian with 2.5 points out of 4.
Right.
The game imbalance is because of Jan-Krzysztof Duda's withdrawal in round 2.
Exactly.
And everything to play for.
Yeah, and a lot of story lines here with the ratings and the candidate seats up for grabs. As we go on break, we're going to check in with our friends at QBoutiqueSTL.com, and we have today the Sinquefield Cup jacket. This year's Sinquefield Cup jacket can keep you warm for years to come. I love this jacket, by the way. It's really, really nice. With this amazingly comfortable jacket, it features an embroidered 2023 Sinquefield Cup logo on the left breast, the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the back of the neck, and the 2023 Grand Chess Tour logo on the right sleeve. The jacket is in stock in both men's and women's styles. Please do check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for all your chess shopping needs, and it's unbelievable. We are having a holiday sale discount, Jody.
Absolutely. You can check out the store in person or do your shopping online. But QBoutiqueSTL.com is the place to be. And we are going to take a short break. And after the break, well, we are going to be joined by a special guest, Dr. Paula Knight, who will be joining us here in the studio. But earlier on, we asked the players, how did the Sinquefield Cup impact their chess careers? So have a look and enjoy this video.
What role has Sinquefield Cup played in your chess career?
Yeah, Sinquefield Cup is of course very known and very prestigious tournament. Yeah, and it's indeed my first time in classical chess. And when I was younger, it was definitely like the most valuable to play these strong guys and and to win some games, especially in Blitz and Rapid.
Well, it's one of the strongest tournaments in the world, so obviously it's always nice to be in the tournament. I played only a couple of times, but it's a place and a tournament where I tend to play well, so I always feel happy to be here again.
In 2013, it was the first time for me to come to the Midwest. Before, I've only been to California, and I didn't know really what to expect. I don't know, somehow we created such a relationship, I think, with the chess club from that first tournament that I felt like home here. Because here, really, I mean, the people working at the club and Rex and everybody involved in chess are so very friendly. I think this is the Midwest type of friendliness that I feel comfortable with.
My performance in the Sinquefield Cup history has always been up and down. I've been playing since 2015. You know, you're playing against the very best players in the world. It's a very, very tough, very strong tournament, and it's fun to play.
I think I played here for several times. Yeah, I know it's very challenging. Otherwise, yeah, it's just a tournament where you can face like arguably strongest opposition and one of the most challenging events every year. So normally I'm happy to come and play here.
Well, it's been a special tournament for me. I've won it twice. That was really quite breakthrough because I think it was the first super tournament I won. I've been playing here since 2014. I think I've only missed the first edition, which was only 4 players. The way we've been treated, it's also set a standard for elite chess tournaments in terms of how to treat the players and how to make a tournament great.
I have great memories here. You know, Sinquefield Cup is one of the fixtures in the chess calendar. I don't think I've won it yet, but I'll give it a shot this time. I'm looking forward to add St. Louis to my small list of fixtures.
When I started chess, it started here to be the first time, 2012 or 13. So I was following it since I started chess. Everybody was playing here and we were watching by internet, and it was really like motivational for me, and I always learned a lot from here. So.
Well, I think for me it's rather unique because the first event that I played in the United States after a long break because I grew up in New York. I was born in Florida, and I started my chess career in the United States in New York. And then I moved to Europe. So for many of my formative years, I was living and training in Europe and playing in Europe. And then my first event back, 2014, my first big event back was the Sinquefield Cup. So I hadn't come to the US for a long time. I hadn't played in the US for many, many years. And then I came to St. Louis, and I didn't really know much. I didn't know anything about the city. I didn't know much about the chess club. It was a chess event that was, at the time, the strongest in the world with Magnus, Levon. They were the first 2 players in the world. I didn't have so many expectations, but it ended up being my best event, my best performance I've ever had. And so, yeah, I have like a special kind of memory of the Sinquefield Cup. And since then, I've played every edition. So from 2014 onward, some events not as well, some events quite well, but I always have very good emotions being here.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokhorjanova. I will be creating content for Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and catch more behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Gina Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Brim Tokhirjanova. I will take you behind the scenes of the Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and don't miss out on players' interviews and more content from the playing hall.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinquefield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hello and welcome back to round 6 of the Sinquefield Cup. And as you can see, we have a very special guest in the studio, Dr. Paula Knight, who is the Superintendent of Schools in the Jennings School District. And you are a staunch advocate for the Scholastic Chess Initiative.
Oh, yes.
Yes, and tell us, how is the school year going? And tell us about your school district.
Yeah, so the school year is off to a really, really good start. So we're at that time of year where we are coasting into the holiday season. So, right, everyone has on their wings, we're coasting. But to start out this year, this was probably one of the smoothest starts that we had to this school year.
Right.
You know, I'm going into my third year as the superintendent, and oftentimes the research says third year for superintendents, you can kind of start seeing everything fall into place.
Okay.
And so, so we've had a really good year. Really good
How
year.
many kids are in the Jennings School District?
Approximately 2,500.
Wow.
2,500. Really, really super proud of the fact that, you know, we've expanded early childhood, so we're getting kids as early as 3 years old.
Okay.
And they are going to school, and they're in school all day, every single day. So, so we're growing. So just growing the district and just really getting out here and getting back on the map.
And in the school district, how many get exposure to the chess?
Oh my
curriculum?
goodness. The program has touched hundreds of kids. And that's the whole intent, right?
Right, of course.
That
That's what
is
it's
the
all
intent.
about.
And
as
then
we see.
starting early,
Right.
getting them in early, early exposure. And you don't have to be afraid of chess. And sometimes, you know, you hear people say, oh my gosh, when it comes to chess, I don't know how to play.
Right.
But when you expose children early and having a consistent plan of exposure
Right.
goes a long way.
Absolutely. As we see some of the B-roll there.
Yeah, you can see some of the children learning chess there. I mean, this is such a wonderful sight to see. But, well, recently a research study was completed in your district about how chess positively impacts your students. What were the key takeaways from the study?
The key takeaways, two big takeaways. The first one was mathematics and the ability to solve problems. And so that's critical thinking, and that's what chess really, you know, instills within the player, you know, how to take your time and think. And within mathematics, when they take their assessment every year, there's a lot of word problems where they have to really think through the problem. And then the second is the discipline infractions. We've seen our discipline infractions go down. They've almost plummeted.
Right.
Because, you know, with chess, it also teaches kids how to regulate themselves, that self-regulation, and to take their time and to, you know, self-discipline. And those are the key takeaways. And kids are coming to school every day, right? So, you know, when we talk about coming to school, we talk about teaching and learning, they're in school, especially on the days they know they have chess.
Exactly.
And so it has, and so it has gone through the roof when we talk about our attendance. But it's been phenomenal.
Well, that's a very unexpected takeaway for me, actually, that it certainly impacted on the attendance rates.
Absolutely.
No, I always used chess as a treat. I raised in Seattle, Washington, and I went to Meany Middle School and Garfield High School, and I was actually a chess teacher at the Meany Middle School, and the kids came. And for me, one of the things that was really wonderful about chess and introducing chess to kids was it forced them to read. Because in chess, you have to write down your moves. And then, you know, I want to beat Jovi, so I'll go get a chess book, and I would read the chess book to try to get ahead and learn a trick or two that maybe she didn't know. So for me, chess was a real treat in the reading, writing era.
It's fascinating.
Areas.
I love it. I love it.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for
wait,
joining. Oh,
I
sorry, you have one more question,
I do
please.
have one more question.
You're not getting away, Dr. Knight. Not about it.
I'm here as long as you need me. This is what I love.
Because we do have the Strategy Across the Board Gala coming up on December the 2nd, which supports the Scholastic Chess Initiative. And what does it mean to have such a support for your students?
Yeah, so, you know, this is almost personal for me, right? Because when we're talking about children, Black children, who come from varying economic backgrounds, you know, it's important to always expose and to expose early. And with the gala, it shows that there is a continuation of support within our district, so much so that we're able to possibly look at expanding.
Right.
You know, I have really been a staunch proponent of girls in chess, Black girls in chess, boys, black boys. And so this gives us the opportunity, it tells me the community is behind school districts in ensuring that chess doesn't go anywhere. Chess is here to stay, right? And that we can have chess. It doesn't have to be after school. It's part of our instructional day, and we can continue that same pattern. And so with the gala, and seeing hundreds of people come out and support, it tells me that they are indeed supporting school districts to ensure that this, it's not an initiative. This is a fabric of what we do when we offer chess.
And there we have it on our screen that Saturday, December 2nd, here in the Central West End, we will be having that very special gala, and it's our big fundraising event for the schools, as you said.
Indeed.
Absolutely beautifully said there. Thank you very much, Dr. Knight, for joining us here in the studio and talking about how chess impacts in your scholastic district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. And here are our standings as we are in round 6. So these are the games that have been played after 5 rounds. Again, Wesley So has played more games than Levon Aronian. They're both standing at +1, and that is because Jan-Christoph Duda withdrew after round 2. So there you see that some players have played more games than others, and that's why Alireza with 2 points is listed at the bottom, because the people with 2 points who have played 4 games are listed above him. He's at -1. And here are today's pairings.
And there you can see it is a contest between the 2 players on +1, Wesley So and Levon Aronian. They are facing off and fighting it out in an endgame, and then we also have Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana. It's a very complicated position they have on the board for Richard Rapport and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Also a very complicated middle game, and Anish Giri faces off against Leinier Dominguez.
Thank you. And we see in the game of Alireza, knight takes d5 is just a very difficult move to
has
find.
not been played. And in fact, I've been, while I was listening to this interview, and it was a very interesting interview to me as well, and I have some thoughts on the whole chess in schools thing, but this is not why I'm here for. So I will shelve them for now. Spoiler alert, I think it's good and valuable and should be done more, but I'm not going to be a contrarian there. But I had one specific thing I wanted to ask Dr. Knight, but didn't have a chance. But all 4 boards actually had developments while we were sort of away on a break and then talking to Dr. Knight, which were quite striking. And here, Rook H1, I think it's just a bad move. It looks extremely natural and
useful.
I feel it's very harsh to criticize it, but it just doesn't work out on a tactical level. And one thing I will say, it's one of those strange moves where you brought a piece closer to the action, you brought a piece on a central square. It's very logical. I was talking about trying to dig something out. But it falls to a very, very specific thing. And Fabi actually, he's done sort of the right thing, but I suspect in the wrong order, which might give Alireza a way out. Fabi played a4 immediately. And instead of that, knight f4 was very, very strong. I just want to spend a moment here explaining.
Queen f1.
Well, yeah, and this is the point. Let's say we make a move after a5. I don't know what the pass is here, but even let's say rook hf1. My point was, if you go knight f4 here, I can and I will play queen e3, because you're not taking on g2, you're losing this knight. Having put the rook on e1, you're absolutely locking yourself in to playing queen f1, because this just costs you a whole bunch of material. And after queen f1, we can play a4. And now there are 2 problems here for white. One is very straightforward. If you play knight a4, rook takes a4, and there's a very beautiful shot there in the end. It's not queen takes a2, which is playable but not that great. But we take on b2, we give a check along the long diagonal. The king has to go to b1. And now bishop e6 is winning, but the most beautiful way to win this position is this move. Knight g3, and then bishop a6, followed by rook b8 check. And look at this group of people doing nothing to protect the king on b1. Very, very beautiful. And a very similar threat is also being developed here, because you would ask yourself, why can't I just shrew this knight away and then start collecting? A takes b3, obviously allowing b takes a2 is a bit meh. So you do this, and then you lose to knight d3 check.
Once again.
Demolition.
And you can do this to prolong the game, but you will not save this position. It's just a completely lost position.
It's not what you wanted.
So after a4 here, the way to go forward here would be something like d2, d4, trying desperately to close things down and also take the d3 square under control. But after a takes b, even queen e7, and then perhaps some line that the engine likes here is putting the queen on a7, attacking d4, and just having a very big attack. And also always bishop a6. This queen is really, really awkwardly placed.
Right.
But an even faster way to play this is to play c6, c5. Once again, with the intention of putting the bishop on a6 and then perhaps delivering the check on d3 and collapsing the white queen side. This would have been very, very dangerous for Alireza. Having played a4 instead, this is very strong and along the similar lines, but it does once again give white the same bailout. We can start removing pieces from the board and then playing something like d3. And yes, of course, black is happy to include a4 because you can remove some defenders from the white king. You can open the a file. Black is doing fine.
Yeah.
But Fabio was doing more than fine. Had he found this sequence of knight a4, knight f4 and a4, he would have been, I think, in the driver's seat completely. I think it would be difficult for Alireza to even maintain balance.
And I have a question. So a lot of the lines we saw white's position collapsing on account of knight f4 to go to knight to d3. What happens if you just stop the knight getting to f4 with g3? So after a4,
the current position.
In the current position.
With rook e1
with rook e1 included.
Rook e1, yeah. So a4, yeah. G3, I think is G3 is playable. Yeah, it's maybe not the best move, but it's very playable because you do need to stop this. I think it might be second best choice, but you're better off actually just taking some pieces off the board because here. Queen e7 is strong, and kind of weirdly the engine suggests after h6, h5 black is better, which I don't quite understand. I guess you secure the king side and shift the entire focus of the game to the queen side, but I don't really understand why it's currently saying h5 is miles better than everything else. Like, I'm not even going to try to explain that.
Because the reason I'm suggesting g3 as opposed to knight takes knight. Knight takes knight is a move that you play when you realize you're in trouble.
Right.
I agree.
When you think that you're rock solid, after all, I mean, take a look. He has a knight on a3, knight on c3, bishop, defending the king. You're more likely to stop the knight getting to f4.
I agree. Let's take a look at one thing, though. Can we maybe now take on a4? Does there? I guess it says there's just no difference. Rook a4, ba4, bishop takes b2, king takes b2. I thought maybe it's slightly better for white compared to the position with knight on f4 and a queen on f1, which it is. But, well, this is very striking. Bishop a6 here. And if you take, I give rook b8 check.
Oh my.
And I go knight b4, and it wins on the spot after both king c1 and also after king a1. You can get the queens off, but it doesn't help very much.
But it may.
Yeah, and if you go knight b5 here, you still lose to the very same move knight b4, and then your entire
queen takes a2 is coming.
Yeah, everything collapses. So knight takes a4 appears to be not great.
Feels like a nightmare.
and the choices are, as I see it, knight takes d5 is the best move, and second best is you have his g3, because this needs to be stopped. If it lands on d3 in all of these positions, sorry, there was a misclick. If it lands on d3, the game pretty much ends, as we've seen in the line. So let Alireza stew here a little bit, because there's things happening everywhere.
Right.
Let's start with the driest game of the day, but maybe the most important in terms of the tournament standings.
Talking about the standings, we do have an interesting graphic that was composed by our resident statistician, Ben Underwood. It says, if the Grand Chess Tour finished today, exactly, this is what we would have in front of us.
Wesley So would be a co-winner of the tournament. That would give him a lot of GCT points, keeping in mind that Levon is a wild card. He takes points away but doesn't accrue them himself.
Yeah, and you can see Fabiano would comfortably win the Grand Chess Tour. Wesley So would be second.
With a $50,000 bonus.
$50,000
$25,000 bonus for
goes to
MBO.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and the top 3 finishers get an automatic invite into next year's Grand Chess Tour.
Very, very nice. So that was if all of the results of the event was over right now and the Grand Chess Tour would end in its current. That's not the situation, Peter, because
so going
this is
here,
an important game.
We left it, knight c7 was played, understandably bishop came to d3, then white took on f4, And Levon continued making very, very committal decisions here. This one, the engine also hates quite a bit, although it's very understandable from a human point of view.
I apologize. It was bishop f5, by the way, that the engine was saying. How big was Wesley's advantage? Instead of king takes f4.
Actually, yeah, maybe this is
bishop f5.
Yeah, bishop f5. It was screaming that bishop f5 is cleaner than king takes f4. I don't know if that is as big of a difference as it suggests, but it definitely was the preferred move here, cutting off squares from the knight. But king f4, the knight still didn't go to those squares, which is, I think, questionable. And c6, c5, now it really does resemble that Fischer-Taimanov game, I feel.
Ooh, I don't like that move.
Yeah, and I left it running. Knight, king e5, king e7, bishop f5, b6 was played. And I left it running here for a second. This is a position with one minor piece and 5 against 5. It's currently giving white almost a +3 advantage.
I was about to say, isn't this borderline winning?
Yeah, I think it is. You can still not win it because you have to be very precise. There's a lot of zugzwangs that you will have to go through because currently, if you look at this position, if black could never move, this might be a draw.
Right, if you could just say pass when he needed to.
If you could actually just say check, check, check.
Pass.
But this is not how things work. And eventually black will be forced into committing more weaknesses because you just can't. One of the obvious plans is if the knight moves away from c7, this very simple plan of getting the king through the d5, c6, b7 squares just wins. You also have to worry about your king side. So if you ever play f7, f6 check, you provide the king with a very, very juicy target of the g6 square. And yeah, it's not for nothing that in a position with complete material equality, the advantage is as huge as it says on our screen. I don't particularly like the move h2, h4. I would not be committing to any full pawn moves because it feels like this is a position in which you might need a lot of waiting moves to create those zugzwangs.
A3,
so we've burned through 2 tempi here.
Right.
Because we could play h3 and then h4. And it might become I'm very prepared to say it changes nothing. I suspect that given time, because the engine had no time to analyze this particular endgame, so it's not as deep. I suspect if you give it time, it will go back to +3. I don't think this throws away anything.
Right.
It wouldn't have been my first choice, though. I'd probably play b3, just to make sure nothing is hanging on the queen side, and saying, okay, so how are you planning to pass here for black? Like, what are your moves? And I'm not sure there's a good answer at all, because you can't move the knight. A5 doesn't really improve your case. If you play f6 check,
you mentioned
we put the king on e4, we drop the bishop back, and we start hinting at going in this direction, and you continue running out of moves time and time again.
You can wait quite a bit with
for
the knight.
For a bit you can, yeah.
And force white to use up some tempo. So for instance, you can go knight a6.
Forced me to play
a3, play there, and then I go back.
Yeah.
Right. And then just like you said,
it puts the bishop on h2.
Yeah, and here is interesting because I did wonder whether you could play something quite risky, which is h5. Now I know it's very, very risky, but I do have a concrete idea behind it, and that's actually to go knight e6. Oh no, it doesn't.
No, that endgame is still lost.
They're still lost.
That endgame is
no,
still
I wanted
lost
to fix the pawns. No, I need to do it with a pawn on h4. That's what I wanted.
No, and here we have a very simple idea of bishop f1, e2, and just collecting. No, this is just.
By the way, knight e8 on the board. This
is all very aggravating to me because Levon of all people will know on a very kind of intimate level just how dangerous he is. I mean, he won games like this with white.
Many times.
Yeah, he understands. So not only did he go for this endgame, he also then passed up some opportunities not to play exact this scenario. He could have gone knight e3 and could have played for.
I think he's really flirting with danger here.
Oh,
I think this
is more than a flirt.
Really, really bad. And again, as we started the show, we were just saying what a crucial game this is for Wesley So's career. I mean, again, Wesley is in this race for the candidates. All he needs is, to finish ahead of Alireza and Anish, and he's in the candidates. And a win today, he would knock his rival. He would be Sinquefield Cup. He would be the Sinquefield Cup winner almost, it feels. And there you see, before the round.
This was before round 5.
Before
and there will be a
shift,
yeah.
Round 5, after Alireza lost to Levon Aronian, there was a shift. Wesley so did leapfrog, and well, he's now to 27.56. 1 point separates them.
And there he is, Wesley at the board. I wanted to say, if you don't mind, going back to the Alireza game for just a moment. Because
G3 has been played,
G3, Jovi, Alireza decided he wanted to stop knight f4, but he didn't want to take on d5. And Fabi has achieved a fabulous moment there of trading off the A2 and A7 pawns.
Actually, for whatever reason, and this is also very difficult to understand, and I think in Fabi's shoes I would also instantly snap on b3 just to have clarity.
Right.
I think chess players very often value clarity quite a bit in these types of situations. The engine suggests it's actually very valuable to keep them on. I don't understand why. It says AB3. AB3 has improved White's situation considerably. I really wouldn't venture an explanation for this. I have no idea why that would be the case. This is now somehow playable for White, not that bad. H5 has, I want to say disappeared off my screen, but it hasn't. It's now back. I have a feeling it has something to do with bishop h6 somewhere, but I really can't imagine what that scenario is. Otherwise, I don't really know. This is still very pleasant for black. A move like h5 is playable. A move like queen f7, perhaps hinting at bishop e6 and rook fb8, perhaps hinting at some queen a7. Queen a7 is just generally, I see it a lot as a good square for the queen. Just putting a lot of pressure on various points of the white position, also reintroducing the idea of bishop a6. I think a lot of it is about trying to play bishop a6.
And just to confirm, the opportunity for playing knight takes d5 has passed.
Yeah, you probably don't. Yeah, with the pawns on the a file gone, yeah, you are now, in particular with the bishop coming out to e6 and then d4, bishop takes b3, being introduced as a very, very important threat. Yeah, you no longer really want to do this, in particular after queen f7. This is still, you always take black here, I'm pretty sure. In practical terms, when this is a human playing against a human, you pretty much always take black here. It's just so much more pleasant to create threats than to parry them move after move after move. But it could have been even better.
All of those lines, Peter, where you were talking about a knight coming to d3, that was really, knight f4, knight d3, that followed by queen takes b3. Those were very impressive lines. I must say, all of those variations where you were playing bishop a6, and now I'm looking bishop d3. Can I play a move, just a simple move, knight c7? It's kind of one idea, one idea only.
You don't really
bishop
want to allow
a6.
d2, d3.
I don't want to allow.
No, I think allowing something like this allows White to actually regroup.
And I'm not in time for any of these beautiful sacrifices on d3.
With the queen on f7, maybe this would have worked, because you still need one more move before you can create a threat of e takes d3.
Yeah.
And White has sort of connected the queen. So.
I was kind of fixated, frankly, with bishop takes d3 and queen takes b3.
Yeah.
But I understand.
Actually, the only move that wins here is the move knight a4, which I think is very missable.
That wasn't on my radar. I must admit.
Nor mine. I'm just a reader.
A reader.
I'm a reader of the screen. Yeah, I don't really claim any credit here. So yeah, this is the situation. 40 minutes against an hour for Alireza. So Alireza is still doing fine on the clock, but yeah, this could have been worse, and it's still not particularly pleasant.
I'm thinking about the Egyptian scribes. I'm just a scribe reading the scrolls. Wow.
Elsewhere, there's a lot of things happening as well. Please. In our game between Richard Rapport and MVL made a move I really, really dislike here, which is a move c5, c4. We were talking about the ideas of knight b7 and knight c5, but I was trying to figure out why it drops the evaluation so much. And I think it's actually very understandable on a human level. This knight on a5 is not an oil painting, but it's reasonably secure for the time being, because it cannot really be attacked very much. What the move c5, c4 does is it immediately, it seems like it's fighting against it, but in fact it makes the move b4 possible, rather than the other way around. And it was instantly played by Richard, but maybe even stronger. And this is missable. This I understand why he, in particular because b4 is strong, but maybe even stronger was this very quiet move g2, g3. Something I was talking about when we were discussing this position previously, prior to the move c5, c4. This is vulnerable. This is the one target black can play against. So after, for instance, the move a7, a6, even more than bishop f5, a threat that black has here is repositioning the bishop from d7 to b7 and exerting a lot of pressure against the d5 pawn. So after c4, playing g3 and then bishop g2 just says no. I'm going to protect it so well that it will never really be in any trouble. And also, eventually, I will play b4, And then there will be a lot of threats connected with knight c6. So g3 was extremely harsh. And if you play bishop c8 here, now b4 is pretty much completely winning. It just blows black apart. You can no longer play knight b7, you just straight up lose to knight c6.
Yeah.
Right.
And if you have to go cb3, ab3, everything is hanging now.
Knight on
b5 is hanging,
Pawn on
b3,
b5.
b4. Yeah, like you're losing material here. You're not even at the stage where your position is bad, in spirit. you're just going to start losing material here. So I think g3 maybe would have been an even bigger problem. But what Richard did is also very, very understandable. This is just a very logical continuation. The engine was suggesting you have to kind of close your eyes and play a5 here.
Whoa.
I understand why MVL didn't, because you have to calculate both, let's say, a b5, bishop b5, knight c6, and you will have to take and play this, which looks like you might be losing by force here if it doesn't work out for you. And also the immediate knight c6, where you have to go for this position.
Also
and it also looks like you might be losing by force if it doesn't work out for you. But apparently you don't. Apparently something like a b5, a b4, rook a8, queen a8 is sort of just okay, because b5 is hanging. And we end up, in many cases, actually swapping everything down. This seems manageable.
No. I'm with you on that one.
And
Jovi.
instead he played a6, which is also, it's not a pilot move. Your queen side was threatened, now I can protect it. And now we see the reintroduction of this g3, bishop g2 idea. White has a massive advantage here. G2, g3, bishop g2, land the knight on c6, force black to take. We have a passer on c6, which is also protected by the bishop. The bishop pair advantage, everything. This is just a very, very unpleasant position for MVL now.
Thank you, Peter, for that. And then finally, we do have the game of Anish Giri as well, versus Leinier. That was the knight h3, knight f2 game.
Yeah.
How has that progressed?
Leinier chose to put the knight on f6. White played h3. As I mentioned, allowing knight g4 is pretty much never a particularly good idea, so h3 is logical. Bishop h6 is maybe a little bit artificial. Already here, I think e takes f4 wouldn't have been a mistake, but I guess Leinier wanted to hint at h5, h4 being a threat. Knight e2 is a clever move here, keeping things under control. Knight d4, castles. And in this position, I think it's kind of impossible to play the kind of an idea that the engine suggests, because in very many positions here, it just goes knight h7. And honestly, I don't really know how to explain it. It's on a pretty good square. It's controlling central fights and does things seemingly.
Right.
And the engine does play knight h7 either immediately or after castles, and then it plays knight h7. I don't really know why. I'm washing my hands off of this. Instead, knight e6 was played, which I think is a logical idea. Once again, reintroducing the idea of h5, h4. And here an interesting thing happened, because this whole opening concept by Anish, I think, was a very big signal that he wants a very sharp fight. He wants to play kind of all in for a win today.
Right.
In that spirit, I think you go f5.
Right.
I think you go f5, and let's say bishop c1, queen c1 is even stronger than rook c1, because this is a useful diagonal. And after knight g7, you can choose between various things, but like fg, fg. Maybe this is why he didn't do it, actually, looking at this.
Queen g4.
The engine says white is a bit better, but if you have to take on g6, my hope was we can get
to play g4.
Yeah, we get to play g4.
But can't you not switch to the positional way of playing it and go?
What's the position?
The knight c3, knight d1, knight e3, come into d5.
You mean after the trade? No, this is a bit better for white, and probably precisely for the reasons you're suggesting. This knight will go back to c3. The other one could go here. Sure. It could also be aimed at this square.
My close Sicilian hat came back after all these years.
No, this is pleasant, but I'm more curious as to, in a situation where he had a rest day to decide on a strategy, to decide on an opening. He clearly decided that he wants to push. Properly push for a win today.
Right.
And I thought, sort of spiritually, conceptually,
you want to go f5.
You'd much rather play f5. But he's gone with this, which I think makes Leinier's life simpler. It's not that this is not a sharp position, but it's a lot more defined. The knights stay on good squares, because we haven't really chased any of them away. Black would eventually like to play h5, h4. Let's make a stupid waiting move. Something like this becomes a topic, just trying to land a piece on f4.
I see.
And just generally, I think this is just simpler to play for black compared to those very messy positions which could arise after f5. So I was a bit surprised by fe5. It's not a bad move, but I thought f5 was more logical and more in keeping with how Anish was approaching the opening today.
No, I mean, I'm also surprised because in these type of structures you do want to be playing f5, but I'm also really anxious to put the knight on c3 and stick a piece into d5.
Yeah, and also something I wanted to point out, somewhat weirdly, I can't really pinpoint exactly where it happened, but Anish actually overtook Leinier on the clock.
Oh.
Leinier is on 41 minutes here, and Anish is on 39. So somewhere between this position where he was still definitely in control in terms of time usage, the last, say, 3-4 moves took Anish a lot of time to decide on. Yeah, and f takes e5 took him 20. Just that one move alone took him 20
I'm
minutes.
sure he was considering those lines that you were talking about with f5 and g4. If you don't mind, the current position takes on e5, takes on c1,
I think
if you
we
will.
probably start
that's
by taking
fine.
on c1. Yeah.
Queen takes c1, takes on e5. Now, I play the move h4 because I don't want to see h4, g5, as you said. And I'm thinking, yes, that was my question. That was my question. Is your king completely comfy?
Yes.
Bishop h3.
Because you can't mobilize the knight on f2.
Yeah, you can't get the knight to g5 without allowing me to play knight g4. I think those things kind of cancel each other out.
Right.
Also, I control the h3 square, so I will be snapping it off once it appears there. So it feels like black will actually play bishop e6, will play rook c8, there is a target on c2. Eventually, if I'm really, really worried about this queen, it looks slow, but I can play like rook e8 and then get the queen over to f8. But the bigger issue for white is
how do you
get the knight to g5?
Right.
I can even just trade them by playing knight g4. I don't know if I want to immediately, but if I feel panicky enough, I can just go knight g4. And without that knight, you're not giving any mate on the king side.
Well, that's the whole point, was this idea of, can I force you to panic? You know, bishop f3, king h2, rook g1. And I'm advertising what I'm doing. Exactly. I'm trying to get my pawn to g4. I have to play rook c1, and again,
let's go rook e8. It's just very, very slow. It's just not going to happen.
And then he can go queen d7, right? As well. Queen.
I've got this beautiful
it continues
queen on
ignoring
h6.
it. Yeah, it continues ignoring it. Says, I don't believe any of this is a threat. Yeah.
Oh, but that's the engine. A human might.
I know, and now it goes knight takes g4 and queen takes h4 check. There's a reason.
Right. There was a reason that you weren't worried about g4.
No, I don't think this is fast enough. Honestly, I'm very much on your team on this, because I think if I had this with black, I would give serious consideration to going king f8, king g7.
Just to stop.
Just so that it doesn't happen, and I don't have to think about it.
Right.
But it's not that great.
But do we have to capture with the queen? I mean, because what I really wanted to go is yes, and then you can guess my plan. I'm not very, very subtle. I've been advertising it for the last 10 minutes, but okay. And then
I don't want to allow knight f4. That's my issue.
Letting that piece land on f4 is probably not going to be a dream, right?
Can I jump in anyhow?
Go for it. Knight d5.
Yeah, knight d5. Okay.
I can take. It's not really. You're not. You might eventually be able to give me one check on f6, but it will cost you. What did it cost you? Everything.
For a check.
What did it cost you? Everything. Yeah.
Just a pawn.
Bishop takes c1 played. We'll leave this one for a second because Richard did something I don't know if I like, because after g3,
MVI,
black played knight d6.
He cashed his chips.
Yeah, and Richie decided to cash it in here, which I think is a little bit early. I would have very much liked to play bishop g2, follow it up with bishop f4, let's say develop the knight maybe. If this knight lands on d4, the game ends.
That's
the game ends. So let's try to maybe at least attempt it,
Right.
Maybe it doesn't work, but let's at least try. Instead, he's gone with ab5, took on a8, took on d7, and yes, the pawn on e7 fell, but it feels like in some position like this, even if I don't try to win anything back, I just say, we get to this structure. You can keep your pawn on d5. But you have this really, really stupid knight on b1, you have this target on c3. I have very, very decent blockading pieces. Of course, white is a bit better. But I would feel like I sold it short. Honestly, I would feel that I probably had more, and now I will have to play a very long game with no guarantee of success.
You have to understand Peter's past. I mean, he's a Grunfeld player who's happy being a pawn down, so long as he has dynamic play and his bishop on g7 is really working.
That is true.
This case
It reminds me of some Grunfeld. I can't put my finger exactly on which, but it does feel Grunfeldy to me.
But what you were building up and saying that if Richie doesn't cash his chips, this is just such a nice position.
I think you just go for this. It's just so pleasant.
Knight A3, Knight C2, Knight D4.
Either this way or this way.
Yeah.
We ride at dawn. I like it.
Okay, so if we play too slowly, there will be some shenanigans with Knight H5 coming up at some point. So it actually says you will have to commit to Knight C6, but this is not such a, okay, this is completely winning. Knight C6, black has to play Knight F5. I'm just trying to figure out how difficult the moves it tells me are the best moves are here, because what it suggests we play here is a little bit inhuman. Like, if this is really the only way, I can understand Richard not wanting it. Because currently the best line here is Queen F3, already a bit of a mysterious move. I guess we've protected against, I guess we've...
Stopping
we all,
E5.
Yeah, we all
E6
protecting
or
C6 to be able to take on E6 here.
Yep.
But then, even more weirdly, after bishop takes C6, it goes back.
Yeah, that's...
To stop bishop D5.
Okay, you lost me on that one.
Yeah. And if this is absolutely required, then
we understand why he cashes his chips.
I withdraw my objections.
Criticism,
I think that's fine.
Okay. Well, that's the other thing too, and I really want to emphasize this point, is that it's so hard getting a victory in this field. And you have this feeling that when you've won a pawn, and at the moment it still feels like White has a bit of initiative to go with this pawn, you're so inclined to take the material and say, thank you very much. I could be winning
at every level,
at
right?
every level, but especially this.
I mean, especially that game. I mean, because if you look at it on a purely objective, mathematical, logical level, you have an extra pawn,
2 bishops.
What more do you want? You just need to get developed. And also
good.
you have this beautiful pawn on d5 cutting the board in half. So you just feel like the world is your oyster.
I'm sorry, I want to go back to our tournament co-leader situation.
Yes, head there immediately.
Because I'm thinking Wesley is close to clinching. He's got his king on d5.
This. Yeah, I don't understand this.
I mean, all you got to do is play b3 and king c6, Peter, and
I checked it just
out.
now. I checked it just now. We left it here. Levon played knight e8, played knight d6. The bishop dropped back to h3.
Easy moves.
And for now we're not threatening king c6, but
because of c4 pawns.
Yeah, the knight cannot really get rerouted to squares which control the c6 square, so we will get there. And I asked the engine like what it felt was best moves. It plays knight e8, and I wanted to play b3, and then it does this. And for a second it pretends that maybe we can lock the king out on a7, and maybe it doesn't get out, but it does get out. Once again, Zugzwangs will come into it. The threat of creating a passer on the h file will come into it.
H5.
So we play bishop f5, and then we put it on d3, and we start hinting at this. And we also very much will play 3 and b4 at some point, and start opening up the queen side. It's just bad. I don't like it. It just confuses me because Levon knows this is bad.
Again, if you're going to play knight e8 voluntarily, I don't even have to play b3 anymore. The current position. If you start with knight e8,
what do you do?
Exactly.
But what do you do?
Yeah, if knight e8,
you can go f6. Then I will play b3. But then we're transposing to the same. Like
exactly.
If you want to prevent the king from landing there, you can go like knight b7, knight d8.
Knight d8.
No, but this is how you lose. Like you will just run out of moves here. f6, I go back. I mean, I don't care. And eventually, one of the big pieces will have to move, and then the king will get
unallowable,
there. And this is well known. This has been sort of the very easily understood truth about these endgames forever. Certainly after the Fischer games, but even earlier than that. Exactly. I think Petrosian won games like this, and Botvinnik won games like this. It's not news.
Is it not possible instead of has the pawn already been on f6?
No. But you will eventually just have to do something.
Oh yeah, no. I'm just thinking. If I can get the knight to e6.
So you start with knight b7. So king c6 can be met by knight a5 check.
Yeah, okay,
perhaps.
knight here. Yeah. And now you wait. And now this is where I want to go. Knight e6.
You wanted to check
I want
this
endgame.
With h6,
and then
h5.
h5.
I think this is still lost, right? I mean, This is still very trivially lost.
Outside pass pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is just. Yeah.
My decoy versus your decoy.
Your decoy wins. Yeah.
No, it's
No.
you can pretty much never offer this pawn ending. I think I struggled to create a scenario in which this pawn ending will be folded.
From very, very early days, we thought in this bishop and knight. That's why I thought it was a very dangerous.
Confounding, because this whole thing was Levon's choice.
Well, again, Jovi, do the honors and tell our viewers why this result of victory by Wesley So would be so huge.
It's massive. I mean, looking at the standings, Wesley So is at the top of the table with 3 points out of 5, having won his game against Richard Rapport. Levon Aronian is on 2.5 points out of 4.
Those are the only 2 players who have won a single game.
Exactly. But he's played 4 games because of Jan-Krzysztof Duda's withdrawal.
Right.
So this is not just a matchup between tournament leaders,
Right.
those players on +1, but it's also massively important for the ratings, because on January the 1st, the player with the highest rating who hasn't qualified into the candidates
Right.
will get that candidate spot. And as we saw after round 5, Wesley leapfrogged over Alireza Firouzja.
Alireza came into the tournament with a rating lead, but again, thanks to that victory by Wesley, the loss by Firouzja, boom, they switched places. And by the way, Wesley, we think, is winning. And when we left it, we thought Firouzja was in a bit of trouble, even though he was pawn up against Fabi. Fabi playing his 3rd consecutive black in this round against Alireza. Let me just bring that game up on the board and see what has happened. We left it, I think, confoundingly, we got to this position, and Peter was explaining to us that the engine actually thought that the move a4 takes b3 was imprecise. And you never got around to telling us precisely why that was the case, Peter, because I couldn't even figure that out.
Because I don't know, and I don't I gave up trying to understand. To be honest.
I was looking for the clarification.
But that goes to show what kind of complicated position this is.
It is a very complex position. After AB, you know, there was something about the move h6, h5 I really liked. From Black's perspective, first of all, you're cutting out any undermining efforts with h4, but you're also cutting out g4, and you're giving yourself the option of bishop h6. Fabi played the move
Queen d6,
Queen d6, which left me scratching my head, because I'm thinking the knight on a3 is offsides. And you're encouraging me.
I think we are actually actively trying to encourage knight c4 because it makes playing bishop a6
so much easier.
Yeah, I think we're provoking knight c4. And I think the problem is not really knight c4. The problem is we've now allowed f2, f3.
Okay.
And this should be done sort of post-haste. Even
To
though
break up
I think
the
Queen d6 was probably played specifically not to allow f3, but it somehow seems to work out after G1 specifically. I think it's this move that maybe Fabi misunderstood, because it looks like we're losing the entire bunch of pawns on the king side. But Queen f3, rook takes g6 is just good for white, because suddenly there's a lot of threats against the
king,
the black king. Ef3 is stronger, but in this position after Queen d3, once again, you will have to give up on g6. And
whose king is more vulnerable in this case?
Very importantly, the rook can be switched over, but now we can, very, very typical thing to do here is just to get rid of this very important bishop, and then our bishop on b2 is playing. And after c takes d5, bishop g7 and queen f3 is playable, queen takes d5 is playable. This is suddenly a position you can definitely imagine white even playing for a win in, because whose king is worse? I don't know.
Exactly. And forgive me, f3 makes the most sense. But explain to me why knight c4 is actually a bad idea, because I mean, bringing the knight into the game with a gain of tempo.
Let's go queen c7, yeah. You probably don't actually want to play bishop a3, and if you don't want to play bishop a3, you now have to contend with the idea of bishop a6, which is going to hurt if it lands.
I don't want to play. I do want to play bishop a3.
Queen a7.
Yeah, it just does that.
Queen a7.
No,
take the rook, Yasser.
Honestly, I think this is something you can explain, because this is not a safe king. Right. And the reason we're not getting mated in many of these lines is because this bishop on b2 is alive. Right. And if you remove it, this is probably just like mate in 5 or something.
It is, isn't it? Like
not yet, but it will be soon. Yeah.
Yeah. looks terrible.
Knight A2 mate is a bit of a threat here, and
right,
you have to start. You have to start committing a lot of material to not getting mated in the next 3. So I think, Fabi, I think is very much provoking knight c4 because the queen could have been aimed at a7 more efficiently. I was giving the move queen f7 instead, but Fabi is really trying to lure the knight onto the c plus square.
C4.
Shouldn't be done. F3 is by far the best move. The second best move is knight ab1. Completely, saying no.
I'm not going to c4.
Not tempted, and perhaps it also, what it does, I think,
d3
is maybe, overprotecting c3 and creating finally a possibility to play g2, g3.
And also saying to the opponent, you're never going to checkmate me, mate.
Never. Look how well defended we are. We're getting ready for a break. What are we doing on our break?
Yes, first of all, let's check up on the standings after round 5. Wesley so at the top with 3 points out of 5. But also on +1, it is Levon Aronian with 2.5 points out of 4. Remember, there is a game imbalance because of Jan Krzysztof Duda's withdrawal after round 2. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on 50%.
And we do think Wesley so is winning the game. By the way, if you're anywhere near the Central West End, it's a must. You got to visit the Jingle Bar, the World Chess Hall of Fame. Go to the worldchesshalloffame.org to understand what it's all about. But bring your friends. Hey, a company outing. That's what we're doing with the chess club employees. Is we're having an employee party at the Jingle Bar, and
What's
you
not
can
to
too.
Love? And what's not to love? There is hot chocolate. There are cookies. You can RSVP now at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
You're speaking Yasser's language there.
Yeah, I heard cookies, hot chocolate. I'm in.
And we are going to take a short break. But during that break, we do have a video where Anastasia spoke to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So enjoy that, and we'll see you after the break.
Maxime, welcome back to St. Louis. Welcome back to Grand Chess Tour. What do you think about, in general, the state of affairs in the chess world? With Dingley absent, with Magnus, who is lost some points lately, with Hikaru, who showed quite good result. I mean, in general, what is your opinion? What's happening now? As someone who is inside of all this.
A lot is changing these days. Especially the level of preparation of every top player, but even the players one circle behind, like from 2650, let's say, to 2720. Everyone's been, the opening preparation has improved drastically because of computers. So that means the difference in level is starting, the gap is reducing a bit, especially in classical. I think in Rapid and Blitz there's still quite some difference between some players. And Incr has been showing spectacular results for the past 2 years. Well done to him. Of course, it doesn't change the fact that Magnus has been absolutely dominant for the past 12, 13 years. Maybe in classical is less dominant this year. But I wouldn't say that that is a trend and that it will keep on forever. And for instance, this year the most impressive player I think has been Fabiano, because he showed the same performance basically as Incr, but over many more events. So Fabiano has been doing great, and in general, I would call him the second player in the world for the past 10 years. There's no doubt in my mind. As for, at least in classical chess, of course, in Rapid and Blitz, it's another story. And as for Jing, he won this World Championship match. I think he was dominated throughout, but he found some great resources and then played extremely well in the tiebreaks. Since then, I guess he's been trying to recover because physically the match, Magnus has spoken about it, so Ding also has sort of spoken about it. It's tough, it takes a toll on you. I do expect to see him back in 2024, and he's always been a great player. So again, I expect him to come back at full strength.
No, you mentioned that many players from the 650 to 750, are getting up. Do you think someone else in the nearest future will cross 2,800?
Who knows? Probably it might happen at some point. Of course, I didn't even mention that there were so many, like the generation, of course, from 1990 and let's say to 1994. With closing with Anish has been absolutely dominant. Then the generation from 95 to 2000, there's been some great players, of course. There's Richard, there's Duda and some others, but it has failed to live, to the expectations compared to this 1990. And of course now we're seeing this new generation coming, let's say from 2002 to 2006, 2007, and they have great prodigies, absolutely great players, especially from India, but not only, from Uzbekistan as well, and so on. So yeah, those guys will likely fight for the top spots in the next few years.
Do you think somebody can replace Magnus on the first place on top?
It will happen inevitably. So but for now I wouldn't even count out players from our generation to keep fighting for the next few years. Then of course there's Alireza, who has had a few tough tournaments lately, but is still the only one of this generation who is already established as a top player and will prove his worth in this, huge tournaments like Sinquefield Cup and so on. So, I still expect Alireza to do great as well.
Yeah, and just last question, coming back to Grand Chess Tour, try to name 3 players from young generation who might participate soon in GCT and will be full tour players.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Year, well, it's very possible. Hard to say, but I do expect which one. But I do expect someone from India, so like Gukesh or Prague or both. I don't know if they'll be playing already next year, but in the next few years, that's certainly almost a guarantee. There's of course Abdusatturov, and then from the even younger players, you have Sindarov, who's up and coming, and you have many others. You have Vincent Kamer who also is on the verge of 27-30, I think. So that's quite huge.
Yeah, we have many good players, that's for sure. Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much, Maxime, for this interview, and all the best of luck for you in both events.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokhorjanova. I will be creating content for Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and catch more behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise. all occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Bium Tokhjanova. I will take you behind the scenes of the Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and don't miss out on players' interviews and more content from the playing hall.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinquefield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Here we go, and welcome back to round 6 of the Sinquefield Cup, and it's been a very exciting start to the day already.
Absolutely.
But first of all, let's remind ourselves and any new viewers of the standings after round 5. At the top of the table is Wesley So with 3 points out of 5. Levon Aronian is also on +1, but he has 2.5 points out of 4. There is an imbalance in games because of the withdrawal of Jan Krzysztof Duda after round 2. We have Nepomniachtchi, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave also on 50%. And these are our round 6 pairings. Wesley So faces off against his closest rival, Levon Aronian. Firouzja plays against Fabiano Caruana, and Rapport plays against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, whereas Anish Giri takes on Leinier Dominguez. And it's been very tense in every single game. A lot of surprising moments.
For me, I was going to say Levon playing the way he is. He's gotten himself in a losing position. These two co-leaders, Peter, what a huge victory this could be for Wesley. And the fact that the engine's are saying +3.
It's close to 4 now. I left it running for a bit, yeah. This is the current position. I was a bit surprised by Wesley choosing the C2 square over the H3 square. But I guess he feels that he's absolutely in no hurry whatsoever. And in terms of taking away the squares from the Black Knight, C2 is a very, very good choice. Because you're also taking away the idea of jumping to E4, to C3. It's very controlled. Black for now, the difference will be black can go king d7 and for now stop the advance, but then we just continue passing. We are pretty much always playing b3. That's the one pawn move I don't think white ever saves on.
Right.
We pretty much always play in b3, and then eventually the moves just run out, because if you play king c7, it doesn't do it instantly, but I would already be very interested in the idea of playing... Yeah, I want to go the other way. Yeah, king e5, get it to g7, win.
Exactly.
Only move knight e8, and now we can maybe even start, like, the machine likes putting the bishop on g8.
Like to do that.
But I'm also wondering if I can just go g4, g5, h5, h6, h7.
Right.
And I suspect, like, if we leave it running, it will just completely bottom out, because dealing with threats on both flanks here is completely impossible for black. And I keep on just really not understanding how we found... This is move 34. And
if we go back to, say...
Levon started thinking on move 24, 10 moves ago. Up to here, Levon had more time than he started with. This is very, very obviously his home prep. And at this point, I gave a speech about...
It was wonderful.
For me personally, I would only go for this if I knew exactly how I'm making the draw. And honestly, I was expecting Levon to never start thinking.
Right.
I thought he will just show exactly where the pieces belong, and the game will end in a draw, and I will sort of eat my words there a little bit.
Right.
But no, this is move 24, and this is now, and this just looks lost, frankly. Experience tells us these positions are not holdable if White knows what they're doing.
Exactly.
And Wesley clearly does know what he's doing. So
Exactly.
I just don't understand what happened there.
Stunning reversals of fortune, or a great fortune for Wesley, and then the game between Alireza, another one of those, Jovi, you were saying, tense positions. And the last move by Fabi, Queen D6, was intended to prevent
Looks
F3.
like he was specifically trying to stop F3, yeah. But F3 has been played, best move by far in the position. Position remains very playable. It's not like this is now horrible for Black, but suddenly White has play.
Real threats.
Yeah, we couldn't really challenge the Black setup in any way, shape or form until this moment, but now finally something is happening to the Black center. The best move remains Queen takes G3, but the line I was showing prior to the break,
G1, yeah.
which starts from here and gets really, really sharp, I think is extremely double-edged, and I could very easily believe White was better in the final position that we got there. And for some reason, the second best move here is Rook B7, which I just don't understand. And Fabi did something else altogether. He just played Queen C5, which is also, I can see also a decent move, very direct move, trying to take on C3. And of course, Black pretty much always welcomes this trade. We've established that.
I really don't want to do that.
Rook takes B3 here is winning by force.
I'm not surprised.
But even completely ignoring it,
yeah.
C takes D5, you're also a lot happier because now your center is back to being completely protected. This will not be played.
But Queen C5 has a deep direct threat. Knight takes knight, win material.
Which is why
we're going to seize the defensive with that move.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Knight A3 B1. If there was ever a time to play Knight B1, now is it.
And here we have a reappearance of a move that we like very much because Machine keeps suggesting it and we have no idea why. Here, maybe I can say why, because, apparently I can't.
Right.
This is so beautiful. I am thank you, magic screen. Look at this.
What?
Will you look at this?
What?
Perpetual check. Perpetual check.
Will you look at this?
Oh,
what a bailout.
Beautiful.
Will you look at this?
Now that is not
okay. This is not. Yeah, I thought the idea was F takes E4, and we gave ourselves the G4 square.
No. So rewind that one again because I blinked and I missed it. So
Knight AB1.
Yeah.
It actually suggests H5 as the best waiting move because apparently F4, Knight E4 is not a threat because we can take with the rook, freeing up the B4 square for the knight on D5 because you need it.
But show her how you got it. FE, rook takes E4, knight takes E4,
knight takes rook,
queen takes C2.
And then we
what
take
you
on
doing?
C2.
And then queen takes C2. What you doing again? Am I playing a beginner?
And as usual, we are completely sanguine about giving up this exchange. We're perfectly happy just playing this position because this is just not a safe king. And Machine already suggests the only way not to get mated more or less straight away is to start giving material back with D2, D4, and probably taking with the rook if it gets captured.
Wow.
So after Knight B1, which I expect to happen, I think it's a very logical continuation from here. You don't really, it feels like Knight A4 will just be immediately lost. You can never play that.
It feels terrible.
You can never play that. Feels like, allowing Black to take on C3 twice also feels wrong.
Is that so clear, though, Peter? I take on E4, FE now, and you take twice on C3, I suppose.
No, I can also take here.
Okay.
I can also take, you can maybe go for this position, actually, from a human perspective.
Right.
This looks unspectacular, but very solid, right?
Because I'm a pawn up.
You are
nursing the extra pawn. And
so hang on a second. So what happens if
I'm going to bite. I like this
Right. So we bite, we trade, I guess.
And then we go Knight B1, smoking it away. We kind of have to take on G3. And now, for instance, it goes Queen D2, Rook G1, which I quite like.
I'm trying to win the G6 pawn, and you got it.
I hate this for Black. I absolutely hate this for Black.
I mean, you can like survive the
Yeah.
onslaught by going.
It's not
queen-takes-pawn.
the end. It's not the end at all. In fact, machine suggests this is still manageable.
But look at the relative kings.
Now you get the queens off.
In
though.
human perspective.
I could go queen f4.
Oh, okay.
Or queen g5 maybe.
No, this endgame is very unpleasant though, because it like you will have to.
Queen g5, sorry.
Yeah, queen g5 is probably stronger. Yeah, let's go queen g5. Still, you're fighting for a draw here. You probably make it, but you're fighting for a draw here. Knight b1 in the meantime has been played.
I understand. Get those queens off when your king is under attack.
It's funny because I completely forgot it in other situations. Like
you get to the board and then you forget your own golden rule. That's not allowable. By the way, the clock times also indicate something else, Peter.
Yeah, very important difference there.
Fabi has played, he's had a terrific year, he's had a fine tournament, but I haven't seen him in time trouble.
Time management today,
but
actually, I saw him in time trouble in the games that he lost against Hikaru Nakamura. And they were very similar. You know, he was posed in the Grand Swiss. You know, Hikaru posed a specific set of problems over the board, and Fabi just burnt time on the clock trying to solve them, trying to find adequate resources, and he didn't quite manage.
Right. And just to remind our viewers who are joining us late, we have been talking about his exploits this year.
I mean, it's just fantastic, you know. Winner of the Grand Chess Tour in Romania, $100,000 in his pocket. In Croatia, he came fourth. At the World Cup, he secured his candidate's spot by coming in third place, and also US champion. Also recently, just a few days ago, won the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
And then he's played in other tournaments. He almost won Norway. He was first going into the last round of Norway.
He did very well at the Grand Swiss as well. He was leading right until the very end.
So fantastic year, but at this exact moment, after, by the way, knight a3 to c1, a very human move, I want to say, Peter. Looks like Alireza's for choice. And again, Fabi down to his last 15 minutes of this time control. You were going to show us...
I do want to say that, you know, if not for that pesky Hikaru, he would have just won absolutely everything this year, right?
That's a good way of putting it. Knight a3, c1, and well, these are problems.
Knight f3, c1?
Pardon me, knight a3, b1. Really, I'm thinking this is a very shaky position suddenly for Fabi.
Yeah. I guess you have to see that f takes e4 is not a threat specifically
because
I think
rook takes e4.
What I'm reading, and I should stop reading. On one hand, it would feel very interesting to analyze this position without the engine, but we would have missed this idea, which is a stunning idea.
Right.
And it also feels like it's at the core of what's happening here, because we really don't want to be taking ef3.
That really plays perfectly for white.
Immediately improves the position a great deal for white.
Exactly.
So we don't want to be doing that. And if we don't want to be doing that, then we have to have a reply to fe4.
You don't want to play e3. You don't want. There's a lot of
E3
things
just
you
doesn't
don't
work
want.
out because with the knight on b1 there is no mate anymore, and things start falling apart.
Exactly.
And if you don't understand that you have fe4, rook e4 reply to the capture,
right,
you might panic and start doing something stupid here.
Right.
Where currently the quote-unquote best move is h5, second best move is rook d4, which is also something that you don't consider, because here, once again, you need to see it exists.
Could you reinforce the control over e4, like for instance rook e8?
Doesn't feel, I mean, it's playable, but it doesn't feel quite right. And weirdly, in this position compared to...
in a pin.
I'm trying to figure out why this is different, because suddenly now, the machine is much happier about this.
For white.
It still doesn't take on before, but it feels a lot happier for some reason about these positions. It feels like somewhat strangely putting... he's played rook e8, by the way.
Just at those various moments when we're a little bit undecided whether you should play moves like h5, you've made suggestions for moves, and they've come out, you know, like
I'm
6 out of 10 dentists.
Well, actually, I'm trying to, like,
rook e8.
When Peter spells out the problem,
attacking e4,
attack
let's
e4,
defend
and then
e4.
you think, okay, I haven't seen this spectacular queen takes c2. I think that one's
Yeah,
very
I
difficult
think it's
to
a very
spot.
understandable move, yeah. And it feels like you can include h5,
Yeah,
g5, but once again, I don't know why you would think this is in your favor for white to include h5, g5. I wouldn't be looking to do that.
No.
Because g6 was kind of vulnerable. We had more than one variation where it was hanging on g6.
Exactly.
So I'm not at all sure it's easily humanly understandable that this is good. I'm not even sure it is good. And then there are bishop a3 lines, which are very, very difficult to assess because now it says, for instance, that we can go for very specifically this position and play perhaps d2, d4 here, using the fact that if you take on d4, queens come off. Very, very important. Knight on b1 covers all of the checking squares.
Right.
And once queens come off, there's still some counterplay, but it's not going to be enough,
right.
Most likely. So after d4, black very calmly just says, okay, I will play a position full exchange and pawn down, but I have this very, very nice central setup which will be very difficult to shake. Your king is still very unsafe. The rook goes to a8, the bishop joins the party via a different diagonal now. I don't know who I would take here in a practical game.
I'm not happy. No, as white.
With white,
I
you feel
understand.
very, very unsafe. Yeah.
Yes, precisely so. Got news from VAR that the Levon has made progress. Like I just thought I had all but given up on Levon's position.
I thought it was finished.
I'm
Me
not sure.
too.
I think this is just maybe depth perception because it's it takes a while and then appears
then
to
the
suggest,
engine starts
suggest that it's still very bad.
jacking up the advantage.
Yeah.
We did get Levon was provoked to playing the move f6. Did he bring his bishop to g8? Or how did he get f6?
No, he just played f6 voluntarily. I think he feels that he can't avoid it. And there is one particular line I really wanted to show because I was checking various ways for black of trying to keep the shape, trying to get balance. And after bishop g6 here, I thought, what happens if we go just king d7, king e7, king c6, king e6? I suspect king c7, king b8 also wins, but there is a very instructive way of winning this position. We start by playing g4 and h5.
Okay. That
After f5, I suspect
everything.
the pawn ending is losing. So now everything is completely pinned into place. You like knight e4. Yeah, I just wanted to check, but knight e4, you just lose this this pawn ending. I guess it becomes a queen ending, but we're going to be winning in the eventual race once black takes here, f pawn runs. We take 2, and the c pawn queens, and eventually it results in a queen ending that it assesses as completely winning.
Yeah.
And if black stays in place with king e6, the way to win this is just to play a4 and then a5.
Nice.
And once we attack b6, both b takes a5, king takes c5, and allowing us to take on b6 is just completely lost because the knight has no moves.
Right.
We've just completely denied any possible square to that knight, and the position just falls apart. So
that is
just
very instructive, Peter.
As an
That
illustration
is
of what
really-
happens if you stay passive. Eventually, you will be denied all possible sources of play, not even counterplay, just play. You'll have one move somewhere to repeat ad nauseum, and then your position will collapse. So this is bad.
Well, I very much do that.
Breaking news at 5.
Yeah, I very much do that myself when I'm calculating. Is I do get to these situations where I say, well, what my opponent is on the back foot. What if he just tries to do nothing? What if he tries to keep? And that sequence where you just showed a4, a5, very instructive. Breaking black. There is no fortress.
Yeah, finally,
It's
you find one weak point, and considering how passive black is, basically one weak point will be enough. The moment we create one threat, we win.
Yeah, a4, a5.
Yeah, for now, this is the position. You can go knight d8, try keeping the shape this way, but we discussed this. This setup, it keeps for one move.
Right. Yeah.
It keeps for one move, and then you have to once again move something and allow an incursion.
Invasion, yeah.
And the first incursion wins.
And in these king and pawn endings, sometimes it's just simple enough just to count. Because lots of people go, oh, it's very complicated to calculate. No, you don't have to calculate. Just play out the moves in your head with your fingers if necessary.
Exactly.
And,
let's jump to the other two games. The one we had left some time ago was the one between Richie and MVL. In that particular game, I mean, the maths were very much in White's favor. He was a pawn up, and he had the two bishops. But as Peter was arguing, a great blockade, a great dynamic play against the pawn on c3, maybe the position isn't as one-sided as you might suspect it would be.
You would expect that white would win this one.
Exactly.
Easily.
If I'm on the white side, like I'm way past equality, therefore I'm much, much, much better.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
so
I would be already visualizing the future. I would be like, okay, the pawn will go to h4, maybe even h3, just attack the king on h2, and then from there the bishop goes to f4, and then that knight on d6, it's in the way. So therefore, let's get the knight on e4. Let's change the blockader.
Right, get rid of the blockader and all is well. We'll keep an eye on that one. It's going to be a long process. Let's jump to the game of Anish, Giri, and Leinier.
This is wild.
Yeah, we came into this Sinquefield Cup armed with all kinds of prep that us commentators love doing, which is stats. And much to our surprise, well, maybe not that big a surprise, we discovered Leinier Dominguez has never lost a single game in Sinquefield Cup history, and that's still the case. And he's just played these moves, g5, knight f4, Peter, and you were advocating for this some while ago.
It's interesting because I gave this exact sequence. Anish played knight d1 instead of my completely arbitrary move a4, but I just wanted to show the idea from black. And even against knight d1, which is a much stronger move than a4, Leinier still went for this clarity, h4, provoking g4, pretty much needs to be played. You're not opening the h file for this rook ever.
Right.
So g4, g5, knight e3, knight f4. Anish for now included queen e1, and after bishop e6, he's taken on f4. Pretty much, I don't think we're ever taking ef. Although maybe we do, yeah. It's very specifically, I think, dependent on how e5 comes out, because
queen d4.
I started by thinking this is not great, but this it actually kind of likes for white, weirdly. Because I think the pawn on e3 will become a weakness more than it will be a strength. Like after f takes e3, just go c3 and says, this is now
Can you even get greedy? Get mega greedy and go bishop takes b7?
Here, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can, but I think you're actually activating some pieces for black.
Mega greedy. Greed is not enough.
The operation was a success, but the patience died. Yeah.
But wait.
GF was chosen. I'm curious because my first thought was this isn't great, but actually the knight has such poor squares that I think it's very, very specifically contingent on e4, e5, working or not working for white. Right. Your choice of ef or g takes f4. G takes f4 is a more stable move, of course, because now you have this very, very nice setup. The knight will go to d5, I suspect. Knight f5 also exists, but it feels like an inferior square because you do want to exert some pressure. And after knight d5, you can just castle. h4 isn't really hanging because we go knight takes d5 and
everything
the queens come off and we recapture on d5 in the end. So this is a very comfortable position for black. So you can actually castle, and then perhaps for black the ideal kind of a setup would be king g7, knight h7. Let me once again just kind of make some moves here. So I think what I want is this, yeah? This is probably
a dream.
Where I want to end up. And then f7, f6, and I've completely safeguarded my king side. It's very slow though, and even in this position, the machine indicates that we've actually made some progress towards what white wants to do.
Yeah.
And what white wants to do here, I think, is some kind of a plan with c4 followed by b4, and just playing on the queen side. Because the white king is also reasonably safe. I don't think the sacrifice on g4 is coming anytime soon. We can more or less, both sides can more or less forget the king side exists.
Right.
White, I think, would quite happily accept black taking on d5 in most cases. So we're playing in this kind of a weird situation where this looks massive, but can be sort of ignored.
Right.
And white wants to open something on the queen side and play. But it's not, it doesn't seem like a winning threat, right?
I would have a genuine fear that my bishop on g2 is going to be a lost piece. Like if black goes knight d7.
No, but don't worry about that, Yasser.
No?
Bad bishops, good
Protect,
defenders.
good pawns.
Yeah. No, I'm with you, Yas. I'm not really all that worried about this.
Right.
This happening.
The knight on d5 looks
it sort of
beastly.
continues. It continues thinking there's targets there to be created. But Honestly, I'm not buying that all that much. I think we Queen G5, King G7, and just stay.
Chill.
Stay.
It's
I think it's fine. And just very briefly, we
Yes.
don't have to return to this position, but if you want to wager on the outcome of this game, I'll take draw. I think this is perfectly fine. Like I'm not buying this idea that White slowly but surely and kind of inexorably wins this. I don't buy it for a second.
Well, H4, I suspect, was an inaccuracy.
Yeah, I just
your maths, Peter. Remember your maths.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of potential for White's position. You know, put the king on H2, put the bishop F4, start chipping away.
Yeah, it feels kind of rock solid. And the problem is the moment you move the knight away from B1, I will be attacking the pawn on C3. So it's just going to be very difficult to get away from the base. Like the moment you go knight G2, I go queen A1, and you have to solve this problem because you really don't have very many pieces that can even protect the pawn on C3 apart
that pawn
from
is
that
at
knight.
irrelevance. Because if you break the blockade,
How
you
dare
get
you, as
D6.
Pawn Grubbers Association president,
So
you cannot
let's-
say irrelevant.
Yeah, so you're arguing that something like this will lose to knight E4,
Yes.
yeah?
That's my. I know the computer laughs at this, but
Yeah, I mean, if, for instance, in this position, I would give you these two tempi as well, then maybe yes. But you have to, and the reason I'm saying this is here black takes on E4, and if you take with the queen, this comes to G4, and it's black who's winning.
Okay. So we can delay with the knight coming to D2.
So
Thank you for the heads up.
I guess the plan here is actually to play
Yes.
bishop F3, King G2 instead of King H2. Yeah, but I can actually put the queen on E1 sort of preventively, yeah, and just in this position we're both chilling. You're chilling, I'm also sort of chilling, you know. And yeah, please find a way to play knight G2.
Knight D2 is
No,
not coming
I'm not
easy.
getting there just yet.
Yeah. No, this is an incredibly sturdy setup. And in my experience, it's just very, very difficult to
MPL
shake.
has put his knight on F5 in the
Yeah, I'm not sure.
position.
I'm not sure what that is about, but I guess he wants he wants the same setup, but with the knights positioned more actively. Yeah, the other one is now coming to D6. I think he was also provoked a little bit by the move H4, which now signals that the knight on F5 cannot be smoked away with H3 and G4.
Gotcha.
So you can also do this. I would be a bit worried about one thing I would probably want to avoid is trading this bishop for any of the knights, right? I'm always happily trading this bishop for a knight on D6,
right?
Because it leaves you with a chronically indefensible pawn on C3. This one less so, but I think the way the white pieces are, if you try to take on F5 with this bishop, your pawn on D5 will be so vulnerable. I will just be able to pick it up quite quickly.
Can you play very mega slowly? So first of all, like queen B2.
Okay.
I'm stopping your queen coming in, and now bishop F3. Love that plan. I'm a fan.
Let me not make any moves for a while.
Yeah.
Show me where you want
Bishop
to go.
F4.
Yes. King.
And now you're maybe ready to go.
With King G2.
King G2. Yes.
Give her everything.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm so stubborn, guys.
By this point, I'm in trouble. But honestly, a further argument I wanted to make is, I have a feeling even this is a draw. Because I'll put the second one on D6, and I think I will not lose that position. I'm less sure about that, because I think if I play properly, I'm probably not going to even allow this. But even this position, really, I don't feel like black should be losing it.
That's a heck of a blockade, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just so sturdy. But okay, this is not the...
Right.
This will go on for quite some time. We can go elsewhere for now.
Right.
Not very much. Oh, okay, I want to say not very much happened in Wesley's game, but actually we are progressing towards
The king has infiltrated the position.
No,
the eventual conclusion. Yeah.
Actually, for me, that's the bell sounding right there. That move, King C6, and yes, you can go with the opposition, King B7, King D6, and try to block. But I'm picking up the pawn on A7.
Yeah, knight D6 play, but he eventually will get shaken away from this. We discussed what happens if you stay, like if Wesley goes bishop G6 here, we had this position on screen. Bishop 6, King E6, I go G4, I go H5 just to make sure nothing ever moves, and then A4, A5 just wins.
Is there a reason why in the current position I'm not playing G4, Peter?
We are playing G4. Yeah, that's what I meant.
No, not bishop G6. I mean in the game
Just
position right now. Just because I want to play H5. And get the position that you said.
This is still fine. Yeah, my initial reaction was, why are we allowing this? But this.
But I want you to take.
This
the
loses
pawn.
faster. Yeah, I think this loses faster. Yeah.
Right.
Just go A4 here.
Yeah.
Wait for you to take, and now we have an additional trump. Yeah, I don't hate this at all. I don't hate this at all.
So if we do see the move G4, break down the dilemma that Levon is having.
Yeah, you probably have to go knight of 7 and
king
here. Yeah, maybe this is slightly more difficult to win because now you have to worry about the pawn on g4. So when the knight comes to e5, it will be harder for us to organize a3 and b4. But it still feels winning.
I apologize, Peter. With the current position, I played g4, you played knight f7, and you educated me with the move a4 and a5.
Yeah, no, but now we actually...
Oh, sorry, am I blundering
Seems
something?
like we've thrown it away for some reason, yeah.
Because the knight can come to f3.
Oh, no, but this is just a draw now because...
I was trying to get that a5. I guess I need your knight to be on d6.
Yeah. No, you need, I think, if our plan is to take on a7, it's very important for us to preserve the option of going a3 before, because that might be the only winning plan once we get to those structures.
Okay, in other words, I'm not heading immediately to b7 and a7, but in this position, go ahead, g4 if you don't mind.
Sure.
Knight, and I'll go a3.
Okay.
Just asking you, how are you going to kill me? Or what are you going to do? If you go knight d6, then I wanted to go a4 and a5.
No, this doesn't throw anything away. I'm just not sure if this is the fastest.
Most precise.
Yeah,
okay.
I think this is a kind of position where it's definitely possible to misplay, but misplaying it in such a way that win becomes impossible takes a very, very committal decision which you miscalculate somewhere. Because like the only real line where we actually threw away the win was this one, where we went g4 and then we went a4. And once we get here, we can no longer actually create a break on the queen side. And this holds, because for instance, even let's say in this position, even if I'm forced to give up on a5, I will probably hold this very comfortably because I will establish a dark square blockade. And also remember that as more and more pawns come off the board, this is not the right corner for the bishop on f5. But this so far has been the only position where the evaluation suddenly went to zeros. Everything else is just you make your work slightly more difficult, but then you can return to the previous plans. And whereas black is just holding and hoping nothing bad happens to them, but eventually something will most likely.
Jovi, I noticed, not for nothing, but this very difficult ending, Wesley has gone down to 12 minutes. It does mean that from Wesley's perspective, it is not trivial.
No, it's not trivial, but on the other hand, Wesley is now going to make his 39th move.
Yeah. Oh, only 2 moves for the time control. So
it's insignificant time control.
Right. All right. Once again, because the tournament co-leaders at +1 are competing, it's such a huge game for the Sinquefield Cup itself, but also for the candidates and the ratings. Let's go to one of those players playing for the ratings, Alireza versus Fabiano. And we do have...
Some moves have been played.
I think we've missed rook takes e4.
Yeah, rook b takes e4 hasn't been played here. I'm pretty sure, considering the tournament situation and the rating chase, Alireza would, once he realized it wasn't actually a 2-move blunder and Fabio hasn't gone insane, he would play queen f1 here and continue playing for a win. And if the resulting outcome after rook takes e4 just is all 4 rooks coming off, he'll be very, very happy. But yeah, machine goes knight b4, keeps this kind of a shape, and this is still a mess, which is around equal. But I'm pretty sure the idea of queen takes c2 just never occurred to either of them.
Yeah, if you could show to any of our viewers who may be joining us late, the spectacular queen sacrifice, good enough for a perpetual check, thanks to the bishop on g7.
This is a very, very unusual construction. I don't think I've seen this before.
Absolutely.
But Fabi, very understandably, he played rook e8 to protect it. He went f takes e4, and finally bishop a3 has been played. And now queen a5 is still playable. I'm very curious about the move e4, e3, because generally I think you would like to try and soften up the knight on c3. So,
very much so.
I think it's a human choice, but it very specifically is not great because of, I think d4 might be by far the best move in this position.
I notice in this position with
Queen
the move...
a5 played, by the way.
Yeah, Queen a5 is very good.
Yeah.
Queen a5 is a very good choice.
I notice in the position with e3 for just a moment here, the g6 pawn is very soft, so that after, for example, d4, and if you do take I wanted bishop takes d4.
Yeah, but that loses exactly to what you're talking about.
Right, and g6, and suddenly
attacking everything, all at once. Yeah, and things start falling apart dramatically.
That's
but
burning down the house.
Before the queen still has to run away, and this is actually. Having given it some time to think, it doesn't even hate it all that much.
Really?
It says this is not horrible. Yeah.
Not horrible.
The inclusion of e3 and d4, I would think, should be in white's favor, but still says it's perfectly playable. Very sharp position.
But how is white going to untangle?
We actually
in this type
accept,
of position.
We actually accept this and go, let's say, rook d3, and here the only way to continue is completely unfindable. Because you go h5, but you don't go bishop h6 here.
Okay.
Because bishop h6, queen d2, you have actually lost on the spot. I will recapture with the king,
okay.
and the spin will do nothing for you.
Right. It's not the eternal
But you can do it in the other order, in the order that actually looks losing. And in this position, you pick up on g3, and this is somehow still very much a game, because bishops are just better than knights in these positions where a race will at some point start. So we get here. We're just in time to also stop the checks.
Unbelievable.
And the outside passer is so strong with the bishop against knight that this is somehow playable. But okay, queen a5 is just a very logical move. I like what Fabi is doing here.
Is the remedy still knight takes knight in this particular position, or
not in the top two? I think you can actually take this rook. It looks scary, but you can take this rook. And now with the f pawns gone, you have the queen c4 check move. Which normally would just after bishop c6 you would have to go back, but now you are taking on e4. This is not great. So after the check, black just goes king h7, prepares it for a move, and then
Can I take it?
My god!
Take it? Take it?
First line is unbelievable. If you take on e4, the point
Queen
is
A1?
no, we just take and go bishop f5 and take on c2.
looks too scary for me?
Pieces are coming off the board, more and more pieces are coming off the board, but the remaining ones are very good for black.
Okay.
And this king remains not being safe, remains unsafe.
It's under
So
pressure,
you still have to actually be a bit careful, maybe even with white. But the line I wanted to show you is rook e3.
What?
Just kind of waiting for now. I guess maybe trying to play rook d1 and create some squares for our king. And then it does something absolutely spectacular. It goes bishop e6. And in this position, it goes bishop takes b3, and if you take on e8, it goes knight a2, bishop b2, king b2, queen a2, and then you have to go up. And apparently it's a draw because it cannot escape.
Yeah, it can't escape, can it?
Another perpetual.
It goes, no, it's not even obvious that you can't escape, because you get to f6 and to e7, but that doesn't help either, somehow. Because normally, common wisdom would be, if you get there...
there's no perpetual.
Yeah, it will actually escape, but no, there's always enough checks from the side, somehow.
That's
unbelievable.
Completely
but
unfindable.
You can't find that one. I mean,
that's ridiculous.
You might blunder into it. And then you kind of go happy accident. But
Wow, queen a5.
But in the meantime, 8 minutes for Fabi, by the way. This is move 27. They've progressed quite a bit. It's only 13 moves to make, but it's 8 minutes as we've seen, and an unbelievably messy position. So not going to be easy.
We do have bishop takes b4, knight takes b4 on the board. Peter.
They are
playing
actually very, very well from a certain point on both of them.
Talking about messy positions.
Yes.
Well, this one is incredibly exciting. We'll keep an eye on this one.
Sure.
But can we go to Anish Giri against Leinier Dominguez? Because
Leinier did recapture on
they're
f4
on move
with
22. Leinier's on 15
G-pawn.
minutes. Anish on 13 minutes.
Knight
and
f5.
take a look at what's happening here. Castle queenside, queen a5. I mean, what is happening?
I'm still getting my bearings. Bishop versus knight. I was about to say the light squared bishop, the one that I was absolutely fearful would become a
deadwood.
Deadwood if the knight didn't get captured, is now roaring on the long diagonal. And this last move, threatening queen takes a7, really is asking a very salient question. What are we going to do here? How do we defend? If we go king b8?
King b8.
King b8, yeah. For now.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple. All right. Shall I tickle the b-pawn? Queen b7.
Be my guest.
Queen b5 threatening.
Another rook can go
b5 from d7 where...
And then rook a e1?
You're up to some mischief there.
Yes,
Yes.
I'm aspiring for C3, driving the queen away.
This is absolutely the correct plan, but maybe the inclusion of queen b5, rook d7 actually helps black more than it helps white.
Helps black.
Yeah, so starting with rook a1 maybe is slightly
C5
more
is.
precise.
I was worried a little bit about queen b2. But
No,
with,
rook b1
rook b1 is just that's
and
ridiculous.
it's very evident because actually it suggests going rook d7 anyway, and then we can go queen b5, but we can actually start with c3. And this is the kind of a shape that I think it tries to keep here with black. Rook d7, queen d6, perhaps the other one goes to either c8 or to e8. This is a very sharp position because honestly, my initial thought was this has to be better for white, but currently it says that unless you immediately commit with b2, b4, you might have to fight for equality, and against b2, b4 it gets incredibly messy.
I thought it was better for black, to be honest with you.
I thought this bishop was, I thought I will find a way to open the b file, and then this bishop will be very, very troublesome for black. But seems like black has things under control here. And here there's a choice. You can take c takes before, but even more interestingly, you can do this, suggesting that you can actually afford to abandon a lot of material. The point being, you actually need to throw in b7, b6, potentially. The point being that without the bishop on g2, the moment we create any threat at all,
He's in trouble.
It costs white a great deal. So after queen e5 check, this is still manageable, but this is very dangerous for white potentially. Yeah. So you have to be very, very accurate here with white. King b8 hasn't been played yet.
Whoa!
It'll resolve itself.
Oh, there you go.
It'll resolve itself.
You know each other so well.
Yes.
We've
been partners for a long time, me and the live chess viewer.
You know, it was very strange, that final position that you had, because I wanted to say that king vulnerability, when the kings are castled on opposite sides, is paramount. I mean, oftentimes you can be massive material down, but vulnerable king. I thought the king on h1 was nice and protected.
Exactly, and this is why I liked white initially. But, but this line I showed with this double pawn sacrifice, just trying to remove the most important defender, this bishop on g2, as Jovanka said, bad bishops are very good defenders. The moment it gets traded away and black attacks the white king side once, it suddenly starts looking like it might be a very, very big problem. And before we return to our two main dishes of the day, I just wanted to point out, MVL actually explained why he played knight f5, which is, we're grateful for it. Because he, after bishop f4, he played knight d6, and then he just went bishop h6, which is just a very concise explanation. He says, pressure against c3, all good and well, but what I really want is to make sure I'm left eventually with one knight against this really horrible bishop on f3. So this way, of course, Richie gets to play knight g2, because attacking c3 is now, we don't have pieces to attack c3.
Right.
But we are very, very solid.
And you can't kind of go bishop e4 and then trade bishop takes
We're not
knight.
going to allow the trade, I think.
You
go bishop e4, he'll run away.
Concretely here, I was going to say d5 is falling, but because of the fork, it's not. But yeah, we can just move it away, I guess. I don't know, anywhere.
Yeah.
And then put it back on f5 once the bishop leaves. Because without the threat of knight e4...
There, but you have a knight f3, knight to d4.
Yeah, well, you have to...
Oh no, I have problems already.
You have to watch out for tactics, yeah. I think
F5.
Yeah,
I came from nowhere, right?
Exactly. That's a bolt out of the blue. Wait a minute. My centralized bishop just got trapped. Like, that wasn't fair.
This seems very solid, but we can let this keep. This will be played out for quite some time. Let's go to Alireza versus Fabi, because this one is heating up very, very nicely.
And the clock times in that game of Alireza's as well. When we left it, Fabi was down to 8 minutes, although he's just played knight takes b4. Nothing has happened. After bishop takes b4, knight takes b4, Alireza has been deep in thought. We had been looking at queen c4 check.
Yeah, this is the most obvious move. But what else would you consider, Yasser? Like if you had this position with white,
h5. Funnily enough,
h5, yes.
Because there are lines where maybe I take on e4 and you play bishop f5, and then you played bishop takes c2 on.
You have to wonder if you have enough time for that, but maybe you do. Another move I think you would consider here is d2, d4, right? Just to try to close down close down the bishop on g7.
So d2, d4, with just as you said, the idea. I'm a little bit worried that c6, c5 might not keep that diagonal as closed as I'd like it.
What's wrong with h5?
Nothing.
Nothing. I like h5.
Nothing in particular, no. I think it's a perfectly playable move.
So we were looking at...
No, actually there is something wrong with h5.
Please.
And this gives us our first clear kind of
Glimpse of what's going on.
picture of what's going on. Because h5, engine says e3 is now a borderline winning threat.
What?
And if d takes e3, just very simply bishop takes e3 and then queen a1, and we've broken through because the king can never come to d2, it gets mated from d8.
Right.
And we actually force it to go to d2 and then we win a lot of material.
Gotcha.
So this kind of establishes what we're dealing with. e4, e3 is probably a threat that needs to be dealt with.
Sorry, just to continue line. h5, e3, take on g6, take on d2. Finish me off?
Nope. For now, we go bishop a6.
No, I have to go somewhere.
Yeah, and then it actually just very, very prosaically, it just says
knight a2 mate.
Knight a2 is a problem, right? This blasted rip on
hand it
d1.
over. Hand it over, Yasser.
Not my goodie.
And this is a very picturesque way to box everything in and like it's a kind of
White has self-mated
smothered mate, but not the kind you've ever seen before. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So e3 is, I think, with this line clearly established as a threat. After d4, e3 is still playable, but without the bishop participating in the attack immediately, we get a hugely important tempo to do something. Shockingly, the list of things to do here includes the move g3, g4. I guess maybe bishop f5 is such a strong threat that we need to deal with it. Now, this is an absolutely confounding position.
But, okay, come on. From the human point of view, from the starting position, queen c4 check is by far what he's calculating.
What he's calculating is he's making sure he doesn't lose to bishop e6. Like, if he convinces himself black will play king h7, I think he goes queen c4 in a heartbeat.
Okay.
He's making sure there's nothing here that kills him.
Like bishop b3.
Some kind of bishop b3 or some kind of knight a2 check or something. He needs to make sure that this is fine.
Okay.
And once he establishes that, he's gone d4. Okay, interesting.
So he wasn't convinced that there wasn't something there lurking.
Very, very interesting that he's gone, because this I think is a much harder move to make in a practical game.
Because the idea of shutting down the bishop on g7, seriously, perfectly sensible. At the same time, you realizing that the move d4 is in some ways provoking c5 and
provoking
bishop
c5,
e8.
provoking e3, bishop f5,
right.
And just giving black a tempo. Another thing to consider here is our old friend, the move h6, h5 reappears here with additional force because bishop h6 check and bishop g4 both are very, very solid ideas.
There are some things that white can rely on as a response to h5. Like, for instance, bishop h6, you got king b2. That's in the bag.
Well, sure. Oh, by the way,
E3 play. E3 is very good too.
Very quickly too. I mean,
Fabi doesn't have time to burn, so he needs to rely on intuition and the things he's already worked out while Alireza was thinking. So.
Yeah.
And what is the currently best play?
I'm thinking bishop f5 is a serious threat. It would
I'm not
terrify
kidding
me.
No. But queen c4 check is also playable somehow. I guess with the intention of meeting bishop e6 with rook takes e3, of course. Yeah. And this is another thing that you need to assess properly because
I'm not sure about that.
Because king f7, and you need to understand that you can play rook d1, and the threats you have, in particular of rook e7 check followed by knight e4 check, are strong enough to give up this piece.
Queen for...
Well, currently black is just a piece up, for now.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But rook e7, knight e4 is a massive, massive threat to such an extent that the engine suggests taking on d4, and now we get to some position like this, which is after queen a1, apparently is a forced draw. White needs to give a perpetual. I guess the important thing here is that if you continue chasing it, it is actually reasonably safe somewhere around the h3 square. You will run out of checks once it leaves. And this is something we were discussing. I can't remember whether it was on air or off air about shogi and
crossing the river
and getting behind the enemy lines there.
Right.
Just could suddenly completely winning. So the way to give a perpetual here would be to go rook e6 and after king f5 here. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
this maybe you can understand because the bishop just falls. Yeah.
Exactly.
The reason I paused and started once again shrugging and saying I don't understand was that the engine actually prefers starting with this. and after bishop takes e3,
G4
there's rook f4 mate.
Oh yes.
Ooh.
So it's demonstrating its full command of the geometries of the board. But the bigger point is, of course, the king can go back, and
then
you do have to give this perpetual.
Gotcha. Speaking of breaking through and invading the enemy's camp, let's go to Wesley and Levon, because we're getting conflicting news. On the one hand, we thought that Wesley had the game in the bag, and the game is still going on.
It's still
Peter.
continuing, because I think he's done the responsible thing, which is do nothing until move 40.
And they've reached move 41.
This is move 41. So now, eventually, he will have to figure out how he's going to win this.
Right.
I suspect he will. I don't think our general evaluation of he will finally, at some point, find a way in changes. Mm-hmm. But yeah, he can't pass for much longer. This is all very good and well, but at some point you need to start collecting pawns.
Right. So and how is he going to do that, Peter?
This is winning. It's just that it's sort of trickier than you maybe would have liked. It goes king a6. You want a3 and b4, as I said. If the knight goes to e5, you can also consider going king b5 and a4, a5, I'm sure, in some positions.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, if you give the engine time here, it just says, I don't quite understand why I'm not winning. Like, it just says, I am a pawn up with a bishop against knight. What's the problem?
And a3 and b4 is on my agenda as well.
What's the problem exactly?
Right. Is this a difficult ending for a human to assess? You know, the king is after all on a6.
It feels a little tricky, trappy, and you almost do have the fear that you may be throwing things away. Your king is in the wrong square. On the other hand...
But you have to make progress.
Exactly.
There are no points for style.
You're not going to be playing king takes f6 anytime soon. No. So you've got to be playing king takes a7.
Yeah, I think Levon has sort of nailed his colors to the mast here. He said, okay, I'm defending this way. I've completely abandoned the a7 pawn. I'm not letting you take anything else. Please take on a7. I will lock it there.
Right.
Show me how you win that position. And at some point, you do have to show how you win that position. It's unavoidable.
Fair. Going back to our very key matchup,
I don't like king b2.
Alireza played king b2.
Yeah, I don't like king b2.
Well...
And h5 is a very good response by Fadi. Once again, bishop g4 is now a massive threat. h5 has always been sort of on our radar, but now, finally, we're reaching a position where I can explain in human language why it's strong. Because bishop g4 is just so unpleasant to meet.
Bishop g4 is, yeah. It was funny. I actually thought h4, h5 for white could be useful just to stop this bishop g4, but also kind of to stop bishop h6. Here, I'm not happy if I'm white, Jovi, because the desirable queen c4 check is running into bishop e6, and I really hate playing queen c5. I'm just opening up that dark square bishop.
I left it running for a bit. It's just lost for white.
Queen c4, bishop e6 is losing.
Yeah, queen c4.
Exactly.
Queen c4 no longer works because the same variation after rook takes e3.
No perpetual.
Yeah, there will be. Why are you not? Yeah, rook e3. We get here. King f7, rook d1, but bishop takes d4. You've also made yourself much more vulnerable to this because queen a2, queen takes c2 is now a threat, which it wasn't. With the king on c1
as well. In some lines, we were doing that.
So this is now completely unplayable.
Yeah,
and
absolutely
the engine suggests the only way to kind of keep it afloat is to play knight a4, and Black can even invest a tempo on king h7. I don't know how easy it is on 8 minutes, but it's very useful to sidestep all the checks. So you do this first. After queen c4, I'm just checking. The line that wins here is maybe not, like, it's very playable, but maybe in the process you will not be entirely sure you're winning. But these are all very makeable moves.
Right.
And then white's problem is the king is still unsafe, but you now have additional problems of really misplaced pieces. Vulnerable pawn on g3 because the queen will drop back to c7 and start picking it up. There's also a very strong passer on e3. We're still in exchange on a pawn up, so perhaps from some way away you can be excused in thinking that this is playable for white. But yeah, the engine says like you play knight a3, black plays queen c7, and things just start falling apart here. It's hanging on g3. We also have bishop g4 and e2 coming in. It's just bad.
I mean, can you go knight c just to kind of try to keep the game alive? Like,
how about rook g1? Rook g1.
I was afraid of d2.
Yeah, rook g1 we can already.
Rook e1.
Yeah, it says we can come just
Are you
Bishop
gonna...
g4 is strong. Queen e7 is even stronger, apparently.
Queen e7.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm doing this with the machine, which instantly points out to me that things like this are working. But frankly, it looks like they will be working because, like, look at this.
The knights.
Yeah,
the knights are,
They should be somewhere here.
Yeah, they should be on e5 and e4, right?
They should be stopping this from happening, and they're all the way over there and not doing really very much.
Oh my!
So yeah, this is shifting
to Fabi's favor.
Kind of conclusively in Fabi's favor. The only problem is he's on 8 minutes, and this is still a massively sharp position, which is very easy to misplay. There's a lot of very precise calculations that will be required.
And let's remind our viewers that this, if Alireza were to fall into defeat in this game, this could very easily knock him out of the candidates race. Because he would lose yet again another 5 rating points, and he's gone.
And if that happens, he still has 3 games to play.
But not good. Here's the ratings watch and what we're talking about. Prior to the start of the tournament, Alireza came in with a lead in the race. The player who...
Yes, because the player who has the highest rating on January the 1st, who hasn't qualified for the candidates, will get that spot into the candidates tournament. And before the tournament, before round 5, Alireza Firouzja had 27.61, and there was Wesley with 27.56.
But then came round 5
against Richard Rapport. But came round 5,
they switched places.
Alireza loses to Richard Rapport, and he drops down, and Wesley leapfrogs
by 1
in the
point.
rating list.
And here's what we mean by that changing of the rating position.
Changing
there.
of the guard. And with the round panning out the way it's panning out, and I will show you one additional position in a moment, it really feels that if Wesley converts his, he just more or less locks it up weirdly, because look at this. We stopped discussing the Giri Dominguez position somewhere here. Leinier, instead of rook d7, made another perfectly good move, rook h8, always useful to protect the one vulnerable point. And here, something like rook e2 was still completely playable. White is fine. But Anish committed himself to playing c3 and queen takes c5. Leinier played queen g3. Rook d2 is a massive, massive threat. If e4 is a threat, everything is a threat. And here, white is already in trouble, but after rook d1, you can still fight. Rook d1, you're only really worse if black finds rook d3. Everything else, you're not even worse.
Okay.
But Anish instead played queen f2, and now Leinier took and played knight h7. This looks lost. This doesn't even look worse.
No, this
Black
is
will play
terrible.
f6, black will play knight g5, and look at this pair of passers.
Right.
And, well, incidentally, if Leinier wins, he will overtake Anish Giri in the ratings.
And potentially even Alireza, if Alireza loses today.
So everything to play for.
But Wesley will be...
Leinier wasn't even in our race.
Yeah. But Wesley, should Wesley win, it feels like he might be...
locking it up.
10 points ahead of people.
Yes, locking it up.
Because he is winning and they're losing. They were all very close.
Right.
But Alireza is in desperate trouble, and Anish is in even more trouble today than Alireza, both with white pieces as well, which is quite shocking. So very much, dependent on how this comes out. And Wesley is doing it slowly. He's played a3 a bit earlier than expected, but once again, he's using the fact that this knight, wherever you jump, this just takes away all the squares.
Mm-hmm.
So he's doing it slowly, but I think he's doing it correctly, and I still feel like he probably gets there. And with the other positions of the round, the rating spot could be more or less on lock after today, it feels like.
Help me out here, Peter, understanding how the engine thinks, because as you were talking, that bar...
it actually goes a4, a5 with the king on c7. We were making the argument that we will need to take on a7.
Right.
But I think Wesley found a way not to.
But I keep seeing this bar going up and up and up. It's like the longer the engine thinks, the more it realizes the position.
Absolutely, yeah. This is exactly the kind of position where you let it run, and it just realizes how hopeless it is, because it reaches a certain horizon beyond which there is no salvation. And this is a very cute plan, by the way. He goes a3. I think you kind of need to go knight d6 now to maybe at least try to disbalance it somehow. Because knight e5, and this is, I think, why he burned a tempo. He wants to be playing a5 with a knight on f7.
Right.
And you cannot allow a6. Actually, maybe you can, yeah?
Well, I'm just going to take twice.
Yeah, take twice, and maybe before c5 and just queen the c pawn.
That's much cleaner.
And this is just lost.
Right.
This is just lost because we will take on c5, and then we will once again start jockeying for position, and you will start having to give me squares.
Backing up.
Yeah, and the c pawn just runs, and the knight continues having no squares to look forward to. This is maybe a very, very clean conversion, actually, by Wesley. I like this.
Very clinical.
Says, I don't even want to get involved in those positions where my king is sidelined and I need to spend a lot of moves bringing it back. I'm just going to win this one.
A lot of technical chess, but also in the game between Fabi and Alireza. Tactics at work too, because I noticed that, okay, we've seen knight a3, b1, but now we went and saw knight on b1 back to a3 in the Alireza game. Play king b2, h5, knight a3,
bishop g4.
Bishop g4. This was a check.
Check king h7.
King h7.
Yeah. And to interrupt you,
as
we can see,
arbiters should be more careful with those clocks, because I'm pretty sure this has just been registered as a black queen. Okay.
Well, it is a draw between Richard Rapport
and we are
Maxime
not worthy.
Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, I see what you see about the black king there, but we are not worthy. You called this draw from a long distance. Good dynamic.
Yeah, I think MVL did a very clever thing there with training the bishops off, which also feels like maybe Richard, after he saw the bishops disappear, he kind of lost hope in winning this position, because after that trade, the game didn't really last very long. MVL also brought the queen all the way to e5, where it really dominates everything, and it just doesn't look like White will be able to create a single threat here. So they found a repetition, and the game was taken off our screens.
I'm sorry, I want to say that's impressive understanding. I mean, Jovi and I were, doing our maths like good pupils, and
I also like being a pawn up, but this is not a very impressive piece, and this is a very, very impressive blocker.
Exactly, great.
But
blocking.
let's
dwell
not
and
lose
jump.
sight of.
What do we have after? Okay, I go rook a1.
Rook a1. Now you actually just
like,
lose to bishop a6, among other things. But this is the most direct, because we've lured the rook away from the d file, and the d4 pawn is falling. And even queen c5, after queen c5, I very happily actually enter this endgame, and after knight b1.
This is painful.
Yeah, you're
never an eternal pin.
Yeah, you're never unpinning yourself.
Yeah, no, this is
actually.
I hate it.
I think it goes king h6 with the intention of including the king in the attack. I understand why it goes king h6.
Wow.
One thing you can blunder here and shouldn't is rook a7 takes g7. So it preventively unpins the bishop to be able after rook a7 to play bishop e5 and not allow White to give that rook away. And then everything just starts getting. He played queen f7 though. Yeah, queen f7 is maybe an attempt to create some kind of mayhem. Hang on a second. Let me find my place.
My intention, of course, was to be able to meet rook a8 with rook a1. Queen f7 hits the rook and kind of invites you if you like. You're not invited.
Machine says queen d8, and I think it's actually a very playable move, even in severe time trouble, because rook is still hanging. I am now threatening to take with the queen on d4, which basically I think will lead immediately to mate. I'm also hinting at the move rook e7, which will shoo away the one active piece White has. And yeah, things are just completely falling apart. You can try playing knight e2.
Okay, knight e2. There you go.
Yeah, the best move here is knight d5, which I don't think many people play. But what people do play is rook f8, rook f2.
Yep.
That looks...
rook f8 played instead of all of that anyway, yeah.
No
Fabi starts with rook
d8,
f8.
rook f8?
I think
so I can hang around,
I think that was a more natural move, because it's very difficult.
This actually gives White some hope.
But now I can hang around. Queen e7.
Yeah, queen e7. I don't like this. I think the pawn on e3 is such a valuable asset that I don't like leaving touch...
Could you now come in with the rook?
No, we're still probably winning. Like takes, we go c6, c5, very understandable, playable move because the bishop wants to breathe.
Okay,
it's still bad.
Just a second, hold on.
There was
yes, knight c4.
We drop back to a8. But no, okay, no. This is very
c5
difficult.
Are hanging.
This is very difficult. This is very difficult.
Sorry.
Instead of c5, I mean, what about rook f2? I want to keep it as simple as possible.
c2 isn't hanging though.
Well, there's a big trick though. If you take the pawn with the queen.
That is very beautiful though. Yeah, that is very, very beautiful.
Cheapo central.
Coffee Houska.
And apparently, I think, actually I want to compliment Jovanka because I think in practical terms this just wins on the spot.
Right.
Because the only move here, which apparently saves the game as well,
Knight C3.
is just to give up on C2 with check.
What?
No way. So B4 is hanging.
And this is
B4 is hanging.
Yeah, because I'm actually trying to pick up your knight on B4. You can play Queen F5, and now the only move that doesn't lose is knight takes E3.
But that's easily findable.
But from here you can navigate because
Yes.
like everything else will immediately lose.
Of course.
And then after Queen F2 I can take on B4. I'm still not winning despite being a full piece up. But I'm also not losing because we have
That's
now...
but that's a good
Yeah.
sign.
Knight
Queen E7 on the
C4.
board.
Yeah, and Queen E7 played. Yeah, no, this is a very dramatic turnaround because
So,
it felt like...
does it make sense not to take on? I like your move Rook F2. I'm wondering if I don't have to take on D1.
But now,
Yes.
with the rook on E1 and the bishop on G4 alive, we can actually go for this
Yes.
position. We're going to be a bit worse, but because the queen is protected,
Because
we end up...
because the rook is protected.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but the queen on E3 was protected by the rook, and
Yes.
also we are now taking on G1 with the knight, which is something
Right.
we weren't doing there. And Black is still having,
The joy,
the better of it.
Right.
But this should be a draw after knight
But this
C3.
is not the killer.
Yeah, this is
rook
killing
and
it.
bishop.
This is selling it a bit short. Yeah.
Wow. And the players are down to 7.5 minutes and five
And 5.5 for Fabi, yeah.
minutes for Fabi. And I have to tell you, again, if you like, the world of classical chess and tense, you cannot find a game that has more consequence than this one. I mean, this is the determinant game for the candidates, for Alireza, and he absolutely needs this game. He's an exchange up. He's 2 minutes ahead on the clock. It feels like this
and
all
struggling to make a draw, yeah.
And struggling to make a draw.
And struggling to make a draw. And without Rook F8, Queen E7, I would have bet on him not making a draw. But now I think it's very possible. Because that line that the engine shows as winning...
Yeah, which one
so Bishop
is it?
D1.
Bishop D1 is
Rook G1.
Yes.
C5.
C5, yes.
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty much unplayable because after knight C4, you have to put it on A6 or A8. Let's put it on A8 just for clarity.
For funds? Okay.
Yeah, and you have to realize that after queen takes C5, you're still doing extremely well because you go E3, E2.
Okay, that's a tempo against
Yeah,
the
and
rook.
if the rook goes somewhere along the back rank, we have Rook F1.
Yeah.
And A1 is
and
landing.
And you can't take the pawn on E2 because
Because
of Queen
Queen A2
A2
check, yeah.
checkmate. Check.
Check one. Yeah, Rook E2,
Yeah.
Queen A1.
After E2, the best move is Rook C1.
Okay.
And even more weirdly, Rook F1 now isn't winning at all.
Because of knight takes E2.
Because of knight takes E2, and we've protected the C2 pawn, and we aren't getting mated anymore.
Lucky us.
Yeah. But instead of Rook F1, the engine suggests that both knight C6 and knight A6 are winning, which I think is just completely unfindable.
Knight A6 is winning?
Knight A6 is -3.
Yeah, because
I would have never.
Yeah, he's
well, bishop takes rook.
Yeah, he started by bishop
Knight
D1.
A6.
Yeah, the point is the pawn on D4 is just getting picked up. This is the explanation. After knight
This
A6,
is the crux of it.
Yeah,
Just
you
bishop
cannot keep control of the D4 pawn, and once it falls, your position starts collapsing massively. But yeah, I don't think this is realistic.
Wow.
We will not see this.
So we do have bishop takes D1 on the board as the start of it all. I don't see another move than rook takes D1.
No, he has to take on G1.
Yes.
Knight takes D1 loses on the spot because there's an X-ray along the A5 E1 diagonal.
Of course.
He will take on D1. There's no choice, and I'm pretty sure Fabi is intending to play rook F2 because it looks winning.
Yeah, done deal.
It just looks winning.
Yeah.
But we know that it's not, specifically because of knight c4. And Alireza will have 7 minutes.
So rook
to find knight c4.
Inviting the delicious queen takes a3, queen takes a3, cheapo,
also,
and knight takes c2, forking king and queen. But it's knight c4 that's the savior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, that's marvelously hidden, isn't? And the time control requires 6 moves for Firouzja and 5 Fabi?
Six
No,
moves for
the
Fabi, and
other way around,
5
sorry.
moves for Alireza.
Wow.
So the best move here by far is that line starting with c4. Sorry,
And he's playing rook
F2.
F2.
I was pretty sure that was the intention.
But c5 would have been
and
monster.
The second best move is also completely unplayable in a practical game because instead of rook f2, black is borderline winning after knight d5, just trading an attacking piece and giving up on e3. This is also something you just
like knight takes, pawn takes.
Queen d5, queen e3, rook f3.
Queen d5.
Queen e3, rook f3, and it says this is massively better for black.
Just because the knight is so...
Knight is horrible, your entire king side is about to get picked up.
And your king
but
side...
but nobody plays that. I just wanted to mention it because it's a...
Good to know.
It's an outlandish enough position to bring up. But
rook f2, again, that is such a, human move because you do see that you're hitting c2. You do see that you're defending tactically your pawn on e3, and you think, I've got this in the bag, until you see knight c4, which is, by the way...
Strictly the only move. Everything else loses.
Everything else loses.
Yeah, the threats are just so many. Queen f5 is a threat. e2 is a threat.
You resign or you play knight c4?
But you have to fight every instinct
that
you have, because you're allowing rook takes c2 with a check, as Peter's highlighted. And maybe you just, is there a direct threat? Like, for instance, if
I go g4.
Yeah, like g4,
yeah, g4.
Rook e1. I'm just trying to find a move.
I suppose rook d2 might even be something pretty nasty, but c5?
Once again, the win is very strange after g4. It actually goes e2, knight e2, knight d5, and says you have to start dropping material because of how strong. Let's show this on the board. e2, knight e2, knight d5.
E2.
Yeah, once again, giving up our pride and joy.
Right,
knight d5. And the point here is...
The queen is hanging.
Oh, this is just so beautiful. If the queen goes anywhere, let's say queen e4 or queen e6, doesn't matter.
Looks like a nice move.
We take on e2.
Rook e2, queen e2.
Yeah, we give a check on c3.
I have to...
Choose a square, any square.
a2.
Queen takes d4.
Get lost.
Yes. This is an appropriate response to this.
What? No. Okay, rook takes.
Knight c3, knight takes e2.
Okay, and then I have
to walk into the...
And you played g4 as well, meaning that you've created a passer for me.
Thank you for hanging my king side face.
No, this is also not happening. But after g4 there are other moves. In fact, black can just go
d4.
h takes g4.
Queen takes d4 is a visual.
Yeah, I just wanted to show that line because queen c3 takes d4, which happens, by the way, against both king a2 and king b1. Having an additional c1 square changes nothing. I still go queen takes d4.
Well, but here's the point. It's very easy to see that g4 is a desperado. Rook e1 just simply doesn't work because of knight d3 check. You come to the conclusion you have to play knight c4, and you just hope that queen f5, rook f2, and queen f5
it really does feel like that. Yeah.
So you're absolutely obliged. And the crazy part is that this position is actually salvageable.
Yeah, it holds.
But if you miscalculate, Yasser,
you're
going to go down in the history books as the person who just literally
threw away his candidacy. I get it, but in this particular case, the knight on b4 is absolutely critical to the attack. The rook will be hanging, and look,
no, not found.
He didn't find
knight
it.
E4
he played
instead.
knight e4. He didn't find that.
Yeah, this loses to a number of things, including rook takes c2.
This is what I was wondering.
This wasn't blundered, but it wins. I'm pretty sure he means...
And he's done it instantly by Fabi.
King b1, though, this wasn't a blunder. He will play king b1 instantly, and Fabi will have to find the only move that wins, which is to put the rook back. Knight f6 check needs to be stopped.
Yeah. He's played king b1, as you've said.
Yeah, Alireza didn't miss rook c2.
And the point is, Alireza is looking for a perpet. Knight f6 check and knight g8 check will be his perpetual. And what you've just said, Peter, is stop him.
Rook f2 wins. Rook
f2
wins here.
wins.
And it wins reasonably... No.
Queen?
No.
But you have knight g5.
Knight g5. And king h8 is...
Knight g5, Why do I have to go king h6?
King h6, queen takes e3. It still wins, but it's a mess.
Beg your pardon, queen e3. So king h8, yes?
King h8, and now my question was, why can't we go queen e8 and queen takes g6?
Right.
But then we lose the endgame. Queen f5 check, and the pawn on e3 decides.
So queen e8 check, rook f8, for example, queen takes g6, and we just trade queens.
Yeah, we go queen f5, rook f5, and there's just no defending against e2, rook f1. It's just completely lost.
Wow.
Completely lost.
e2, followed by rook f1, resigns.
Yeah, I think Fabi gets there because there's just no other way properly to stop knight f6 check. He just gets there by process of elimination.
Wow, tense moments right here.
Well,
Knight
unless he's thinking of queen, no, but even then that doesn't work. Queen f5.
Queen f5, knight takes c2, we may have lost. Yeah,
Exactly.
It's a lot of material.
Exactly.
Well,
Rook f2, the only move.
Well, the thing that stops me cold is just that knight f6 check will be an instant perpetual.
Yeah.
And if I'm thinking I'm winning with black, I'm playing rook f2 just to stop. Wow. Let's just quickly, just as we're keeping our eyes peeled to this game, we do have one draw, but what's happening in the Leinier game?
Yeah, I think Anish did the right thing in this position. If you allow f7, f6 here, you will die a very painful death because black will never have to worry about anything.
Right.
He played f6 himself, trying to at least shake this away.
Right, mess it up.
But knight g5, and then Leinier very carefully prepared to take on f6. You could already take here, but this allows rook takes f4. Black is still better, but no reason to allow it. He's gone king d8 before, and he's taken on f6 now. And now the king will return to b8, and we can start finally pushing our pawns down the board. This looks winning for black.
Beautiful,
and
patient
nothing
play.
much changed in our endgame here, but we kind of know this is winning. It's just that Wesley needs at some point to commit to a winning plan. He is still waiting. And yeah, rook f2 played by Fabiano. So let's go back to watching that.
Wow. And this could be, I mean, we started with so many draws at the start, and suddenly the bubble burst.
Exactly. Well, the stakes have gotten higher, right?
Certainly
because
they
players
have.
find themselves in.
After the rest
All of those stats completely bogus. 48% in round one. Who said that?
Not me. It was all draws. And what happened after the rest day?
Well, today is
the rest day.
And I mean, statistically speaking, Wesley plays terribly after the rest day.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not so terribly.
Not according to this. No, not according to our screen.
Rook f2, Jovi. That's a very, very nice move because it just leaves all kinds of questions.
Yeah, the simple idea is knight takes f2. Yeah, knight f5 check has to be played. Knight f2, queen a3 is basically made.
Right.
And now Fabi still needs to be a bit precise because king h6 looks like it's cleaner than king h8, but allowing queen takes e3 is unnecessary. You don't need to have that in your life.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're probably still winning, but there's no reason to give Alireza this ray of hope.
No, but this line that we saw with king h8 and trading queens, that was a very impressive.
But there is queen takes e3 though at the end of that one as
in
well.
this particular case, a3 keeps hanging, right? In all of these cases,
we
don't have time for the desirable.
My bad, yeah.
No worries.
Fabi has a minute and a half for 3 moves, but really there's only one final difficult decision to be made. He has to choose between king h8 and king
This
h6.
is our current position. The knight just went to g5. How much time did
a minute and 15.
Alireza has just over 3.5 minutes, whereas Fabi is ticking down to the minute mark, and they're on move 38.
These professionals are so used to this 30-second increment. It's not something that I grew up with, let's put it that way. Whenever I got down to a minute, not panicking,
You
but
feel it,
butterflies
yeah.
and
King
tension.
H8 on
King
the board,
H8.
All kinds of things.
Precise until the end.
Yes.
King H8.
Feels like he wins from here because after Queen E8, really only move Rook F8. You're never playing Bishop F8.
No.
And after Queen takes G6, White is actually threatening mate in 1.
So
he
you
will
stop him.
He will be forced to play Queen F5 check, and he will also reach move 40 at that point. And that endgame is easily winning. It's really not
Trivial.
difficult at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Wow.
game completely over then.
Well, for Fabi, first of all, it brings him back into the mix of winning the Sinquefield Cup very, very nicely. Kind of deals with some ghosts of, I say, the 2 Knights defense where he lost to Hikaru.
Also, with this win,
Yeah.
does he secure himself the win of the Grand Chess Tour?
I suspect you're right.
I suspect that he will, right?
That absolutely just does it because MVL theoretically could surpass him if Fabi were to lose, but I suspect you're right.
Yeah.
Such a consequential game for Firouzja as well.
Weirdly, in the current position for Alireza, he needs to realize that endgame is completely lost, and a way to actually ask Fabi one final pertinent question is to take on E3 here, against which the only actual clean win is Rook F8.
In that case, I may be taking on
he
E3.
he needs to make this move.
Because
he needs to make this move. It
I
gives
would
him,
be afraid of
it
Queen
gives him a
takes
shot.
A3.
Queen A3 is just, black is fine, but you're not winning after Queen F2, Queen B3, King C1. There's apparently no mate there. This holds.
No kidding.
This holds.
I would not have guessed that.
Black is maybe a bit better, but this holds. The thing is, after Queen A3, we go Rook F8, A3 is still hanging, and we just go Rook A8 next move, and we collect the full piece. I'm pretty sure Fabi will find it, but it at least asks a question. Queen E8 check asks no questions whatsoever. After Queen E8 check, you're forcing your opponent to win the game, because both moves are only moves.
Uninterested, shall we say, Wesley So coming into view there as Queen takes E3, Rook F8, clean win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the knight on A3 is just completely indefensible there. You can't do anything.
Gotcha. That makes a great deal of sense, of course. This knight on A3, what, oof.
And Alireza also ticking down to the minute mark.
Boldly stating the obvious, Alireza's last 2 games have been disastrous, right? Or
They've been close, right?
Where did it really start going wrong? I mean, the game with Leinier.
Well, his game against Richard was very shaky.
Right.
He took a lot of risk in the opening. And yeah, he could have won against Leinier, but that was incredibly sharp.
Right.
And yeah, I guess it was a bad game against Levon.
Yeah. It feels like he was maybe the one player in this tournament who was generating the most chances, both for himself and for his opponents. But he finally goes Queen E8 check, and now, as I said, Fabi, it's impossible to not make those 2 moves. And then that endgame is like, you might at first think that maybe I will be in time to somehow control the e-pawn, but you really aren't.
No.
You really, really aren't.
Wow. Wow. Big stuff. Queen takes G6, Queen F5 check. The players will have made time control, and that will be a winning ending for Fabi. Inform us again what's going on in the Anish Giri game.
Well, I assume Leinier should now be winning by force, but I haven't checked it in a while. Yeah, Leinier is very much in control here. So after Rook D7 checking B8, Anish played C4. The pawns started
running
on their march towards the queening squares. Leinier also invested in a tempo on the move A7, A6. Anish tried Rook D6. Even Rook D6 is winning, but I think this is a very understandable decision. Not giving White a passer on D7 is worth more than an exchange. And yeah, the engine just takes another one. Says 3 are...
Not even F3.
No, it just says, I'll take on H3, I put it back on G5, and then I will push 3 of them. While you have 0 counterplay whatsoever. He's gone knight F3, which is a bit unexpected, but doesn't really spoil very much. Yeah.
Rook G8.
Just going for mate, yeah. This is also very strong, yeah. Very, very strong. And Leinier is doing this on kind of low time, but this is move 39. He doesn't really
19 seconds for Anish.
Doesn't really have very many decisions left here for Leinier.
Oh, well, pardon me. This is actually move 39.
Yeah, should win from here.
11 seconds and counting. 8 seconds. 6.
Rook e2 played, because what else do you do?
He did it with 2 seconds on his clock.
Yeah. And Rook G8 is not the only thing that wins, but it wins very conclusively. So I'm pretty sure Leinier has done, like, he played Knight f3 to play Rook G8. I'm very, very certain. So yeah, this one is being concluded. Let's go back to our endgame between
well,
Wesley
it looks
and
like
Levon.
Wesley has collected the a7 pawn under the best of circumstance.
Yeah, he's actually gone for that winning plan. And now he can play, I think you pretty much always start by playing bishop b4, just to make sure that the knight has no good moves. And then we play b4 next move.
Exactly.
And we give black very unpleasant choices, because, like, let's go knight e6, b4. And the issue for Levon here is, if you take on b4, you will eventually probably force white to do this, maybe. But the problem is, it's not that the c-pawn is winning on its own. It's just that eventually you will have to allow the king to get to the king side, while we are never going to. In fact, white probably at some point just plays h5, bishop f3.
Shuts
like
everything down.
I would actually not be against this at all. Just play h5, play bishop f3, indicate to your opponent
that I'm going king side.
Nothing will ever hang on the king side.
Right.
And then there will be zugzwangs, like knight g5, we go bishop f3. Let's just to illustrate. Like, okay, I may have thrown it away, but yeah, if we go king b5 here, we're still winning.
Right.
King b5, king c5.
And now king c5.
Yeah, so you do this, and for the moment, I have no way in, but I play bishop g4, and you have to start giving me way.
Giving ground, yeah.
And then the whole thing collapses. So
impressive.
Should be very, very convertible from here.
By the way, no rook. Not sorry.
Yeah,
sorry, Joe.
Here we go. Here is the ratings. What is the highest rated person on January the 1st, 2024?
So the idea here is just one rating list. The January 1st rating list is the rating list that will decide a spot in the Toronto Candidates Tournament. The highest rated player who's not already in the candidates will get an invite, and because of the switching of places that's occurred since Firouzja has lost his game against Levon and is likely losing the day, Wesley looks like he's punching a ticket. And by the way, there was no rook g8. Leinier is just
Leinier played
rook
second best move. Still wins very, very comfortably. We want to play knight d4 and then f3, and like we just breaking through.
Knight d4 and
a bit
f3.
Surprising that he chose this over the other one, because the other one felt like it was winning faster. But it really is a matter of taste. I don't think it matters a great deal.
And there we see Wesley. So did Wesley make the time control? I'm sure they have.
This is actually 14 minutes for the final time control.
Okay, exactly. Yeah. I just wanted to be sure. Anish Giri is looking at a lost position. This last move, rook e4, sets up. Yes.
1 second left on the clock.
I saw 32 seconds. Yeah, and Leinier played.
Yeah.
No, you're telling me that Leinier played his 40th move because he had 40 seconds.
He left himself a second.
Yeah. There it is. I don't know if through the magic of television we could actually see this, but this is ridiculous. Rook e2. So you have rook g8 and you have rook e4.
Yeah.
Both are winning.
Both are winning.
And you take it down to 1 second to decide.
Like, what if there's some kind of a motor malfunction?
Exactly.
And like you drop it while driving it to e4.
Like,
yeah, this is way too unnerving for me to even contemplate.
And rook e4 in 1 second he played that.
It's there.
I always had that, like, I don't know if it's a nightmare dream where, your opponent, we're playing, and you've gone down to a few seconds, and you're about to make your move, and I suddenly go, achoo!
Yeah.
Making a terrible sneeze.
This doesn't really happen very much in top-level chess.
But you know what I mean. Sorry, we lost Jovi on Pikachu.
But like, seriously, you open yourself up to all kinds of gamesmanship. Yeah, I don't really understand why you would do this to yourself.
Then you overstep. obviously, because my sneeze just threw you way off.
Yeah, there was a very famous example of this. I remember the first time I was introduced to this idea in reasonably high-level chess. There was this grandmaster who I'm pretty sure you probably played against, a grandmaster from my hometown, Konstantin Aseyev.
I did not play him,
but you
I'm very familiar
But you knew
with
him,
Yes.
He was probably, and you must understand that I'm a lifelong friend of Alexander Grishuk.
Yes.
He can't hold a candle to what Aseyev was doing in every game. Like, it's just like he would consistently be like on a minute by move 20.
Right, always in time trouble.
And that's very, very old school, no increment, there was never any increment. And he was playing in an Aeroflot Open, I want to say 05, thereabouts. And he played against a very young player who, if I think very hard, I can probably name, but I think it's not really that necessary in particular because I'm not going to be complimenting him very much. And Aseyev was playing his pet opening with black, and he outplayed him completely. And but as usual, he's down to absolutely last 3 seconds or something.
Right.
And it's move 39. His position is completely winning.
Okay.
And he is on 10 hooks, waiting for a move to reply to,
So
and then he
bang,
can finally
he's
get
ready.
up. And he has a king on g8 and a knight on f6.
Okay.
And the guy goes queen f5, h7, check.
So the intended king g7
No, but there's nothing protecting it.
Right.
It's just, it can be taken in 2 different ways, but you have
Right.
4 seconds to take it.
Right.
And Aseyev went like, ugh, and lost on time.
Right.
Yes.
So you sort of open yourself up to this stuff, right? You might not want to be in that position.
Right.
What Leinier has done, I mean, obviously, in a game with increment, it's not as bad because as long as you continue making moves, you will continue not being on 3 seconds. But yeah,
Queen h7.
Yeah, I remember. I still remember it. I remember the square and everything because like. Very clearly, that player chose, like, he thought, okay, if this game actually reaches move 40, I'm losing. I'm losing it. So why not just?
There have been incidences where people have, been trying to promote a pawn and they're looking for the queen, and then the opponent has the queen.
Hides the queen, yeah. No, it's very famous. Bernie Zuckerman, his opponent, had gotten the queen and was ready to promote. Bernie made a move, grabbed the queen and threw it across the stage. I am not joking. Rook e4 on the board. I just wanted to see what has happened in the Fabi game into that ending that we described, completely winning now for Fabi as both players have made.
Yeah, Rook e1 is the only serious question to ask here. Alireza has already played Rook e1. Rook f2 is winning. Just in a moment, I'll show the 2 relevant variations.
Right. But Rook e1, okay, attacks the pawn.
Yeah. First thing to realize after Rook e1 is that the pawn on e4, e3 isn't actually hanging. I can play Rook f2. If you take, I will give a check from f1. I will take on d4. I will collect absolutely everything.
Correct.
So it's not actually generating any threats, which is why Rook f2 is so strong.
Maybe knight c2 is
and taking away knight c2 is a very useful thing to do.
Right.
So Rook f2 is completely winning.
Right.
But there's also a more direct way. We can take on d4, as long as we realize that after knight c2, we have this move bishop c3.
Oh, Jovi.
And once again,
I have to work one move further because you do have knight takes e3.
Yeah, and then I guess we switch over to giving mate from that side. Actually, Rook f2 is cleaner because Rook f2 creates mating threats which are harder to parry.
I don't know. We were ready to resign after Rook
I understand.
On our behalf, I was ready to resign the game because Rook a1 and Bishop takes e1.
Rook f2 is maybe the cleanest because let's say if knight e4, we can even sort of introduce this idea. And I'm not even threatening the knight so much as I'm threatening bishop takes d4 and rook a1 mate. Yeah, so there's just too much going on. As long as Fabi keeps his head here, he is winning this game. And this really does spell...
Is there any margin for error here for Fabiano? So I'm thinking... Bishop takes pawn, we've established, is fine.
Yeah.
So
and also in this position,
you
can not play bishop c3 because everything else just throws everything away.
Yeah.
Like
but bishop c3 is a beautiful winner. Rook e3, rook f1.
Yeah,
that's it.
That's toast.
It's not very difficult. Yeah.
No.
And you can take with whatever you want.
Exactly.
Well then, it's just a disaster for
Yeah.
Alireza. And let's go
That's
and
it.
take a look at the. No move has been made in the Anish Giri Leinier Dominguez game either.
Again,
Four
rookie
still
4 made with
last
1
move.
second on his clock by Leinier
I'm
Dominguez.
sorry,
I mean,
I just love your sneezing trick. Again, that's going to go into my playbook. Dirty tricks.
Yeah. It was How to Cheat at Chess by Bill Hartston. Absolutely brilliant book, by the way.
What exactly are we promoting here?
Nothing. Just saying that don't do this. Don't go down to 1 second on your clock because something can go wrong. I mean, wow. This has turned out to be an incredibly eventful round. We came into today's round 2 victories out of 21 if you're counting, sorry. 2 victories out of 20, but every single game here has been brilliant, and we're going to have a lot of victories, it would appear.
But
as
actually,
we go to break.
all 3 remaining games look like they should end in a decisive result, bringing us to 5 out of 24, which is still not a lot, but a lot better than 2 out of 20. We
Beats
take
10%.
Yeah, take that any
They've
day of
been
the week.
very exciting games, from the technical to the dynamic. I mean, what more can we ask for?
Exactly.
And every player has made the time control, so we are going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to be back in a few minutes with a lot more of the chess action.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokhorjanova. I will be creating content for Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and catch more behind the scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokhorjanova. I will take you behind the scenes of the Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and don't miss out on players' interviews and more content from the playing hall.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinquefield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back to round 6 of the Sinquefield Cup. And yesterday it was a rest day, and it seems the players have come in a fighting
They sure
mood.
have, Jovi.
A lot of the positions have been very explosive, a lot of them a little bit mysterious, but let's take a look at the results so far. And it was a draw there on the third board between Richard Rapport against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he did have a bye because of Jan-Krzysztof Duda's withdrawal in round 2. But all the other games
remaining games
were
we're
full
looking
of action.
And we're expecting 3 decisive results. Let's start from the top between Wesley and Levon. These are 2 players who came into today tied for first. If you think of them as being +1, well, guess what? Look at the position. White's a pawn up, but it's even worse than that. It's like White has the better minor piece, the better king position, and he's a pawn up. 3 advantages, Peter. You only need 2.
Our
mostly.
maths is good, right?
Yes, it is.
Math is excellent. And we were discussing the fact that even the endgame like that, which cannot really be avoided, I'm pretty sure is completely winning.
Right.
But you can even get a better version, because in this position, and you pretty much get this position, you can also play bishop d5.
Include a nice
and make a passer one file further away from where the game will actually be won, because White isn't planning to win on the queen side. White is planning to use the outside passer to distract the black king and then go over to the other side, collect everything, and queen one of those 2.
Exactly.
Bishop d5, just very, very clean here.
Exactly. And then in the other one, we have Alireza. Fabi's played a tremendous game.
Yeah.
Let's just stop
there.
There
There were mistakes in it, but they were very easily understandable human mistakes, which I think most of us would make, because The things the engine was showing us were frankly unbelievably beautiful, but also very, very difficult, I would say borderline impossible to find. So I think he will be very, very happy with today, despite the fact that it will be pointed out to him by his screen
right.
that there were better moves on offer at certain points. And yeah, we've discussed this endgame. He chose bishop takes d4. There was nothing wrong with this choice, nothing wrong with rook f2. The threat actually is bishop c3.
That is
just driving the rook away and queening the pawn. If you go knight e4, the simplest win is just to once again remind white that back rank issues are no joke here.
Yeah.
Rook f1 is a threat.
Way.
If knight g2, we can play rook f2, and now knight g3 is also coming in. Bishop c3 is coming in, and in the final game, there was intrigue where none should have been available, because in this position, choosing between rook g8 and the move rook e4 that Leinier actually ended up making, he left himself a second.
Yeah, 2 winning choices, and I guess he couldn't decide.
Yeah.
But he did with 1 second on his clock.
But he did, and just in time. But yeah, we were discussing on break. Imagine actually not getting there. Somehow mechanically, something breaks down. But he is very, very good mechanically. One thing I will say to Leinier, he is incredibly good at making moves quickly and precisely and pressing the clock button. But rook g8, yeah, I thought rook g8 is just so clean, because rook g2 we obviously just trade and play e3, e2, and the game ends on the spot. So rook goes somewhere here, we give this check, we play knight e5, we go rook g2 check, we queen.
On our next
Once
turn.
again, we just queen the pawns.
Right.
Very, very unclear what he could have disliked about this, to be honest.
Exactly.
Seems like it was ending the game on the spot. Rook e4 is still completely winning, but it's slower. We will have to play knight d4, we will have to play f3, and so on and so on.
Right. Coming into our show today, we had all of these marvelous graphics about, like who does well and performs well after a break. Break it down for our audience, what we had in mind for them.
Fabiano, he was in impressive shape today, and he is the person who has the highest positive jump in his tournament after the rest day. For
Levon
Aronian and
MBL,
they are showing an increase in performance after
and
the rest day.
Wesley is terrible.
Well, apparently so. I mean, the numbers don't lie. He says performs significantly worse in later rounds.
Today.
And Nepo and Giri do perform worse in later rounds, which is actually quite key, because Anish Giri, he needs a good tournament. He needs to also catch up in the rating race.
He was very, very close, but we think Leinier is actually winning or has won the game at the moment, because this last move by Leinier, rook e4, is a winning move. Again, I'm just going to go to the current position. Oh, we do have a move by... I'm going to go to the current position between Levon and Wesley, because Wesley has just played the move c5 as you.
Yeah, Wesley decided to go for the purest, for the simplest conversion from here. There were faster options available once again, and I'm not going to use this as a criticism. I'm just going to show another plan here, which was winning very, very comfortably. You can play something like g4, and then actually we're intending to play in a good spot. Hang on, I was looking at some lines. g4 after knight e6, it goes king a7, and basically it says, I am now, among other things, threatening c5, b takes c5, b5, b6, b7, b8.
Gotcha. So I have to go back.
So you have to go knight d4, we go h5 here, and now you're in Zugzwang.
Right.
And let's say, even after knight b3, we are now just instantly winning by force with c4, c5. And there's really, the engine starts going king d6 here, which is just
give me the pawn.
You might as well resign if this is your best option. But instead of all this, and I kind of endorse this decision, Wesley says, I don't really particularly want to calculate. I know this is winning eventually. It will take longer. I don't care.
Right.
Everything is completely under control. Eventually the king gets over here. It will take a while, but it will get there, because it will have to walk sort of
slowly around
all the way across.
Yeah.
But as I pointed out, with the pawns on h5 and g2, and I think we do play h4, h5 at some point, we put the bishop on f3, they cannot be attacked.
Totally secure.
And eventually the king will find a way to the other side of the board, and then we'll decide the game. So Wesley is saying, I'm in no hurry.
Jovi, this is absolutely huge result for Wesley So, because again, boldly stating the obvious, it would bring him to +2 in the tournament, which is a fantastic result when nobody else is winning. But far more importantly, it also gives him that rating edge that is so critical for the January rating list. I mean, you almost start to get a little bit nervous thinking about this. You know, you've got the winning position and there's no way to spoil it. But wow, a dream.
It is
dream
a
coming
dream
true.
for Wesley. Actually, the whole game has been a dream because Levon played the opening very quickly, got himself into trouble, and
by
from
the way,
start
we
to
do
finish,
have a
and
result.
We have a result. Fabiano Caruana did win his game against Alireza Firouzja, so big news there. Very good game there from Fabiano.
Truly, a very impressive win. And by the way, the finish was also rather nice. After bishop takes d4, Alireza tried the move knight c2, and we were saying bishop c3. That was the crucial move. You just remind white that he has a back rank problem. You can't play rook takes e3 because of rook f1.
Fabi played knight takes e3 with it, which is the only real attempt to do anything. And Fabi chose the most practical decision here. He just took on g5 and said, yeah, I'm a piece up. I don't need to calculate anything stronger. It's probably the third best move in the position. But in terms of forcing immediate resignation, it was perfectly good enough.
Exactly. Anything that forces resignation, you can't criticize.
Not saying it's
I was thinking that for ourselves, Jovi, once Peter presented us with our move after the move rook a5, I made the decision to collectively resign on our behalf. Rook a5, but
rook a5 knight c2, you actually are going to still work a little bit. I think rook f2
was probably the optimal. But rook takes g5 was enough, and Fabi climbs to +1, and then of course there's Leinier.
Yes.
Talk about that game. We do have a2, a3 on the board.
Yeah, finally Anish made a move, a3, and the engine suggests that we can even invest a tempo on king c7.
Do we need
After
to?
knight d4, white goes rook e1, and there is no immediate way to start
F3,
pushing because
d4.
f3, suddenly we've just made a draw.
Whoops.
Or rook takes d4 as well.
Yeah.
I mean, black is still winning. You can go knight c2, rook e2, and even take on a3 if you're greedy, reintroducing the idea of a 4 f3. But this is also why I'm so mystified by rook e4, because calculations after rook g8 really seemed like they were simpler than this. If we go back to this position, like I'm threatening rook g2 followed by f3. There's really like rook c3, I guess, to stop it. But after rook g2 check, like if you go to f1, I will like
e2.
E just queens. Yeah. It feels like there was really nothing even to calculate. I'm pretty sure he will still get there. It's not like this position. He's played knight e5, by the way. This is also completely fine. We will get to play f4, f3. And yes, after something like this, we're maybe not winning on the spot. There's no way to give a check to the king on f2, for instance, after we play. But you can just play king c7.
F6.
White can't really move, or f7, f6 here, just to have everything protected. And eventually we will create one threat somewhere, and the position will fall apart.
Collapse. Yeah.
But I'm still unsure why this was the choice. It shouldn't matter though.
Right.
No.
Remind everybody of the results of
I
our.
will do, Yasser. And there you can see 2 games have finished. It was a draw between Richard Rapport against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but for Firouzja, he lost just to a very impressive Fabiano Caruana. It was a great, complicated game, full of twists and turns, but well, Fabiano just emerging the superior.
And for Firouzja, what a painful loss this was, because before round 5, this was their circumstance.
Yes, before round 5, before Firouzja lost to Levon Aronian, his live rating was, well, this is after round 5, apologies. His rating sunk down to 2755.7, and it's now sunk down even further. So now Wesley is trailing, Firouzja is trailing Wesley.
Right.
But in the meantime, let's go over to Anastasia, who is there in the studio with a guest.
Thank you, Joey. And indeed, I'm with Fabiano Caruana. Congratulations, Fabio, on this victory. Did you know actually that you performed better after 3 days? And actually, you had 2 of them. So what did you do during those days?
I didn't know that. So I think we should have a new tournament format where every game has a rest day after it.
Good idea, yes.
Or two.
I mean, World Championship have this format. But anyway, we'll speak about it later. What happened today was very interesting. And Alireza decided to go for h4, and it reminds the game against Nakamura.
Yeah, that's true. I had these memories, unpleasant memories during the game that, of course, my opponent plays knight g5 when I least expect it. And, okay, he played a line which was clear. He wanted a big fight. I mean, it's a crazy, this is h4, for example. There's some line, I think, like this also. Some theory like this.
Wow.
Also crazy stuff.
I can see.
And so what I chose, I think, is supposed to be like the correct way, but I couldn't remember. Like, okay, I thought this is supposed to be the way. Yeah, this is like theory, I think. I couldn't remember what to do, so I just made moves which seemed logical. Like I can play knight f4 any moment, but of course he's in preparation. Like I'm not expecting knight f4 as an advantage for black.
But all this sounds like you, after this game with Nakamura, you didn't do your preparation well.
No,
you tried to forget it or what?
No, I checked it a lot, of course, this line, but of course I forgot it. I mean,
at that times you checked. You mean?
But also let's say you don't check a variation for even a week, 2 weeks. I mean, the details fade very quickly.
Yeah.
So I knew that this is some sort of theory, but I couldn't remember the details. And okay, I thought what I did is very logical. Of course.
Yes, of course.
There's also rook b8 here. I thought he would castle and then rook b4 as well. And I was calculating this, and I thought maybe he'll play d4 or something. So that's why I went for this, because it seemed, okay, he can't take with the knight. I mean, he can, but bishop a6 seems very comfortable. So queen c4, rook b8. This was my idea, to play rook b4, and then the queen has, if it goes to c5, it gets trapped, so bishop d4 and bishop e6. So it goes back, and then I get a5, and I thought a4, because I thought after a4,
actually, there is one move, like Peter was suggesting, instead of a4, knight f4 first.
Yeah, queen f1 and then a4.
Using the fact that queen e3 is not possible, and then a4, because now if g3, there are some ideas with knight g3 all the time.
Yeah, no, I realized after that maybe I could have included this first, because I didn't realize a4 that g3 was kind of a good move. And I mean, it felt to me like his rook e1 was a very, very strange move, because it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
It's kind of like...
But maybe he wanted f3, so...
Yeah, I mean, but if you want f3, you can maybe play it immediately and then knight f4, and I wasn't sure about this.
I see.
Of course, yeah, here a4 was probably just a mistake, but I was getting a little bit lower on time.
Just an option, let's say.
I missed this, or underestimated, I mean, I saw it was like a move, but I kind of thought I should be doing well. And then I realized that he gets f3, okay, so I take. And yeah, I wasn't sure, I have like a million queen moves, I have to get my queen somewhere to like a7, c7, where it's out of the way of f. So I played queen c5. I thought fe4 is the most natural move, but then I thought take. I felt like I'm equalizing this. I don't know. Computer says I'm worse.
No, doesn't matter what it says. It changes a little bit.
Yeah, no, it could be. This is a safe choice for him. I thought knight ab1 is like very ambitious, but of course very double-edged, because his knight no longer goes to c4, so my rook on b4 stays alive. Well, either he takes it with the bishop, which is of course double-edged, or it stays alive on b4.
Did you see this final line after take on e4, rook takes, rook b takes here, and this completely crazy computer line and queen c2?
I actually didn't see this.
This was perpetual check.
I didn't see this. I probably would have played rook b4 if I'd seen this perpetual. But
that's what was my question. Like at this moment, how did you estimate the position? I'm sure it's sharp, crazy, but would you make a draw if you saw it?
I was surprised by fe4. I thought that bishop a3 immediately, and then I was planning queen a5, and I thought that we can get this position. For example, knight d5, cd5, bishop b4, queen b4, and he has this move d4. Otherwise, I don't know how he like.
What he will do with all this pieces.
Yeah, because if I get d4, it's also at some moments very dangerous. And I thought I'd take, queen d2, take, rook takes, bishop somewhere. Take, I thought, bishop f2, and like rook e2, e3, I don't know, I thought it was...
Also looks good for black.
But I was very worried about this position, so I thought fe4 is a very strange move, because he opens my bishop, so I was just happy that my bishop gets opened, and I didn't want to think about other moves. And actually, first I thought h5, I was like... that's why I spent time here, because I saw knight d5, rook b3.
Oh.
And this is really beautiful, because bishop c5, bishop b2 mate, and okay, he has this queen e3, but he's not playing for an advantage for sure. I can even play maybe rook b1 and queen d5. And then there's also a very beautiful line. If he plays bishop b4, knight b4, queen c4, I thought this was quite beautiful, that in this position, bishop g4, he's stuck. He can't take on e4 because knight a2, so he's just completely stuck. And then I saw knight e4, and I saw this queen d4, and I just couldn't figure this position out. Like, okay, see, the computer shows a draw, but
C3,
I thought here and then here, and I lose my queen. And I thought maybe I have compensation, but I couldn't figure it out. So
Everything
I decided.
is hanging, yes.
Yeah, I decided to fall back on my secondary plan.
Yeah.
I thought it's a better version. I was surprised that he took on b4. I thought, okay, still he can play his position. Bishop b4, queen b5.
Like every move is critical, but I was wondering this moment when you played this rook f2, how far did you calculate, and did you see his idea 95 with, 94 with all these threads?
Yeah, I saw
don't know if
94.
we are stuck or not. Somehow, maybe some technical issue. Or is it following the game?
Yeah.
Yes.
So here I already thought I'm better.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So
Yes.
yeah, he's probably playing only moves.
Yes. So let's say here when you play this.
Yeah, when I did this.
Take
No, the only
rook
reason I
f2.
was hesitating because I saw that this is safe.
Mhm.
I was just hesitating because I can also play rook f2 immediately, which is kind of I wasn't sure 94 or rook c2 king b1, and is it better for me that I didn't take or not? I couldn't figure it out. Now I see minus 24, so I see it's probably better for me.
It was working. Yes.
Because I thought maybe I have bishop f5 or something, but I just couldn't figure it out low on time. So I decided to play it safe because I thought, okay, this is more forcing. Take here.
Yeah. And I mean, you took quickly rook c2, this I could see, and then...
No, but he didn't play knight c4, but
Yes.
I see that... Yeah, I saw
he
this
didn't
move,
play, yes, he didn't
but
play,
I
yes,
thought,
yes.
I didn't see 93 actually. It's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, it was the only way, yes, to hold the position, yes, 93.
But also I'm borderline losing now, so
Yeah,
it's...
yes, it's actually crazy. Try to find those moves, queen before and then c5, huh?
Well, I have to play.
Crazy.
I mean, the thing is, at least my hand is forced after knight c4.
Yes, absolutely.
But yeah, I didn't realize it. So 94, he...
Played king b1. Was not shocking for you, king b1.
No.
You calculated
otherwise
all this, yes, of course.
No, I mean, this is... No, I calculated when I played bishop d1. I saw the line until the endgame.
Great.
But knight d5 is winning. So many
Also
numbers.
95, yes, was winning here, yes, but...
I didn't realize it's so winning. I understood it's very dangerous for him, but that it's minus 10.
Okay, after that it was completely winning for you. Fabi, congratulations once again. How does it feel to be finally on +1, I mean, in this tournament?
Yeah, well, I'm still probably not going to be in the lead because I guess Wesley is winning this endgame. But it's great. Of course, I didn't expect it. I understood that he would go for a big fight, but I didn't expect that I would get serious winning chances and win the game. Yeah, it was kind of a crazy game.
Yeah, it was crazy. Do you feel great about it? I mean, which move you, let's say, like the most?
I think I like this h5 the most because I don't know, I like these kind of positional moves in this very tense situation, and you expect some tactics and then you see some positional move like h5.
Quiet move, yes. Thank you so much, Fabi. All the best of luck in the next rounds. And we are going back to the studio because some games are approaching the end.
Thank you, Anastasia. Our congratulations, Fabi. That was just absolutely tremendous. And with that victory, Fabi moves up, for the moment, tied for first.
Yes, for the moment,
For the
being
moment.
the appropriate choice of words, because it does look like it's going to be a decisive day. Wesley so indeed having the upper hand against Levon Aronian. And, well, when it comes to the FIDE circuit leaderboard and the rating spots, well, it looks like Anish Giri will be suffering his first loss of the tournament, which puts him not in good shape for those two battles.
Somebody was mentioning Leinier Dominguez in the mix suddenly.
Yeah, I think we start with this
from?
one because I think Anish is probably resigning pretty soon. He also didn't play the arm of rook d5. He tried keeping
the situation,
the rook on d6, but now after f3, rook c1, Leinier found this very nice solution. Because the one problem Black had was this rook on e4 was looking very active, but didn't really have moves. But now after rook c4, if you take, you very simply lose to knight takes c4, followed by 92 check. So you
and
just
f2.
resign immediately. So you have to play rook e1, and then after rook c3, once this rook just starts creating threats, currently even knight d3 is a massive threat because rook takes e3, rook, like if you play a4, this just wins on the spot because this is mate, and if you can't take on e3 here, you might as well pack it in. So I think Anish is just at the board because he is going through the stages.
Right.
He knows what this is. There's absolutely after rook c4. There's absolutely no doubt this cannot be saved. But you never really want to not exhaust all the possibilities. So he is looking for a miracle and also sort of saying goodbye to the game, which was a very interesting, very sharp, very hard fought game. But at some point he just lost control of it, I feel, and Leinier never relinquished control. So Leinier will be on +1. Anish loses, Alireza loses. There will be a massive shake-up. There should be only one beneficiary,
Wesley.
the person who will switch to next.
Right.
But I suspect I would need to check once all the games are finished. But Leinier might actually be in second, quite far away from Wesley if Wesley wins. But still, Leinier might be very close to second or just in second in that
in the rating race.
Yes.
Wow. And when we talk about second, by 10 points.
Around 10 points,
Roughly,
I would say. Yeah.
right.
Which is, with three to go, will be very, very difficult to make up. They played each other. Have they played a game between each other?
Wesley versus
because
Leinier?
Yeah, if they still have a game to play.
Yes, they played in round 5.
Yeah.
That was that opposite color bishop.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Right.
And considering the news of today, the fact that Leinier had winning chances there and didn't
Against
win
Wesley, yeah.
might actually be very, very important, because had he won that game,
Right.
and obviously this is not how anything works, had he won that game, today's round would look very, very different. Everything would change. But
Right.
If we assume today's round stays exactly the same, he might be in first.
Remarkable. How bad is it? Wesley is winning, of course.
Yeah, Wesley
but-
played, as mentioned, Levon tried not to allow the immediate king b5, king c4 by asking whether you want to blunder a fork. Fork was not blundered.
Right.
Knight went to f4, and now we can just bring it over to c4 and continue, hinting at zugzwangs.
And the whole point
looks bad.
Sorry, the whole point there is we're going to use the c pawn as a decoy. Black's king is forced to more or less sit on the c7 square, and the white king is just going to march its way to the king side and start picking up pawns.
I thought I found one thing that we needed to calculate, which is after knight f4, let's say we play king b5. I thought maybe we can play f5. Now, of course, you cannot trade, because then you leave yourself with the wrong pawn. And after bishop f3, I thought maybe we can play h5 and follow it up with knight g6. But we're just one tempo short. g3, knight g6, bishop takes h5, and we're not in time to play f4 here or anything.
What a pity.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, if I play king c4 here, have I blundered away a win? Moshin says we're still winning, but this I think you would like not to check, right? Because 2 against 1, yes, you might still be winning, but it already feels like you're entering slightly awkward territory, right?
Exactly.
But yeah, the engine says don't really care. King comes over to e5. We play c5, c6. The f pawn falls. Everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we
it does
have a
look
break.
like we are going to see a result in the game between Anish Giri against Leinier Dominguez. And, well, the line has followed exactly how Peter has predicted. And Anish playing rook to e8, attacking the knight. But, well...
We're expecting f6.
f6 is fine. Knight c4 might win quicker, actually. Knight c4 creates a number of threats which
Knight
really...
c4, knight d2
Knight d2
check.
and f2,
Oof.
feels like you cannot really parry threats like this.
Good point.
Yeah. No, this is very, very winning for Leinier. And both of them know, of course.
Knight to d2, big threat.
What an anguishing loss this would be. I mean, as we know, these top professionals prize having the white pieces. They have this, let's draw with black, put our opponent to the test with white mindset. To lose with white hurts double.
It absolutely does, yeah.
Is there some danger
Tricks.
in the position? Because I'm thinking, okay, knight c4 looked very
Right.
convincing.
Yes.
But say you went f6.
Okay, which is my alternative
Which
move,
was the
by
alternative?
I
And
like
there
the
I'm
move
thinking
f6.
rook takes knight.
Okay.
The king is in the
beautiful
in the
part
box
is
now.
that if
The
you
king is within the square.
Yeah, we don't.
we don't have to rush back with our rook, but we can actually catch the pawn with our king. By the way, the rook is just ideally placed. This rook has to stay on the first rank. Can't get active. No, f6, but knight c4 is also
Knight c4
super
is also
convincing.
completely fine. Returning to our overriding topic of today, the races for the last 2 candidate spots, the saving grace for Anish, potentially, is he is in both races. He is still very much in a race for the FIDE circuit.
Right.
Doing badly here will hurt him.
It would definitely hurt him
But-
because only the top 4 finishers in this tournament gets circuit points.
Oh.
But he's still ahead. It's not guaranteed he gets overtaken. So, of course, he would very much like to nail it down by having a good tournament.
Of course.
And going down to -1 with 3 to go is absolutely not his ideal scenario, and this is also why he played so sharply for a win today. He clearly understands that time has come for him to play for points here. Draws are not really getting him very much, but he is still not out of the race. Whereas with Alireza, 10 points behind Wesley with 3 to go, 2 losses in a row, which must be a very, very difficult thing to recover from when you have to pretty much play every following game for a win, and also no other way to qualify. He is not in the circuit race, as we understand. So Anish at least has this kind of a backup of maybe everybody else also does poorly and nobody overtakes him.
Is it possible that Alireza can maybe fit in another tournament just to gain those rating points?
I have no idea what he would play in to do to gain those rating points. Which tournament?
There are some. There will be some tournaments following this, but I suspect that the lineups are closed now. I'm pretty sure the London Chess Classic has already announced the lineup. There is also a mystery event which I don't think we should. In India? We have the full information about this, but once again, I don't know if Anish was looking to play in that. I don't know if he was invited. So.
Yeah. And also, just looking ahead for Wesley, he does face the gauntlet, though, of having black pieces against Fabiano Caruana tomorrow.
That's a challenge.
That's a challenge. Then he faces off with white pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And then finally, he ends with a bye. So he only has 2 games remaining.
Oh, he is the last.
He was the last person to face off against Jan Chistov.
Wow.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to talk about the Iron Man, Leinier Dominguez. Nobody has dented his armor. He's drawn or won all the games he's ever played at the Sinquefield Cup, winning today with the black pieces, bringing himself into the candidates' picture.
Into the picture. He's done something I probably wouldn't have done because these pawns are so beautiful. I would be very reluctant to give them up even for a full rook.
Wait.
Seriously, yeah. He's won a rook, but he gave up both of his passers. He's still completely winning, but
Why don't you play knight c4?
I don't know, but because he played the line that just wins the rook on e1 by force, and the pawn on h3 is also falling. He's not going to fail to convert this. But,
of course.
But from a purely aesthetic point of view, I would have loved to preserve the pawns on f3 and e3 for a bit longer.
They do look beautiful, don't they?
No, he will win this. It's not like he's thrown any equity away. He's still very, very comfortably converting this into a full point.
Yeah, knight h3 check and away. Pardon me, knight f4 check. And away you go.
And you can start taking all the third. Like a3 is hanging, h3 is hanging. The f5 pawn is not going to really threaten promotion at any point. So this is not difficult, but Wesley played g3, which is.
We're going to switch our board from this camera, from Anish Giri, to the Wesley So game. Over to you, Peter.
Yeah, a bit curious to me that he chose to, disturb the structure. But I guess he wants them on g4 and h5, and he's getting that very quickly. I think it's understandable. Actually, it's easier to control on g4 and h5.
But I thought the line that you were saying, just fix your pawn on h5, put your bishop on f3.
I think he was
You're
worried.
Untouchable.
He was worried he might at some point allow this f5 h5 construction, and maybe some pawns will get traded off. And whereas here, whichever way you go, I play g4.
On your very next turn.
Next move, I play h5. I put the bishop on f5, and eventually zugzwangs will come, or on f3. It doesn't really even matter.
Okay.
So yeah, feels like he is still completely in control, and it feels like those are they are questions of taste. None of this changes the result. It's just that I would have probably preferred to keep it on g2, and he prefers to put it on g4. But as long as no glitches happen.
Where were the dirty tricks for Levon?
I'm not sure. I can't
yesterday we saw,
think of
the day before the rest day, we saw Levon Aronian play an unbelievable rook and pawn endgame against Ali.
Yeah.
But to his credit, Alireza kept finding moves where h2, h3, for example. Levon had to find this move. Are there...
I can't find anything. If we continue going down this path, let's say black goes, I don't know, king d7, h5, king c7. We put the bishop on f5, knight f4, we go king g4.
No dirty tricks
Let's say king c6.
Yeah, I have a dirty trick for you.
Go on.
King e4.
Where? Here.
For white, yeah. Knight takes pawn. Although
And
still...
you haven't even drawn this. Amazingly,
No.
it's not getting in.
You're not getting. Oh, that's.
Oh,
That is just
even
so-
your best
But
cheapos.
no cigar. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
it's a fantastic cheapo, and even this isn't drawing. Yeah. So and the point, of course, is that we want to play King E4, and then after something like Knight E2, we are by this point just winning with Bishop G6, and then King F5, King takes F6, and then either collect H6 or play
just go
G5,
G5 and away
just,
it goes.
just yeah.
Wow.
So, and this is maybe an additional argument for putting them on G4 and H5, because we're winning these faster. We can very, very easily afford to just give up on C5 as long as we know that we're collecting the king
And
side.
we're collecting F6, and we're playing G4, G5, and we're promoting the H pawn. Again, for Wesley So and his many fans, they are just absolutely cheering him on, and he's just played the move G4 as Wesley. And in the game that we had been watching between Anish Giri, there goes the H3 pawn, and with it, it means that now Leinier has his own passer, and that's just curtains. I mean, as soon as Black starts playing H3, Rook D3 check H3, you can just
Yeah. I guess you go Rook D6 check and F6, but
Rook D6 check.
that doesn't seem very hopeful either.
King and F6, and
I guess Rook F3.
yeah, that's feels like the simplest.
Rook
yeah.
F3, and then F7 we play Knight E6 probably to make sure that the H pawn cannot be touched, and then we go
Right.
H3, H2, H1 queen.
No rook behind the H pawn for you.
It's just not difficult.
It's not difficult.
No,
Wow.
there's nothing to be done.
Nothing to be done.
Anish is also down to 2 minutes, which in a way is a blessing because he can't really, be sat there suffering for much longer.
Exactly.
You
really don't want to be staring in this position. It's a very dispiriting idea.
I understand that this is pretty hopeless for Anish, but can he... Okay, so he gives a check to the king. I was thinking of going rook h6 and then, trying desperately with the a pawn and trying to trade off as many pawns as possible.
Yeah, the pawn.
Wesley is...
confusing as all?
Yeah, we'll finish watching this because I'm pretty sure after rook f3 the game just ends.
F6
I don't think it gets played very far past the move rook f3.
Yeah.
And then we can discuss Wesley.
And of course, Leinier will keep an eye on the f6 pawn. You can invoke the words of your favorite author.
Give me your pawn.
No, I was going to say a passed pawn is a prisoner, must be kept under lock and key.
Not Nimzovich. Oh, he's too painful.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, it had to be done.
It had to be done, huh? No, he had some brilliant witticisms. You absolutely given Nimzo credit for those. Rook H3 to F3 is not a difficult move at all, but Leinier is one of those players. He's
just very meticulous, isn't he?
Rook F3 played.
He takes his maximum amount of time to play his moves. F7 as expected, and now Knight E6. And I think Anish will
that probably
happily throw in the towel after Knight E6. Because that stops the rook from coming, the white rook from coming to H6, attacks the pawn on F7, opens the avenue for white for black to promote his H pawn.
Yeah, nice technique there from Leinier.
Impressive.
Once it converted into an endgame stage, he was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, no, he's meticulous. Thank you, Peter, for that. But yeah, this has been quite a tour de force by Leinier. I'm not sure. I would say he made a mistake in this game.
And we have a handshake. Leinier Dominguez
and
wins against
really
Anish
disappointing.
Giri.
Oof, that is a blow. That is really. But Peter, help me out here. Did he make a mistake in the? I mean, a mistake.
I haven't seen one.
No.
Today I haven't seen one. I've seen things which I could maybe describe as inaccuracies, but I mean, it's a very, very difficult, very unusual game from a very offbeat opening. You will, at some point, make moves which the engine slightly disagrees with, but nothing I would describe as a mistake.
Wow.
A very, very solid, good game
Performance,
by Leinier.
Okay, you were about to tell us that Wesley's performance.
Yeah, Wesley is sort of
it's confusing you a little bit.
Playing with his foot there a little bit, because after knight f4 in that position that we were discussing, like you can play h5 here and nothing will ever get attacked. Instead of which he played bishop f3, allowing knight g6, threatening the pawn and the fork. And he just played king d5 and said, "Yeah,
please take my and then your knight is trapped."
Oh, very nice motif.
We know
and this
that.
is just completely winning because we're threatening king e6. If you go king d7, we go c6 check, and if you king e7, this is now a queen.
Right. Because the knight is trapped.
Yeah, the knight will never participate.
Yeah.
And if you go in the other direction, the good thing about this setup is that we never lose touch of the with the pawn on c6. Like black can never give up material in such a way that we have to abandon the pawn on c6 in response.
Precisely.
Yeah, Levon. I thought he played something after king g5, but yeah, now he has.
Let me just refresh my board to catch up to the players. But the last move is king c4 to d5. Clock times? No, not really a factor. 5 minutes.
No, Wesley just under 5 minutes.
But this move, king d5, intending bishop e4 as well as king e6.
Yeah, I guess if you want to try something, you give a check from a4.
Okay. Yeah, check on f4. Okay.
And if king e4, we play knight e6.
And knight e6.
Yeah, if king e4, you play knight e6 and you pretend. My problem is, I suspect pretty much every single move in this position
might win, like including c6.
Including c6.
Which is really gross, because that was the one move you're trying to stop.
Check. Yeah. I mean, the simplest is actually to return to d5. I was wondering if king f5 is winning, but it's always, like, it wants to return to the better squares. But the sort of the quote-unquote correct decision is to go to d4 and not hurry at all. And after knight e6 check, you can wait a bit. After knight f4, there is no immediate, like, 5-move win. But eventually you will put your pieces on better squares and the position will collapse.
You know, if you're feeling in an impatient mood, isn't king e4 and then c6 just also going to win?
Yes.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so as
well. But although I guess you have to, there's some chances, right? For
after king d6, the engine starts making moves which you might start finding uncomfortable, like bishop d1, and you have to be very certain that this is winning. But it is winning because it wants to, like after knight g7, it wants to put it on a4 and re-establish Zugzwangs from that side. But now you're allowing h5, you're allowing f5.
Yeah.
You're entering territory where engine still very proudly says +7, it knows. You don't know, so you're feeling a bit iffy about the whole thing. So I'm expecting knight f4 check, and Wesley probably still needs to put some finishing touches on this. But
is this our remaining game?
This is our sole game, and
remind everybody where we stand.
We've had a very dramatic day.
It's a black day.
Games finished, and you can see Fabiano Caruana defeated Alireza Firouzja in a superb game. It was a draw between Rapport and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Anish Giri lost to Leinier Dominguez, who played perfect chess.
Marvelous chess.
It's been also a significant day when it comes to the live ratings. We've seen a lot of movement there. For instance, Wesley if he wins, he's extending his lead over Alireza Firouzja, who's dropping. And Anish has also dropped, and now Leinier has overtaken him. So everything to play for, and it's all happened right here at the Sinquefield Cup in this round.
Dramatic stuff, and also for the candidates again, Fabi we know has secured his place. Wesley might be securing his place, and to have Leinier potentially in there. We have Hikaru in the mix. That is going to be a candidates tournament featuring Americans and Indians.
It
sounds like.
It's actually very exciting. I imagine it'd be very fresh. I mean, to have players like Vidit in the tournament. And then also, you know, if Magnus Carlsen declines his place, then it will go to Abasov.
Exactly.
That's going to be a first for him. And you have Pragnananda, maybe Gukesh, maybe Anish Giri, maybe Alireza Firouzja, maybe Wesley So.
All kinds of
can happen.
Possibilities. But this game for Wesley, I mean, And what it means for the Sinquefield Cup, what it means for the rating is just, it's a dream. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and once again, we return to this this topic that we discuss every now and again. This is how he wins games of chess, right? He goes for something which is supposedly somewhat unassuming. You know, it's a Rook E1 anti-Berlin. It's one of the sharpest lines of the Rook E1 anti-Berlin, but it's still a Rook E1 anti-Berlin. Something he played with black and held with black. Even he knows very well that he is not, you know, going for large advantages. But the moment he is given a sniff, it's like you're completely lost. It feels like you just can't give him chances. And today is yet another example of him getting a small advantage and then just only increasing it, exploiting every mistake. You still have to assume that this endgame, once it's appeared on the board around move 23, was still drawn. Like, I'm pretty sure that with perfect play, black should hold it from the beginning. But once Levon started going wrong, there's just no coming back against him. He is unbelievably good at converting good positions into full points. And yeah, this is a mark of a very, very strong player, of course.
Yeah. That's what we're seeing here. King E4.
King E4 played, I think you should play knight E6 to at least ask the question.
And then it was C6.
I guess Wesley can also repeat moves, right?
Yeah, of course you can go back to D5.
D5 and then play it a little bit more calmly.
Yeah. C6 is not going to be such an easy decision to make, in particular because after King D6 there is still this dynamic where actually Bishop D1 now is the only move that wins.
And the only move that wins.
Yeah, like if you go along this diagonal, I suspect this is a draw. Although it's now once again saying we're still winning, but it's becoming like actually awkward. Yeah, because I've established the setup.
This is very strange actually, because I would be thinking that this is easily winning, because I would think, okay, the king comes, and now the bishop comes to D5. Like, let's take away some squares. Okay, you're not threatening anything.
It is winning, but the issue is, at some point you have to go away from the king side and allow either f5 or h5. And you have to be very certain that you're still winning after that. Yeah, like I go f5. And yeah, the only thing that wins here is g5, giving black a passer. It's not difficult to understand that the bishop still controls any passer that black chooses to create. So it's not a massive problem. But it's definitely not the easiest conversion.
Right. By the way, we have King E4. No, wait a minute, just a second. I think I'm seeing a knight on G6.
Levon went back to G6, yeah. He gave a check and went back to G6. And Wesley once again chose not to play H5.
Okay.
King D5.
And we are going to go straight to Anastasia, who is there in the studio by the playing hall with a guest.
I have Leinier Dominguez here. Congratulations. What a game. You beat Anish Giri with black pieces, but it all started with this G3 move and you spent like 10 minutes thinking what to play. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting something like this. So I thought, good, we'll have some kind of original game, probably from the start, and that's more or less what we got. So I was in creative move, more or less. I decided to play this H5. But it was a very interesting position. Yeah, I wasn't sure how to evaluate it. I felt that black was doing all right, but yeah, there were many possibilities, and it was hard during the game to know what was going on. But yeah, once, of course, I think the critical moment was when he played C3 and then allowed me this Queen G3. From that moment on, I felt that I was very close to victory.
Yeah, I mean, so where did you really actually start liking? What was the moment you start liking your position?
I felt that after this, in this position, moment, yes? It was more or less balanced, but I didn't see, I didn't think I was better, to be honest. So I thought some move here, because maybe if he goes Queen B5, I can play Queen B4 and take CB, and this endgame, it's probably fine. I always have this idea maybe to play knight h7, knight g5 eventually, and black has some potential, but I thought if white goes some move like a3 instead of this, it should be maybe around equal. No, not here, but instead of queen b5.
I see.
But yeah, I felt that I was doing fine, maybe not more than that, but yeah, after c3, definitely. I saw this Queen G3 and
Queen C5. I mean, it's not the same exchange. Now you have these pass pawns, right? Also.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you noticed that you made the move number 40 with 1 second on the clock.
I realized, but
you were tickling our nerves, you know. We were.
Yeah, no, I thought I had time, but then I looked and I had 1 second. So
really, at the moment you looked, you had 1 second, so you had to make.
So I didn't. I mean, it's not like I saw when I had 1 second and I played fast. So I made the move thinking I have time, and when I looked, I had 31. So
thanks God, I mean, it worked this way.
Yeah.
Imagine Anish winning like this.
Yeah, it would have been sad, but it's. In that moment, you feel a little strange, because so close to, but then it's just over. And
believe me, we also felt very strange. We couldn't believe our eyes. Yeah. Anyway, so after that, actually, what you were thinking about at this moment? Let's say you were choosing between the moves, I guess. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
I thought Rook G8 was very direct because you cannot play Rook G2, but then Rook C2, and finally. I thought I don't have to. Yeah, this is also winning, of course. Check on 95 with the idea Rook G2. Yeah, it's completely winning, and I felt that I should win more or less with any move that doesn't spoil my position.
You decided to torture him. Yes.
So,
why to win quickly? Let's torture.
Yeah, should have played it faster, of course. Yeah. But yeah, after move 40, I realized that White is basically lost here. There's no chance because I have such a good coordination that the pawns are just simply too far. There's no way to fight them.
Yeah. Finally, victory in the tournament after so many draws. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels great. Yeah, of course, to win a game at this level, and especially with black, it's a big deal. So I'll enjoy it and keep going.
Did you feel anything special today in the playing hall? I mean, 3 games most probably will finish decisively. Was it like tension, special tension today?
No, I mean, I was just really into trying to focus on my game. But at some point I did see that probably today there's a lot of blood somehow. And but it's good. I mean, it was about time for it to happen.
Yeah, maybe after 3 days. What did you do?
Yeah, no, I was just relaxing, trying to save energy and not really preparing much. And I was kind of right because G3
would have killed in any case all your preparation.
Yeah. So it was good decision.
Yeah, thank you, Leinier, so much, and all the best of luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Our congratulations, Leinier, as once again, for the moment, he's tied for first.
He is tied for first alongside Wesley and Fabiano Caruana.
Levon Aronian.
Yes, Levon Aronian. But everything hinges on the one remaining game that is being played right now, where Wesley has a winning advantage against Levon Aronian. And this game is important not only for the standings, it's also important for the FIDE rating spot for the 2024 candidates.
And in my attempt to understand exactly what will happen with the results we already have and also this game in progress, I checked what happened in the past rating period. And if Alireza fails to qualify by rating, which now seems likely, it will represent an absolutely unbelievable fall from grace for him, because he apparently is currently losing 26 points in the one rating list that is about to come. He had a bit of a nightmare in the Grand Swiss, and he is having a nightmare here. And he was so high rated that it will cost him an unbelievable amount of rating. Yeah, he was basically home and dry. Yeah, he was so far ahead of Wesley when this month of calculation started that he really needed to perform way under par for what is par for him for there to even be a question. And we are watching this now unfolding with him seemingly letting go of what probably seemed like an unassailable lead.
Oh my, that's very, very sad.
It is very sad, but is there any saving grace? Like if he wins 3 games in a row.
Oh no, then he could be right back in.
Didn't you tell me he only had 2?
No, Wesley only has 2.
Wesley only has 2. He has 3. Okay.
Wesley will get a bye in the very final round.
Yeah, I mean, Alireza, and this is the difficult part, because he lost a painful game in round 5, a game in which he was fine and then he wasn't, and then he was fine again and he wasn't. And then he lost this very, very sharp fighting game today after the rest day. And he anybody will feel very down after this. And yet he will have to play sharply for a win, including the games with the black pieces for the remaining 3. There is no time for him to, like, he can't really take a game to catch his breath, you know, to stop the bleeding, so to speak. He absolutely needs to come back tomorrow playing black against a very, very strong player. Whoever he plays tomorrow is going to be a very, very strong player. And play sharply for a win with the black pieces. So
he will be playing against Nepo tomorrow in round 7.
Yeah. So
a tall challenge.
Actually,
but really every single one.
He does play Duda, so he will be getting a bye.
Oh.
So only 2 games.
So he only has 2 games.
So Wesley has 2 and Alireza has 2. So it feels like, yeah, and we're entering the territory where Wesley needs to maybe lose 2. And Wesley doesn't lose very many, in particular when draws are just perfectly good enough for him.
Exactly.
But how steady are Wesley's nerves? Because he's so close now to perhaps securing the FIDE candidate
He's
spots.
always impressed me. I think of him as one of the best players nursing a lead. Whenever I see Wesley in the lead in the tournament, he really is extraordinarily good at maintaining that lead. As we're just seeing some B-roll of Wesley, you mentioned that he's playing with his food a bit here in his game against Levon.
It feels like he is very, very unwilling to play h4, h5. And then just switch to... the winning plan here isn't... He seems to be trying to win without the king side.
Right.
He is trying to shift away the king from c7, get his own king to b7, which would, of course, instantly win the game.
Sure.
But black, this is the one thing that black is reasonably well equipped to fight against.
Right.
What you should be doing at some point is, like even here, let's say you play h5, you wait for knight e7 so that you don't blunder the bishop, you play c6.
Right.
And then you go, like, in this position, you find a pass. Like here, I'm a bit worried actually that I blundered.
That you might have blundered
f5, and this might become less than obvious. Yeah.
Right.
So this, I think, explains why none of this has been played yet.
And by the way, Wesley's down to 3.5 minutes,
Yeah,
and he's not going to get any more.
Yeah, that's impractical. But I was going to say, in defense of Wesley, I mean, there's like a grindmaster's rule in chess, in the endgames, that you delay pushing pawns for as long as possible. So you try every other means possible.
And he's delayed it to the...
At the last minute, you play h5, and by then you've tired out your opponent.
Maybe you tired out yourself too, right? At this point, I was exhausted.
The grindmasters have excellent stamina. They come out in force on the 7th
so what are we doing, Peter? After h5, knight to e7, we're going to be using our c-pawn as a decoy, but exactly what's the road to success?
Yeah, I'm slightly stuck. Yeah, knight e7 will be played. Yeah.
Are we going to see king c4?
Yeah.
And then we'll see
Probably,
king d7. Or do you want to play the move c6?
Well, I played the move c6 on my screen, and then after knight c8, king c5, knight e7, I was kind of unsure how to proceed, because if we drop the bishop back, we're really entering very, very iffy territory.
Drop the bishop
Well,
back.
I mean, the pawn, like, we can go back to b5, but we've been there. Maybe we just go king d4 here, but that also feels...
King d4?
Yeah, iffy, because after king d6, black has established the kind of a setup you might find it difficult to break through, right?
Right.
No, this is why there is still a question, because it seems like you've positioned everything absolutely correctly, but
okay, we have h5, knight e7 on the board. Wesley to play, and there's something about the move c6 that I'm not eager to do.
Yeah, I mean, but I didn't understand why not. Okay, so c6. I like that move because I like pushing pawns. And then
knight c8.
Knight c8 and king goes to c5.
And then knight back to e7.
Yeah, and here I was just thinking, just move the bishop.
But we're allowing a 5.
Yeah, but then you've got g5.
I'm not sure this is winning.
If we move our bishop, doesn't matter. We'll choose later whether this is right.
5g5 I take. You go h6, I go g4. You go h7, I go knight g6. And I want to play a 4 f3 and disrupt everything. And yes, maybe it's winning, but you have 3 minutes. And yeah, king d4. Honestly, this looks like this is a draw now.
Yeah.
Why?
Okay, but one can be a bit
F4?
more precise with the bishop.
Yeah, you can choose a different square. I'm not sure which
I'm
one.
still
A
going
d5.
here. What?
Sorry.
Hang on. Yeah, f3.
I want to go bishop f.
F3, king f5.
Okay, king f5, yeah.
But you
Give
have
me
to,
your knight.
You
Give
have
me
to
your knight.
calculate f2.
F.
You have to calculate f2.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, and our producers are telling us that these positions are winning. If these positions are winning, this is very, very straightforward, of course.
So
if you can allow f5 and play g5, and
The
this is still
idea
winning,
is that
then,
whenever you
then
get
we are
the pawn to
completely safe, of course.
f4, we do have to move bishop to e4, demonstrating why the bishops are so strong.
Yeah, and if g3, I guess the king comes over, and if f3, king e3, and the pawns will eventually just fall, yeah?
Yeah.
This makes sense.
Yeah. So it is
This makes
winning.
sense.
It just feels somehow less gasped. So the idea is, again, from the current position, we've just seen the move c6. We are expecting knight e7. Then the idea is, king c5. King d... No, wait, sorry. That I'm going to have to refresh my board. I apologize. Just to get to this position. c6, knight e7. We are expecting king c5, right? No.
Yeah, king c5. That's what
No,
I
wait a
wanted.
minute. It is c6.
Yeah.
So I have to go here.
Yeah.
Knight c8.
Knight c8, king c5.
Knight
and
e7.
Knight e7. And here you suggested bishop h1, but it's also possible to go bishop d5 and gain some time.
Okay,
that
bishop
way.
d5 with the same ideas
Yeah.
that you're meeting f5 with g5, and
yes,
we
and
are.
I also was wondering whether I could go bishop f7 as well. But maybe I don't.
Yeah, this is just the most straightforward line I could find. That we put the knight on g6.
You have.
Yeah, then the king
then
just
go-
comes over and collects everything
Yeah.
And we
slowly. I
just
guess
go-
king d4.
Anytime you play f4, I meet that with bishop.
Yeah.
to
I think that
e4.
probably is the conclusion, yeah.
Yes.
And after g3.
I come back with the king.
After g3, they no longer run, so we can take as long as we want to just pick them up one by one. And the important thing is there, I guess, is even if eventually the resulting position will force us to abandon the pawn on c6, very often even that will be lost because the knight in the corner is just so horrible. Yeah.
Yes. The power of the bishop over the knight.
Bishop can dance at two weddings if they're on the same
Right.
same diagonal.
There was a book series, probably you were very familiar with it. I loved it when it appeared in the English Yuri Averbach's series of endgames books.
Yes.
That they became kind of a Bible here for me in America, and I really liked the examples he used of bishops dominating knights and vice versa, knights.
I think for their
dominating
time
bishops.
they were absolutely groundbreaking.
Fantastic.
I'm
Yes.
sure that the engine has fine-tuned many
I
of
know,
the
it's
examples,
terrible.
but
Yeah.
it's still, I think it still stands the test of time because the understanding of the endgames, you're still going to struggle to memorize everything.
Of course.
So in a way, an endgame book which explains the concepts concisely
Right.
is still unbelievably valuable because this is what you want. You don't want to be memorizing specific lines. You want to read the book and leave with the understanding of what you're aiming for, which ones you like, which ones you don't like, which ones you're aiming for, which ones you're trying to avoid when you, let's say, when you're playing for a win, and vice versa when you're trying to draw something. And I think it still does a good job of that.
Exactly. So this is our position. 3 minutes on the clock for Wesley, 9 for Levon. They've made the first time control. There is no second time control, so the players will be forced to play on their 30-second increments throughout. And here we've been looking at a position where at a certain moment black plays for f5.
Levon Levon needs to move the knight to one of the two squares available to it and then put it back on e7. And I know how we're winning this maybe cleaner. No.
Please.
I thought I can maybe go king d4 first, wait for you to play. No, I mean, sorry, knight c8, I don't have a choice at all, yeah. I was looking for a triangle to do with the king, like king c4, knight e7, king c5.
Mm-hmm.
The issue is nobody will play knight e7 there. You will play something smarter.
And what happens if, say, you do go king c5 and you do wait with the bishop, and black doesn't go f5? You're like,
But then you have to give me either the d5 or the d6 square and the game ends. You're absolutely obliged to play f5 because everything else loses very, very straightforwardly. After
I just thought maybe you
knight
could pass
c8.
with the knight.
Yeah, but king d5, king d5, king e6, the game just, once it lands on e6, there's really...
It is curtains.
Yeah, there's really not very much you can do. You absolutely have to play f5, and in response, I suspect you absolutely have to play g5. So Wesley will have to calculate, returning us back to my Dvoretsky's rule of winning chess games. Against a good defense, you will at some point be absolutely forced to calculate one variation to the end.
I remember there was Evgeny Bariev, who became the third highest rated player in the world at the time. And he annotated a game for New in Chess magazine where he called it like, a game of great beauty. He didn't have to calculate any single variation. Everything was just a very smooth path to victory.
That's always the dream.
Perfectly played.
Those are unicorns, though.
Yes, exactly. A unicorn. Yeah, you don't see many of them, that's for sure. But it was very nice.
Interesting. I was trying to figure out what Levon is even debating instead of the knight moves.
Okay.
And you can play king d6 in the current position.
No way, really?
You can play king d6, king b6, king e5.
Wow. I would have thought that was just abandoning ship.
Yeah, exactly.
But no.
Because?
Well, if the bishop stays on the h1a diagonal, black wants to go knight takes 6 and f5, and that actually might be a draw. So the bishop has to go to a different square, such as f5.
f5.
And then we go back to d6, and you can't play c7. So we have to switch to a different mode of winning this position.
You can go bishop to d7, Peter?
Yeah, and eventually you go around. You go around the back. You go king c8, king d8.
Right.
Yeah, this is still winning. I'm not saying this saves the game.
Right.
But I was just I
surprised that it was.
I couldn't figure out why he was thinking. I thought king d6 just loses on the spot to king b6 and the c pawn queen.
Right.
But it doesn't queen. I mean, eventually maybe it does, but it takes some doing. But no, he does go.
C8.
He does go knight c8.
And I was going to say Wesley didn't play king b4, king c4, anything kg whatsoever. He immediately played king c5, knight e7, and this is where we're expecting bishop g2 and or bishop h1.
Not f3 though, I suspect. f3 might not be fast enough, right? Because you give it tempo for g5.
g4, g3, right?
Yeah. So, but d5, g2, h1.
Well, d5 is probably.
Okay, he wants an additional minute on the clock after
king
b5. He needs to be very sure he's not blundering a threefold, but I think he is pretty sure he's not blundering a threefold.
Okay, so fine. We would toss in an extra minute on his clock as if that's going to be all important.
Yeah, this is still fine. Levon will now, in desperation, double check his score sheet, hoping against hope that it is a third time he's playing knight e7. But it's only the second.
So it's bishop g2 or bishop h1. The problem with bishop d5 is it takes the square for your king. Your
I'm not sure we want to do that. I think it has to go back,
But
even bishop f3 wins, we're being told, which is kind of surprising to me. But
yeah, because that was the one square I wouldn't want to put it. Intuitively, I want to meet after bishop g2 the move f5 with the move g5. If I put my bishop on g3, if I put my bishop on f3, I'm kind of encouraging my bishop were here.
I don't think this is a very human thing to do, because why give black an extra tempo?
But bishop g2 is curtains.
Yeah, bishop g2 seems to be an end or h1 as we've established. But.
Right. So it's a little bit confounding. Wesley seeing some ghost? Is it nervousness? What's going on,
Well,
Peter?
he's, I'm guessing, quadruple checking by this point. It's not really double. I'm pretty sure he's gone through this in his mind already many a time. And
Levon doesn't want to be at the board.
No,
he's gone. I don't want to see bishop g2. I don't want to see bishop h1.
In games, it's all about that principle of hurrying but not rushing. So I think.
Yeah, king d4 completely throws it away. If you play king d4 here after king d6, it's a draw.
Okay.
Wow. So that's the one thing you cannot do. But king d4 is such a counterintuitive move.
No,
Why?
You can't give black the d6 square. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
No, but withdrawing the bishop and just saying to black, I'd love you. I mean, right here, with the bishop's on its most perfect square, the king's on its most, you would love to pass and say, black, please make a move. You'd have to move the knight, and then the king would just instantly go to d5 and e6 and
Yeah, and bishop e4 in that position is also the only winning move, but we've sort of established that. The position which we get after f5, g5, yeah.
But bishop g2,
f5, g5, they take, we go h6, h7, they go g4, king d5, f4. And in that position, nothing wins but bishop e4, but it's kind of unsurprising because we want to stop f4, f3, cutting our bishop off from everything. So
give me the knight,
yeah. And then the king calmly collects everything.
Exactly. Majesty.
Yeah.
Wow. So here we are, all a tither, waiting for the moves bishop g2 or bishop h1.
And
just
in the meantime,
not the move king d4. That would blow it.
That would blow it. And okay, he
There
drops his
G2.
bishop to g2.
And there we have it.
A little nervousness as well.
Wesley's clock ticking down to 1.5 minutes there. He's making. So now Wesley under 2 minutes on the clock.
I'm pretty sure Levon knows. That facial expression says,
yes.
I will now recheck again because what else can I do? But yeah, he knows this wins.
Yeah.
He's been calculating nothing else for the past 10 minutes, it feels. And
for sure.
It's just, for him, said that he has absolutely no choice. There was no way he could avoid it.
Right.
Yeah. And in the end, though, the result has never really been in doubt.
Not for the last 25, 30 moves. I mean, somehow when they entered this ending, we thought it was going to be easy draw, that Levon had it
Even
all
more.
worked out.
This is move 73.
Oh, excuse me. It's really
yeah.
been,
They repeated quite a bit. Yeah. For the past
40,
for the past 40 moves, it felt like it's only a question of when, not what.
Exactly.
Yeah. A very clean game by Wesley.
What just happened? I mean, the bubble burst. We were having this draw virus of 2 draws out of the 20 games played. We were at 10%, and suddenly, snap, crackle, pop. 3 out of 4 games, decisive. Jovi, the rest
the
day.
stakes have risen so much that
Right.
people feel like they're unable to just be satisfied with the draw. When we have Anish, he needs to have a top 4 placing if he wants to stay atop of the FIDE circuit. And we also have Wesley and Alireza in particular, who wanted to secure the FIDE rating spot to the candidates. And everyone came in a fighting mood, reinvigorated by the rest day. And as you saw, we saw very complex battles where one side just lost control. I mean, this is perhaps the only technical game that we saw that was a gift for Wesley.
Impressive play also by Wesley. I mean, you know, okay, Levon might have, you know, presented him, but he never let it get away from him either, the win, that is to say. Anish's approach would have been lauded had he won. It was brilliant. Play 1 g3 and let Leinier choose his problems.
It's a very complicated position. I mean, you guys at one stage thought that the upper hand had shifted to Anish, and then it got very complicated. The players were in time trouble.
Right.
And then one wrong move, and that's it. Leinier was just effective with his own counterattack.
Great stuff, just great stuff. Bishop g2, Peter, and what? We're going to pause our analysis here for a moment. I think we've exhausted ourselves. Tell us about the peak for tomorrow. What's going on, Jovi?
And there you can see it. Fabiano Caruana will have the white pieces
scratch
against
MVL Duda.
Wesley.
There will be no MVL Duda. Oops, come back with that graphic. We were just getting into it. We'll bring that back. Here we go.
And Levon Aronian faces off against Anish Giri, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will have a bye, as Jan-Krzysztof Duda did withdraw after the second round. For Nepomniachtchi, he will have the white pieces against Alireza Firouzja. But for Leinier Dominguez, who now is in the FIDE rating spot for the 2024 candidates, he will have the white pieces against Richard Rapport.
So for the rating spot and for us to have a particularly exciting last couple of days, we want Fabi to beat Wesley and for Leinier to win again, right?
Yeah.
And then they will be kind of level-ish.
They'll be close.
I think there'll be a 10 points difference now. So if one wins and one loses, that brings them very, very close together. And then there will be, each will have one final game to play. We assume, yeah. There's still exciting possibilities ahead of us in terms of all of that. But once again, to restate the obvious, Wesley doesn't lose very many games of chess.
No, he does not. And again, Peter, I'm looking at this position. I understand Levon is, but there's nothing beside f5. There's just absolutely nothing. Any knight moves invite king
d5,
to d5,
e6,
e6. If you move the knight anywhere, for example, knight c5, king d5, followed by king e6, and the king simply collects his pawn. You move your king.
It's even worse.
Well, it's even worse. That just allows the king to come screeching right in. King d6, and everything is on tap for white, which leaves us this one. And then there's one very important move right here that we throw in bishop e4, hitting the knight, and the bishop keeps these two pawns under control.
Yeah. And just to show this variation to the end, after knight h8, the simplest is just to go after that knight. We go king e5, f3, and here we demonstrate that we understand that those pawns are very easily controlled. We go king f6, f2, bishop g2.
And then when
we go king g7, takes h8, king g7, h7, h8, queen.
Exactly.
And all of that is entirely unstoppable.
Exactly. And if our king were anywhere close to h8, we'd be in with a shout.
Not even then. Not even then, because we can go bishop d5.
Oh yeah.
Controlling both g2 and the Let's demonstrate what we're talking about for our viewers. King d6
You're going to
here.
let the black king even get to f8 and still.
Yeah, like this. Yeah, exactly. Even this isn't a draw because we go bishop c4, g3, bishop d5. Yeah.
Yep,
and look at them go. They're racing right to
towards that variation.
Our variation, and the king on f8 has to release the king on g7, and it's a win. So the players are getting to the variation that we've been talking about. And for Wesley, this is just absolutely a dream come true. Candidates, he's that close to it now.
Yeah.
You can almost feel it. Help me out here. For Wesley, he obviously made the candidates before, but how many times will that be for Wesley?
I think twice, right? He played Moscow and he played Berlin.
Yes.
And Moscow was sort of mediocre. Berlin was an unmitigated disaster.
Right.
And he hasn't qualified since, as far as I can remember.
And he's just played h7.
If you play f4, white will play bishop f3, and you will not even get the pawns past those two squares, so you kind of have to play g4. Right. And then, as we keep on mentioning, king d5, f4, you have to find bishop b4, but you will find bishop b4 because no other move makes really any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, f3 was, well, that's pretty lame.
Yeah, that's not great.
At a certain moment, bishop h5 might be,
Yeah.
No, not good.
No. And, g4 played.
On the board, yeah.
And the players both on the last minutes. And for Wesley, it's just being accurate.
Exactly.
That's all he has
I
to find.
I wanted to check if the move king d4 here throws away the win. It doesn't, but it takes much longer if you play king d4.
I can.
But once again, why would you give
never
d6?
Exactly.
Never.
Yeah,
Never.
There's just no reason whatsoever to do that.
Exactly. In fact, you do want to make a beeline towards that knight and promote your pawn.
Yeah.
King d5 on the board.
f4 really the only conceivable move here.
And now the only move to
And
win
now,
is bishop e4.
But unfortunately, that move really suggests itself. You get your bishop away from f4, f3, which would shut down your bishop and maybe cause a real problem.
Okay. And well, when it comes to Wesley and playing the candidates, he's only played in 2018 in Berlin.
In Berlin.
So that was a
fail.
I played Moscow and I still failed. I still failed to appreciate that he wasn't there. But I can sort of explain myself there, because by 2016 he was so strong that like my mental picture of him playing, it was very much kind of natural for me to think he played candidates in 2016.
And talking about natural, Bishop E4 played
on the board, or is that me? I think that's me. I apologize.
Oh, sorry.
I think that's me.
Yasser is a natural, though. So
well, thank you very much.
The statement stands.
On that note, by the way, I don't know if you've ever played those games with other grandmasters.
Well,
by the way, we have G3
that's
on the board.
Surprising, because now white cannot go king e6 because knight f8 check, of course, but a move like bishop f3 and black is just immediately in complete zugzwang. You can't really even do anything. I'm not quite sure where he's intending to look for chances once he's played that.
G3.
Perhaps he's just hedging his bets on a cheap trick.
Trying. I wanted to say, have you ever gotten into those memory contests with players like who won, New York 1924, who were the players in the interzonals, Bobby Fischer's, who was the 20 victories of Bobby Fischer and things like that?
Those specific things, no. I've seen people do sort of, there are famous videos of, let's say, Magnus recognizing chess positions, right? And,
exactly,
that is an incredibly spectacular video, by the way, for anyone who hasn't seen it.
Yeah.
Magnus just not only naming the players and the move and how the game concluded, but also very often naming correctly the place, the year, and the round of the game, which
is crazy.
It is quite stunning. Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried it myself. Like I can do maybe 30%.
Levon down to his last seconds.
And
he'll play a 4.
No.
And he extends his hand in resignation, and Wesley wins. So Wesley now is the sole tournament leader, 1 point ahead of the rest.
Is it just me, or is it Wesley does better in classical chess than rapid and blitz? Like, the longer the time control, the better his results?
Well,
here, yes, obviously.
Recency bias, but yeah. I'm not sure. It feels to me that when he's playing well in anything.
And end of story.
Yeah. So when it's his tournament, he can be extremely strong in both formats. But recently, maybe a little bit so. Yeah.
Wow. Simply a huge victory for Wesley, Jovi. I mean, that
significant day of chess.
My goodness.
Having an impact on this tournament, but also on the live ratings, as Wesley notches another 5 rating points.
Yeah, and they're discussing the slimer we're discussing.
And Alireza losing 5 rating points. And unofficially, but we think also Leinier has passed Alireza now, thanks to his victory today.
So
that is to say,
the standing is then Wesley, sort of then clear blue sky, then Leinier, then Alireza, and then Anish.
No, I think Anish.
No, Anish also
because
lost. Anish also
lost.
Anish also lost. So Leinier is in clear second now.
Right.
And
somewhat
then
clear. Then,
wow.
Yeah.
And then Alireza, then Anish.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And the 10 points we were talking about is in place, so he needs to lose and Leinier needs to win for them to get together in the middle.
As we wait for interview coming up, Peter, you said something to me that just kind of blew me away, which was like, you start November, Alireza, and you're completely in the driver's seat, and then you lose. Did you say 26 rating points?
I think I checked. There's obviously for people interested in these things, 2700chess.com keeps very, very up to date track of all of these things.
Right.
And I think the minus 27 point something included today's loss to Fabi's. That's an unbelievable amount of points to lose in one list.
Mm-hmm.
What did he do in the Isle of Man? You were the commentator.
Yes.
Commentator.
50%ish, no?
Huh?
50%ish, I think.
Yeah, he didn't do so well. He had a few mishaps here and there.
Wow. Well, here are. Let's see. Wesley.
No, none of us.
You in our,
correctly predicted
What's
that
wrong with
Wesley
you?
So would be at the top of the table after 6 rounds, but he is.
At least Anastasia has somebody who's in plus.
Well,
And
VAR
so
is
is
in
VAR as
there.
And I have someone who's on -1.
Well, I spoke with Anastasia. She said to me, look, Fabi's been having such a fantastic year. Fabi, she's not giving that up. I would have said Magnus, but he wasn't in the tournament. I'm going to go with Magnus on this one. No. Well, again, we tip of the hat to Wesley and his fans. This is just fabulous stuff.
Yeah.
He's just
absolutely wonderful play by Wesley there. Precise until the very end. I just like the technique. You know, it took a long time, but it was always assured.
Yeah, the whole patience and pushing the pawns, gaining a minute on the clock, although that might have been excessive by some standards. But in any case, he never let it go.
No. He seemed like he was completely in control throughout, and very, very nice conversion by him. That, as we keep on repeating, the rating race appears to be now heavily skewed in his favor.
Right.
But the Sinquefield Cup is still wide open. He's only half a point ahead, +1 ahead of Fabi and Leinier. With 3 rounds to go. Fabi gaining steam is very dangerous this year. So I think they play each other tomorrow as well.
Yes,
I think
they
that
do.
was on our screen
it was
just a
on our
moment
screen.
ago. So that
Fabi finally having the white pieces after 3 blacks in a row, by the way.
Yeah. So still lots to watch for in terms of the Sinquefield Cup specifically, because with Fabi going to +1, he's not going to finish dead last.
Let's just take a look at those who are joining us late. The standings after 6 rounds of play. Jovi.
There you can see Wesley So, having played 6 games, has 4 points. And then we see Fabiano, Caruana, also Leinier, Dominguez, also on +1. And then we have Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, Nepomniachtchi. Players who actually have just drawn their games.
And then the pairings coming up for tomorrow, and that was what we were talking about, the Fabi Wesley So. The
It's
guy
a
who's
big
in
one.
Oh, is it ever?
And also, we're very nice to see that now that Wesley So is in the lead in the tournament and also in the ratings race, will he be able to maintain his composure as he plays with the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana, a man who just showed today he was in impressive shape.
MVL taking the bye, but for Leinier, by the way, he's going to have white in round 7 and I believe white also in round 8. Fabulous stuff coming up. Fabi versus Wesley So. That could really be for all the marbles. But help me out on this Anish Giri situation. Anish Giri needed to be in the top half of the Sinquefield Cup to assure his circuit, his FIDE circuit.
Get some points there.
Explain that a little bit more for
I think the formula itself, I wouldn't be able to tell you how many points you get, but if you finish well in the tournament, only a certain cutoff from the top earns points in any given tournament.
Okay.
There would be quite a lot of points on offer here because of how strong it is, but you needed to finish in the top 4 to gain anything.
Okay.
And it seems likely now that he, not assured, but likely that he won't.
Because of his -1
because of his current stance of position of -1.
Right.
And then people have a better chance of catching him up. There is a very hungry pack of people who are still playing events. In particular, Gukesh, I think, will play 2. London Chess Classic is starting really, really soon, and there might be another event on the horizon after that. So. And he will be in such an uncomfortable spot because there's nothing you can do. You just watch.
Right.
You watch and see if Gukesh does extremely well and perhaps overtakes your score. So, yeah, you have to feel for him. He was in the running for the rating spot. He was definitely in the running for the FIDE circuit. If he ends up whiffing on both, it's going to hurt.
And also, Anish was in the Isle of Man, is that right too?
Yeah,
that he was in there swinging in that
he
case.
had a good
And here are the
there.
live Grand Chess Tour standings. If the tournament was to end in the current situation.
It would be Fabiano Caruana walking away as Grand Chess Tour champion. And in second place would be Wesley So, third place Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave. Those 3 players would get an automatic invite into the Grand Chess Tour 2024.
Yeah, for those of you wondering, Ding Larend And this is the actual coming into the event.
Yeah.
Current standings. Yeah, Ding Liren was not playing in our Grand Chess Tour. He stepped out.
Yes, he did. At the top of the table, Fabiano Caruana with what looks like an unassailable lead there. 33 Grand Chess Tour points over Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who just has 22. And, well, we said it, that Fabiano Caruana was virtually assured the title unless he had some kind of collapse. And, of course, as we saw today, there is no collapse.
No collapse in this one. By the way, I did see a report that Ding Liren is going to be playing in the Tata Steel.
He is finally returning to the board chess.
I'm so happy to report that. Great news. And
we all want
looking
him back.
for him.
We all want him back.
His return.
It will be very interesting to watch how he does in Vike after such a protracted break from active chess.
Exactly. And again, we're just waiting for Wesley to join Anastasia in studio. I can very well imagine that there in the Central West End, he's probably being tackled by, autograph hounds and selfies and stuff like that. You almost need a security escort.
Yeah. And for Wesley, what is it that he has to do next? Obviously, he has to secure some draws to maintain his standing at the top. But that's easier said than done when you're facing Fabiano Caruana.
True.
With
the black pieces against Fabi. A huge game tomorrow. But it's beyond that. I mean, I'm thinking about Wesley has been, I believe, number 3, highest number 3 in the world. But I mean, his ambitions, he needs to tune it up. He every time we have an interview with Wesley, he says, "Oh, Fabi's such a great player. Oh, Fabi is such a great player."
Well,
come on, Wesley, tune it up.
We will find out because Wesley is with Anastasia.
Yes, exactly. The hero of the day, Wesley. You just won the game against Levon. I mean, congratulations. Now +2 in the tournament. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. Well, I mean, today there were 3 heroes. Yeah, it seems like.
Yes, you're right. I mean, 3 decisive games, but you are still the leader.
It seems like a very different tournament today. But I'm very pleased. I mean, I probably win +2 in Super Tournament maybe once every 2 years. So I gotta enjoy the moment.
Yes, you do. And actually, what happened is that quickly you went for this ending.
Yes.
And did you speak with Levon after the game? What did he tell you? Like he thought that it's like drawish, or?
Well, only briefly. We had but first the opening.
Yes.
I mean, I decided to play this line, although white-black has many ways to equalize. I thought he'd play d6, but I think Don Cheng, was it? No. Who's that German guy? I think Hushenbet beat Navarra in the Isle of Man tournament with some d6, and here g5 is the best. But yeah, he beat David Navarra, where David had to play like 15 only moves in order to equalize. It was in this game. But so I decided to try it, although black has many ways to equalize. It's hard to find ideas in the Berlin. But he played this line. I played this against Leinier 2 times last year in speed chess, in Grand Chess Tour actually. I played bishop c5, and then take, rook d8, take, and then black has to suffer a little bit to make a draw, but it's very drawish. Like I don't expect to win with white pieces. Okay, that's theory. But I was surprised when played king f2, and here I only looked at this, but then played rook c7. In fact, if you look at the database, I think Saba Balog played this against me 11 years ago with the black pieces.
Okay, so it happened already.
Yeah,
Really?
unless I think if you check the database, I think Balog played rook c7 too, unless I'm totally crazy. No, I'm pretty sure this was. But I didn't remember until he played rook c7. So takes, I guess queen e5 is pretty forced. And here Levon, I think Saba played something like this, yeah, unless I'm really mixing it up. Like takes.
How did this game finish?
Well, draw, of
It
course.
was a draw, yes.
Yeah, I think black puts the knight here, and then plays f6, like if king, and then f6, or bishop here. And then basically black plays f6 next move. Like, let's say some random, maybe c4 is the move here, but let's say white plays like this. then now it's a fortress because
so you cannot really go through.
yeah, I think that's what Black's hoping for. Like, there's no way in. And
Yeah, I mean, there is no
like
way.
he will go here, and then here, 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 here. So I think we made the draw with a structure like this. I'm pretty sure he played rook c7.
So what did Levon do wrong? I mean, what happened in this moment? Like, what do you think was his crucial mistake in this game?
Well, he was very critical of knight d5. I think he just got too... He just relaxed for a moment. Like, he played knight d5 quite quickly. Like, I'm sure he knows the fortress. But he played knight d5 quickly. And then very surprised because after c4, I guess the point is that the knight on e3 is running out of squares. Like, let's say g3 or g4.
You have this move, okay.
Yes, and the knight is scary to play like this because knight cannot retreat. And then, so he went here. I guess it's still a draw, but I didn't like when he played c5.
Yes, so the c5 I think was the, let's say,
Big
this
mistake,
big
yeah.
mistake, yes, here. So after c5, like,
Yeah.
what did you feel? Like, now it's a moment
Yeah,
that
was-
I'm trying to play for victory. Was it something like that?
Well, I was trying to play for victory since move 1. Yeah? Like, I'm not worse, yeah? So,
Yeah, no, that's true. But I mean, when you
No.
really feel that position, you have to push now. And
I mean, I'm pushing, but I'm very surprised because he played c5 quite quickly. Okay, if the knight's on d6, then it's a fortress. But his knight is running out of squares, bishop. Yeah, and here's a very bad position, I guess, because black will always be in Sukswang. Like, let's say if here, I don't know, h4.
yeah. I mean, all the
Yeah,
time,
always Sukswang, yeah.
Peter also showed so many positions. You were you were about to win every time. Let's say whatever black is doing. Just you showed really great technique in this
Sukswang.
game. Yes.
Well, no, actually, well, thank you. But again, all wins are because of Jesus Christ.
Of course. No,
and
just-
actually, I messed it up. Like, I thought, okay, I was playing very beautifully here. Like, here. Like, I thought I was going to win for sure at this point because the king infiltrates. Like, I even had the choice of way to win. Like, I think a4 is also winning.
Yeah. And
Like,
then,
something like this.
and then
a5.
e5. Yes.
Okay, but maybe the way I played is better. Bam, bam, bam. Like, I thought I was winning very easily here. But somehow Levon kept finding resources. So
Yeah,
a big...
you know, Levon, he's very tricky. It's not that easy, yes,
Yeah.
to win even winning position against him.
Yeah, I thought I was going to win very easily here, but big kudos to Levon for
Yeah.
defending so well. I mean, okay, maybe... Like, it seems like I was going to win easily here. But, okay, maybe c5 is not the best. But I was very critical of playing g3 here. Like, I think... because in the game, black, I think the pawn is better on g2 than on g3. I think I should just play bishop f3. And then like h5.
There was this option as well.
Yeah. And then, with the pawn on g2, it's very easily winning. But I was very stupid, yeah? Like, I played g3. This was a very bad move, I think. Because with the pawn on g2, everything's defended. I mean, well, with the pawn on g4 here, like, black always has this
Some
trick,
ideas,
yeah?
yes.
Something like this. It takes f5.
F5, yes. And then the
Like, actually, I was wondering what Levon was playing for. Like, of course, from afar, I was going to play bishop f3 followed by h5. And I thought it's just completely winning. But then I started seeing ghosts. Like, I thought, hey, he's playing so confidently, maybe it's a fortress. But I should just play bishop f3. And then bishop f3, like, he has no moves because h5, even
No,
g4,
G4, okay.
or g3. Oh, not g4.
and you get to the passer, yes.
Yeah, bishop f3, h5, and then I win very easily. But
Okay, but still, at
I
the
was
end of the
very-
day, never happened that you were in the trouble. It seems like, okay, with a, maybe not the perfect play, but still, you managed to win this game. Okay, Wesley, we'll not analyze everything. You know, we have seen so many lines from Peter, and everywhere you were winning. I wanted to ask you the final question. Do you pay attention to this race ratings? What is happening? Like, are you aware of the current situation? Like, where are you now in this in this race?
Well, I mean, I got people, you know, friends who, I guess, the spectators want me to qualify for the candidates more than I want to qualify myself. Like, again, my main priority is to qualify for next year's Grand Chess Tour, which thanks to an important win today, I think I have pretty good chances. I think top 3 still qualifies for next year's Grand
Yeah, this is what you told me before the tournament. I remember this very well. But now that you have +2, have you even checked the standings or not? Like, are you leading?
No, I think I have after today, I think I have pretty decent chances to qualify by rating, at least, because Firouzja lost.
You are 10 points ahead of everybody. Are you aware of it?
Well, it's not my priority, but
yes,
I mean, I check here and there.
See, people
I can't help
you, yes?
Like, I mean, Firouzja lost 27 rating points in a month. Yes, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, of course, I would love to qualify to the candidates very much. I've only been there once, and it's got a great experience. You play against great players, and then maybe you have a chance. So you know, I'd be very happy if I.
I'm really happy to hear that because I'd never heard it from you before. So all the best of luck for you, Wesley. So many goals you have in these tournaments. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we go back to the studio.
Yeah, Yasser looks hungry.
It's dinner time.
we need to
dinner bells ringing. Thank you, Wesley. Thank you, Anastasia. Congratulations. No, seriously, that's a huge, huge victory. Remind everybody the standings.
Absolutely.
Please, do it.
With pleasure, Yasser.
Yeah.
There we see Wesley So at the top of the leaderboard with +2, 4 points out of 6. But there are players chasing him. Fabiano Caruana is on 3 points out of 5. And then Dominguez also 3 points out of 5. And take a look at the games played, and you'll see a discrepancy. That's because Jan-Krzysztof Duda withdrew after round 2.
Exactly. Unexpectedly for us, Peter, the event exploded.
Absolutely.
We didn't see that coming whatsoever. Final thoughts?
Today was a fantastic day of chess. The Grand Chess Tour itself, the winner of the Grand Chess Tour is more or less decided with today's results, but the race to qualify for the next year, as Wesley keeps reminding us, is very important. And that race for the second and third place is wide open.
Right.
We still have the whole intrigue of who wins the Sinquefield Cup. This tournament is really blowing up in the last couple of rounds. Plenty to watch for. Fantastic game tomorrow between Wesley and Fabi. So tune in. We'll still be here.
Wonderful. Jovi, as always, a great pleasure calling it with both of you. It's just brilliant.
Yeah,
brilliant.
I mean, but the games,
what a round.
The players really spoiled us.
Come on.
I thought a fantastic parting shot there by Wesley.
Right.
Absolutely. And we are going to say good night, goodbye to all our viewers, but tune in tomorrow because you don't want to miss the action that will be happening. Same time, same place. Thank you all for watching.
See you then.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.